Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Pipeline Podcast. Hope everyone is having a fantastic week. As you can tell, I am not in the best of shape. I sound very different today. I am under the weather. I actually have COVID. Yay me! That's awesome. We had a really fun episode planned for this week. An episode I still hope to get out. I'm hoping to reschedule with this person as quick as I possibly can. We have a schedule to keep over these next couple months. But since I am currently in no position to film an episode, I have put together a compilation of the Pipeline 2025. In particularly, though, um, some of the best creator spotlight / interview segments we did in 2025. This isn't everybody, but I tried to put together a lot of the big interview segments. I didn't repeat any guests, but there is a lot of clips here, almost maybe like 6.5 hours worth of content here. So enjoy. It's no new content this week, but I hope you still enjoy the episode, and we'll be back hopefully, please, immune system kick in here soon for episode 173, and have a wonderful week and enjoy this week's upload. Bye-bye. Just kind of talking with my guest a little bit before we really get into it. I mean, what I've noticed over on your channel recently is that you are working really, really hard to rebrand, to remarket yourself, or if that's Party Nation or just like your reviews. How has that been feeling to kind of just like branch yourself out, try new things, just kind of like have a fresh start over on your channel?
Honestly, it's an adventure in itself. It really started because of the the TikTok ban and everything.
Sure.
Me personally, you know how crazy and hectic my schedule is. Between trying to be a dad, husband, trying to figure out like stuff with my music and stuff. So I felt like my channel was on the back burner, but I could make up for that with like posting short form content on TikTok. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. But okay, boom, TikTok goes away. I have to pivot my focus, but TikTok comes back. But it was like a blessing in disguise because my phone sucks. So I offloaded it. I'm like, you know what? I'm delving in more to trying to do this movie reviewer, movie critic thing, trying to get into the Critic Association. Shout out Jedi Mike, trying to focus on that. I'm like, you know what? Let me put all my focus into YouTube. And I saw the growth on my channel in subs going from like 1,400 up to like, I'm up to like 1,520 now. And by posting more long form content, like you guys have been telling me to just buckle down, like just put your focus into that. I mean, it's definitely been working. Like it's been something, like it's been a blessing to see. I'm putting in the work, and all it really took was like another social media platform to get essentially taken away. That future is not certain. I haven't even thought about posting on TikTok. It's like YouTube, I started there. I want to make that something. So yeah, I mean, it's been fun. The whole rebranding thing. Shout out to 3Dub, who like literally set up majority of my channel content because I was new to trying to do stuff like this. I don't handle like streaming stuff. I handle soundboards and recording software. So this was something different, and it's like I'm like I gotta step it up. Everywhere from thumbnails to handling my own stream, because 3Dubs, he has his own things that he wants to handle in personal life and on here. I'm like, I gotta step up, and it's really been fun. Like, you've been a huge inspiration on that front as well, like just telling me how to like handle some things, seeing like your stuff from like the jump. Your stuff's always been killing. I'm like, man, I'm sitting here making these trash thumbnails on my phone. Yeah, so it's like it's been fun, like the rebrand, like putting myself back out there. It's been fun. It's a journey, but it's been worthwhile. So yeah.
Yeah, it's been really fun to see, and like obviously you've told me about the whole critics thing and you trying to get into that world. So someone who is kind of like new into getting into all of this, like, what do you think you offer as a critic? What is it from your life, your history, your childhood that you think you add to a world like that?
Well, me personally, I've always been like a
Yeah,
TV fan. If I turn this webcam around and you just see this big old Chester, whatever you want to call it thing, just full of DVDs and
right.
Blu-rays, like I've always wanted to put in my 2 cents, but I was always afraid to
Hmm.
actually speak in front of a camera. Shout out to DJ Eric for giving me that platform, that opportunity to actually get
Right.
comfortable with doing it. I'm People always ask me like, what did you think about this? What did you think about this? People always say I seem more knowledgeable because I've learned not to listen to, misinformation. Us being in this, in this space, in this creative space, we know what's true, we know what's not, we know what has a small grain of truth to it. um they've all like A lot of people always come to me because they know I'm gonna at least have some form of the truth, or I'm gonna let them know if my opinion on it. So this gave me an outlet to be able to do that. And I think personally, I'm not one of the I give the straightforward thing, but I'm not telling people take my word for it. I always say in every single one of my videos, judge it for yourself. I'm not one that's gonna get off, oh yeah, this sucked, this sucked, this sucked, you should not go see
Yeah.
it, this sucked. Now, even if I didn't like it, I say go see it for yourself. I
Yeah.
think that's where I differ from a lot of other content creators, and I pride myself on that. I
Yeah.
never want to, I never want to put just straight hate out there. I never want to overly glaze something because not everybody's gonna like everything, and
Yeah.
not everybody's gonna hate everything. It's a check and balance system, as I like to think about it. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's such a lack of nuanced conversation in almost every sphere that we talk about, where it has to be like, okay, this thing is great or it's awful. It's like, well, what about all that middle space there where
Yeah.
it can maybe be both? Maybe it leans one way more than the other, but there's all the space I think we kind of forget to talk about. Um, One thing I also wanted to ask you is like, obviously, one of the things I think puts you aside than like a lot of the other friends we talk about is you're also a father, right? You have experience with kids, and obviously that I would assume helps with your experience with talking about movies and stuff like that. But I also wanted to ask you, like, as your kids are getting older, as maybe you've already done this, what are movies and TV shows that you want to pass down to your children that either you grew up on or maybe you're watching now that you're like, hey, these are things I want them to also love because I loved them growing up.
Um, well, for sure, you already know. I've told you, my kids are literally like watching Flash on their own,
Oh yeah.
Netflix profile. Like my oldest comes in every day talking about some.
Aw.
I mean, I know I got to share the TV, but we're about to watch Flash. Like they just got to season 5, so
Oh,
as me and my wife have been watching these shows, if they've grown up watching like the Arrowverse content. They've grown up
right.
watching the Marvel TV content. I've gotten more used to bringing them to movies with me, and they know they've grown up seeing all of this stuff. They see all the comics. They know that, hey, my dad's the movie guy.
Aw.
My dad's the comic book guy. Like they see all these different films that I have. We have to push them away from trying to sit and watch Law and Order and stuff with us. I'm like this ain't something
Close your eyes.
you should see. It's like, so I can't pinpoint just one thing because
Sure.
like I I like film. I like TV.
Yeah.
That like these type of like television procedural dramas, especially. A lot of
Yeah.
people would be shocked to know that I will sit down and watch. I I binge watch all of Grey's Anatomy, Station 19,
Yeah.
Private Practice, all during the pandemic. People would think I was sitting there just watching like comic book stuff. No, I just like
Yeah.
TV. I like the way it's made. I like the way film is made. So like I want to make sure that my kids have that experience as well. And like I've always been this way, so I know they're gonna grow up. They're gonna grow up the same way. And I appreciate that because there's also the other side to it. passing down when they see me like out playing drums or something. That's what like they were telling their preschool teachers that before I started posting my own content, like, oh yeah, my daddy does the YouTube and all this other stuff. And then it's like it was like straight drums. Now I'm, venturing off. People in their classrooms are like watching some of my content, like pulling up stuff on their tablets just because they type in my last name. Like,
wow,
it's crazy to hear some of the stories that my oldest will like come home and tell me. I'm like, why are you talking about me at school like that? I don't need a second grader like looking up my channel, especially not Party Nation. It gets crazy.
yeah, absolutely. But also, that's probably something very special. That means that they're proud of their dad. They're proud of what you do. It seems like you're raising them right. And like I think, I don't know, like this is maybe just getting like slightly older, but like it's really interesting seeing the like new generation where like they're not really watching TV and movies anymore. They're watching like TikToks and YouTube. Like my stepbrother, he doesn't have a favorite show or favorite movie. He watches like, I don't know, just like silly little things on TikTok. It's like, man,
I'm giving my kids off that. I tell them all the time. I'm like, if you're in your room, stay up. You don't have to sit there and watch these crazy YouTubers or like all of that stuff. And they're like, but you're on YouTube. I said, I'm posting quality content.
Yeah. There needs to be a balance. And also, like, what are you watching on YouTube? Are you watching like quality content, or are you watching like, I don't know, brain rot and like, I don't know, whatever kids are watching nowadays? Which I know that makes you sound so old, but like, I don't know. It's
I definitely get it. I definitely get it.
And that's Creator Spotlight. Now, I want to talk with you a little bit. And there's many aspects I could kind of start here, but just by asking you. But I do want to start with your time on YouTube, because you've been on YouTube. How long have you been on YouTube now?
Since the very beginning, since YouTube came out, which has been like 2007-ish, that era. Okay. I started on YouTube when it was still very much a buggy sort of, unregulated Wild West type situation. And when I started YouTube, nobody really knew, like, this was the first of its kind. There wasn't really anything like YouTube where you could make videos and upload them, online. So it was a lot of fun. But yeah, I would say we're coming up in, oh my goodness, what is it? 2025. So in 2 years, it'll be 20 years on YouTube for me. That's pretty crazy. Yeah.
There's not a lot of people that can say they've been doing it for that long. And I feel like, I feel like the platform is on its way to kind of changing a little bit. Like, I feel like the entire, not only just YouTube, but I think everything that's happening with TikTok, everything that's, going on in the political landscape of the world, I think things are changing. And one thing I do want to talk to you about, I think is very interesting, is you have a separate channel where you talk about the drama of the world and kind of like pushing back at the like toxic mind frame of the internet. And I don't think I ever saw anyone else kind of do that in terms of how they make their content. Yes, people can push back on it, but so much of the like negativity on YouTube is about like, oh, it's the how we hate this, how we hate that. How did you go about kind of starting that or wanting to start that? Like, what did you see on YouTube that made you kind of want to do that?
It's like, that one is a very, like, there was a turning point for me on that. I was aware of all of the channels doing that kind of stuff, but I was totally comfortable with just kind of hanging out and doing my podcast and making my reviews and not really engaging with it too much, because at a certain point before, I guess, I don't know, 2018, 2019, before COVID, it was still sort of a separate thing on YouTube. Like, you had that group that did that, and then you had the group that didn't do that. But then around the COVID era, stuff started like overlapping with each other, and you started to get people from different fandoms, different pockets of the same fandoms interacting with each other. And then we had She-Hulk come out, a show that I was very excited to see. Tatiana Maslany, and just the idea of this character from the comics coming out. And my partner loves She-Hulk, probably one of his favorite characters. And so he was very excited. So we were watching it together, and I was getting the perspective of somebody that is a diehard She-Hulk fan, somebody that's been reading the comic book since the 80s. With me, I know about She-Hulk. I am a fan of She-Hulk, but I'm not a diehard She-Hulk fan. So I had that perspective when we were watching the show. And I was doing my reviews, and I noticed people coming into the comment section saying some of the things that those channels had been saying. And I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't really happen on my channel, because my channel has people that are liking the stuff that they're watching. Why are they coming over to my channel and doing this? And so after that happened, I started to reach out to some other creators who were making pushback content. And I was like, what should I be doing? So they invited me onto some of their streams. I started going on and making myself more present in that space. And then I was like, you know what? I really need to do more, because I think I'm pretty good at what I do. Like, I'm really good at making this kind of content. And so I was like, let me start because I knew that content wouldn't really fly on my main channel, on the Eric's Reloaded channel. It's like that would fundamentally change what my channel was.
Right.
And it would also be starting with a false, a non-organic setup of subscribers. On YouTube, you have a lot of what they call dead subscribers, or people that have been around for a really long time.
Right.
You need to start sort of fresh. So I was like, let me start another channel and see how it goes. And it also allows me to sort of test other things that I wouldn't test on my main channel, like reviews of other type of content and things along that lines. And so that's what made me, I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to start pushing back against that stuff, because YouTube has an issue with its algorithm, and you're not going to beat them based on views going head to head with them. So you have to sort of get into that algorithm and sort of dilute it a little bit. And thankfully there's other people doing it as well now. So it's not just me and like a handful of other guys. There's other people that are speaking out. I'm seeing larger creators come out and talk about it. And it's really important to me, because I truly believe that that portion of YouTube has done irreparable harm to the fandom.
Yeah.
There's certain bits of it that will never heal. And unless we say something, it's going to keep, it's going to get worse. And so I felt like it was part of my job, I guess you could say, on YouTube, to speak out and say something, because I don't do a lot of like activist stuff on my main channel, because it isn't really designed for that. I mean, I could, but it's not really designed for that. So I really wanted to start something from the ground up. So
no, and I think this year's going to be a very interesting one for that, because I think the gap between like fandom and political stuff, I think, is starting to blend very, very close to each other. Not only in the media we're going to be getting this year, but also due to a lot of political events that has recently transpired. I think we're going to be. I think we're going to have to kind of go back to fighting for a lot of the basic representation that we kind of got used to just having over these last couple of years. And that's something I also kind of wanted to ask you about, because like I have found myself wanting to get more political on these spaces, because I think it's needed now more than it's been needed for a little while now, right? I think we're seeing like the erasure of a lot of things that we got comfortable of. How do you feel about kind of blending those two lines? Because again, you have them two separate channels. How do you feel about, because I know you're very like, okay, we're not going to talk about politics here.
Yeah.
But I do feel like there's a line where it's like, well, we kind of have to talk about politics. It is so relevant.
Yeah. I don't have, I don't have like a hard, like this is untouchable stuff when it comes to that kind of things. Like on the Nerdcast, if there is a topic that does skew sort of semi-political or dives into like the whole woke this, woke that, DEI stuff, I don't really mind discussing that. I think the issue for me is just full on politics. Like I wouldn't do a stream where I'm like, let's talk specifically about Donald Trump. Like I wouldn't do that, but if it is something that affects like the fandom that we're in, I don't mind having discussion about it. Like say, for example, Donald Trump's Hollywood group that he's formed that's supposed to go into Hollywood with like all of these old guys, goes in and they're like, we're not going to let you make Agatha All Along season 2 because it's woke. Obviously, I would talk about that because that does directly affect like the kind of content we talk about. But I wouldn't do a stream about Ron DeSantis. I mean, there's certain things that I wouldn't talk about. But you're right. There's a lot of things. I think because of my age, I grew up in an era where all of the things that they are pulling back on were things that we never had. So I remember what it was like to be in that reality where there were no protections for people when it comes to diversity. There were no hiring practices that prevented discrimination. Like I grew up in an era when that was just a very common thing. And one of the sad things about all this isn't really the fear for me, because we're going to make it through this no matter what, but it's not the fear of that. It's just that we worked really hard to get
Right.
to a certain spot. And then we have these guys come along that have no dog in the fight. Like most of these guys that complain about this, whether these things exist or not, it doesn't really affect them. For example, if there's a woman lead in a movie, how does that affect them really? How does
No.
that affect their lives? It doesn't. If there's a gay character in a video game, how does that affect their lives? It doesn't really. But it means a lot to the communities that are looking to see those kinds of things reflected in the media they're watching. So it's not taking anything away from anybody. So that's when you have to look at it and go, why are they doing this? Are they doing it because something really has been taken away from them? No, nothing's been taken away from them. They're just mad that there's representation. And that really makes me sad to see that we're falling back on that, because once this is all over with, we have to start rebuilding again. And I don't think we're going to lose everything, but we are going to lose a lot of stuff. And it's going to be a lot of people are going to catch strays. They're going to, like, innocent people are going to catch strays because of this. And I think it's really unfortunate. So I think we should be vocal. You just have to decide how far you want to go and what you want to push. And I do realize some people don't want to get on the front lines. It is very scary to sort of put yourself out there. But I think at the same time, you need to have faith that people are going to have your back. There are people out there that are going to support you and nurture you and hype you up when you need to be hyped up. You just have to believe in that. And with my channel, with the second channel that I have, the Debunks channel, I have had a lot of support over there. I have a lot of amazing people that come over and watch the streams. They watch the videos. They leave me likes. They come into the comment section and fight back. And, you know, you'll see that. So it's going to be rough. And I think it is definitely something we need to talk about. But if I had a hard line, it would be like, I'm just not going to talk specifically about politics directly, because I think that's reductive for the kind of content we make. But if politics dives into the fandom stuff, I will definitely talk about it. I won't shy away from it. So...
Yeah. Again, like it is a very interesting time, because it's like, I do think those who are comfortable about speaking out do have to in this age. And again, it's going to get scary again. Like, I've had friends where it's like, you know, who have said like maybe should we go back in the closet? Like it's going to become scary again for so many people. Like, I came out in 2021, and like at the time, as like a 19-year-old, or like when I was 19, I was like, things are better. People don't care anymore. This is fantastic. And these last couple years have been like, oh no, they do care. They've just been hiding it because they've been afraid of, you know, the opposite of like them getting canceled. And now we're in a spot where it's like, oh, it's socially acceptable to say these things, to hate. Okay, I can do this again. This is great. So it's definitely going to be an interesting couple of years. Again, like, just again, how the like stuff we do, how is the media going to reflect that? Or is the media going to show us fighting back? Or are we going to see, less of this and less of this and less of this and less of this? And so that's going to be, I think, very interesting as well.
Well, I want to say this, like, if there's any sort of silver lining to all of it, back in the olden days, there wasn't a lot of support from the media. There wasn't a lot of support from movies and entertainment. Like, you know, you would see Black people, gay people, Asian people, women portrayed in the most stereotypical ways possible. And that was the only real representation that you ever saw back then. If you think back to the 90s and specifically gay people, there's very few movies where gay characters were anything more than a cliche, because that's just how the media viewed us. So it is going to take a lot of work, and I know some people are very scared about this, but again, I grew up in that era, and it is rough, but you can still be out, you can still be you. Pride events were grassroots movements. You saw them happen all over the place. They weren't corporate pride. You weren't seeing Target and Walmart support anybody. That's why when people are saying that these companies are pulling back on this stuff, I'm like, so what? Who cares? Like, I can go to, there's websites and shops where you can go buy merchandise for gay, trans, bi, pan, whatever it is. There are places you can get that. You can't get it from Walmart and Target sometimes. And that's, I think that was like a weird victory for them, because primarily Target and Walmart and places like that were participating in that kind of capitalism were doing it and offering that materials and those things for people that live in areas where they don't have access to it. You know what I mean? Like the Midwest and things like that. It was an ease of access. So it's just going back to the more difficult way of doing things. But I don't think that people should hide who they are and go back in the closet, because that's essentially, that is the one thing that they want. That is the one thing they want. They want you to be quiet. They want you to shut up. And if you give them that, then that is true victory. Them getting Walmart to move where they have their Pride merch is not a victory. That's just, that's a visual representation of them wanting to be right, you know?
No, for sure. But like, again, there's also that thing of like, but will safety eventually come in the middle of a lot of this stuff, right? Like, will it become unsafe for some people? And if that's the case, especially with families, like you're
Yeah.
trying to get the fathers and mothers like being more strict on those kind of things. So I do think it's kind of like a listen by ear situation for a lot of
Yeah,
people. It's like, okay,
you have to be aware of your surroundings and what's going on. Absolutely 100%. But I would say like to completely deny who you are, like
yeah,
internally, don't do that. Don't change who you are. Like don't say I'm going to go back in the closet and I'm going to try and be something that I'm not. I don't think
yeah,
that's the right way to do it. But if you need to protect yourself in a moment and you need to not be like rainbows and pink and blue and every like I get it. I understand
yeah,
that. You know what I
right.
mean?
No, absolutely. I also want to talk to you about because I think you're the only like DJ that I've ever kind of met in real time.
Uh
So like, how did you kind of get that start, kind of in that world? Like, did you wake up one day at like 8 years old and be like, I want to be a DJ when I grow up, or like, what was that kind of trajectory?
Yeah, so when I was in high school, I was a very quiet kid. I know it's hard to imagine that I was ever that, but very quiet kid. I didn't talk to anybody. I guess it was more middle school. It was like seventh grade ish.
Mhm.
And I started. Well, I didn't say I start. I was watching a show called the New Mickey Mouse Club, which was like my era of like
Yeah.
young adult TV shows or whatever. Anyway, and they were singing, they were dancing, and I already loved music at this point. But there was a school dance that was happening at the very end of the year, the last school dance of our eighth grade year. And I had spent the year learning all of these songs, all of this choreography, because I knew what they would be playing at the school dance. And I was like, I am going to dance in front of people for the first time by myself. And this was a big deal because in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to make myself look stupid. So at that point, I was like, I went out, I did it, and I actually saved up for like an outfit and everything. It was this big thing. Like I'd saved up money for an outfit. I learned all the dances. I knew all the songs. So I did that, and immediately I went from this kid that no one knew to being this extremely popular kid.
Oh,
And I was like, okay, so love music. I started to really love music at that point. It was something that I got very passionate about. I went into high school, still a comic book geek. I was reading comic books at this time. I was in a special art program, like one of the I forget what they call it back then, but it was like the not normal art program. It's like the extra, like the better one. I forget here we called it the Governor's School for the Arts, but it had another name. So I was in that program when I was in high school. But I remember the first day that I walked in high school, the very first day, I'm a freshman, I'm walking in, and this is no lie, and I still to this day can't believe it. Because there were two high schools in my town, and we didn't. All the kids knew we were splitting up. It's kind of sad. You're in eighth grade. You know your friends are going to be going to another high school, and I was going to a high school full of people that I didn't really know. All of my friends were going to the other high school, and there was nothing I could do about it because of the way we were zoned.
right.
I walked into the auditorium, and literally people started cheering when I walked in because of the school dance at the end of the eighth grade year, and so
Wow.
they all saw me walk in, and it was like this amazing like cheering thing. And I never got that with art. I never got that from drawing, but I was like, music, I get people to like recognize me. Art, not so much. And so that was kind of the beginning of my journey into that. But then when I graduated high school, I moved to New York City to work for Marvel as an intern.
Wow.
I say work lightly because there's no money involved. I was just there working with them. And I was hoping that I could get into comic books because I was and I'm not afraid to say this now, I was very talented as an artist when I was in high school. And so I really, really wanted to work there. So I went there and I did go for work. I ran things for them. And while I was there, I had to make money because I wasn't getting paid by Marvel. So I was like, let me start DJing on the side in New York and see if I can make some money doing something that I was doing for fun through pretty much my whole high school career. And so I start working all these little dive bars and all these places with people that I know from Marvel, people that I know from other comic book shops there. They start coming out, they start supporting me, and the money is really good. And I'm like, should I? After about 8 months in New York, where it was really expensive to live there, I was like, should I stay here and keep fighting to draw comic books for Marvel, or should I go back to Virginia, back to where I came from, take all the stuff I've learned with music and create a job down there? So
Sure.
we all know which way that went. I don't work for Marvel, so I didn't end up drawing for Marvel. I always wonder what would have happened if I would have continued to work there, if I would have eventually been making comic books. But I'm very happy with my choice because I love art, and music is art. And so when I came back, I learned how to play the piano. I learned how to play the drums, not as good as Lance. But I did a few things where I learned how to produce music and things along that lines. And so I kind of made my own business. And so art, like comic books, drawing, all of that stuff became passion, and music became a career. So it kind of switched where it was in my life, because music was passion, art was my career, and then they just kind of switched places. But becoming a DJ has been a lot of fun because I've had a chance to work with a lot of people. I had a chance to go to DC and work with some great artists. I won't name names because people won't remember some of them, but I had the chance to go work with some great artists in Washington, DC. I've worked lots of Pride events around the country. I've worked internationally. Right. I've DJ'd in Vancouver. I've DJ'd in Mexico. I've had a chance to do a lot of stuff. It's been a lot of fun. I still love it, but I consider music to be art along with everything else that we talk about. So.
Absolutely. No, like it sounds like you prioritized your passion, which I think is what a lot of people are looking for. Like that's what a lot of people want from their dream job, is like, okay, do what you love. And it sounds like you had two options that you both loved, and you probably would have been happy doing either one of those options. So that's really cool that you kind of had the like pick of the crop in terms of what you're passionate about. So that's really, really cool.
And New York is expensive, guys. If you don't live in New York City, it's really expensive.
Absolutely. But yeah, with that being said, I think we're gonna hop into we have a couple of news stories here we're gonna be talking about.
Okay.
Not too much. Of course, we did your show last night, so I made it a priority. I was like, okay, what could first guest? I've been thinking a lot about that. I was rewatching just a little bit of that episode, what was now maybe 6-7 years ago, which has made this like a weird like retrospective of like we've all been friends like 7 years, 8 years, something like that, which is an insane thing, you know. Like most of these guests I have on, I'm talking about, I kind of like I know them, but like not like know them. I feel like I know you pretty well. Like our friendship is pretty long-winded. How are you feeling just like in life? Like how is life for you now comparatively like 6, 7, 8 years ago? Like how are you feeling right now?
Oh man, what a question! I thought we were coming on here to talk about the movies, and now we're a deep dive into life. I would say it's definitely like life feels more like consequential right now than it did back when I started meeting you guys and hanging out and creating content with you guys. I was literally in middle school when we met. And now this is my second year in college, which is insane.
Wasn't it elementary? Like the end of elementary?
No, I was in middle school.
Was it middle school? Okay.
Yeah. And now I'm second year of college, and I don't know. Sometimes I feel bad because I'm like, I wish we don't get the times where we're all like on Discord talking as much anymore. But I still really, really value that group chat and you guys and all the friendships and memories. But yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm just about to get spring break here, which is a much needed break from everything going on at college. But yeah, I'm doing well. What about you?
Good. No, I'm very good. And like I think like re-listening to some of that episode was kind of like a weird like shock thing, because like I was at the point where it's like I was considering college, and like we were talking about that in that episode. You're like, oh, any ideas, where you want to go? You were in middle school still. So now having like that point of like was like, well, I didn't go to college. Now you're in college and 2 years into college, and just like everyone's kind of gone in their own paths, their own directions. Like I do think it is that weird kind of like passage of time thing that's like, whoa. And this is something I've talked about these last 2 weeks, which is a weird kind of thing. I think COVID was such a weird time because it's like time just didn't pass for a while. Like there was 3, almost 5 years where it's like, it's fine, we can just do whatever. And I think everyone right now is like, whoa, it's been 5 years since COVID, everyone's kind of waking up for the first time.
It still feels like 2022 in my mind. Like
it's crazy. Like I also think like the election has kind of done that for me, where it's like because I graduated in 2021, which was the last election. So now having another election 4 years later, kind of after high school, of like, what? We just had one. What are you talking about? This is a weird time capsule. And like this is kind of my last question, and then we can move on. But like, we're not going to get political, not going to do that. But like having so many big real life changes while you're in college, while this is kind of your branching off point into the like real world, like how does that feel? Like, is there a fear? Is there, like, do you feel that shift in the air in college? And, a time that's like, oh, like, we're going to change the world. We're going to, make the, like, big change. I feel like those are the kind of things that they kind of teach you in college and stuff like that. Do you feel that at all?
Yeah. There was a great tweet I saw, like, last year, I think, that said, like, it would be great if we could just have one moment of precedentedness, because it felt like every other week we were living through an unprecedented time with everything happening. Like, and that was back when, like, even like the Titanic submarine thing happened, and then there was like all these crazy political things going on. I definitely feel it at college. I mean, like, I won't get political on the show, but like a lot of people around like where I am here at this college are very left-leaning, more like liberal. And so I think there's definitely some fear, some like a lot of responsibility that I feel and that others around me feel. I think like a responsibility to like, wow, it is like we've talked about it for a while, but it is going to be us and like our generation who is going to be responsible for how like a lot plays out and works out here. So yeah, it's crazy for sure. Especially like going through this election and everything, like definitely something that's been on my mind in a way that it was never really before this.
It's like, not to dive too into it, even though I easily could go down that rabbit hole of just being, the anger and that whole thing. But I do agree there is a bit of responsibility you kind of feel. I feel like I've kind of gone through that a little bit because, again, I'm in a very like Republican area. So someone that does kind of fall into that queer umbrella, there's a lot of it is like, there's not a lot of that around there. Is there a little responsibility to like show some kind of representation? Because I've had friends, like, not to go all in that, but I've had friends being like, oh, should we go back in the closet? Should we do all those things? Should we blah, blah, blah? There's a lot of fear when it comes to that kind of stuff, just all around, not even just in like the queer circles. That's like, but what can we do really? And again, I assume someone that's in college like feels that even more, because that's such a big like building block of like, what's the change we can make in the world?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, very, very deep hitting questions going into like a conversation
I love
about movies. Yeah,
I love it, man.
But I mean, that's kind of what movies is all about too. Like, there's a couple movies that had come out this year that had kind of put me in a spot of like, man, like, these are really deep hitting conversations that need to be had in our society. So definitely a parallel there, I feel. So this one's gonna be interesting. So it has to be serious. So this is gonna be interesting because, again, I learned you were coming on about 3 hours ago while I was at work, so I didn't plan any questions out. But no, I mean, let's just have like a one-on-one conversation here, really quick. Like, Everest was on the show last week, which was really fun. Great friend of ours, and like we were talking about the like kind of history of our friendship a little bit, and how it's now 7 to 8 years old at this point. And I've been thinking like, COVID just turned 5, and so I've been thinking a lot about like the like trajectory of like time passing and stuff like that. Like, I was thinking about it today at work. I feel like
where we all are in our lives now are conversations we had back when we were first friends. Was like, will we still be friends when we all have jobs and college and blah 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 and blah blah blah? Do you feel that passing of time at all? Like,
No, absolutely. I mean, like during that COVID stuff, like it felt like years just kind of flew by, like no time at all.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like, I don't know, that it feels like forever, and then it also feels like no time. You know, it feels like it flew by, but you're also like, wow, that was 5 years ago. It feels like it was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a strange feeling for sure. Like that, like just that. I don't know. Like, I think it's like almost 10 years of us kind of all like, you know, joining the chats and doing, and again, this is a conversation no one outside of our circle would give a shit about. But like,
yeah, sure.
It is really interesting just to see how that time has kind of passed. And like, I've been thinking a lot about nostalgia, and I do want to hear your thoughts on this, because I have found myself in the last year especially dabbling a lot in nostalgia properties, where it's like things that I grew up on. Like I at one point in time I started rewatching Arrow and Wizards, and I've been playing a lot of games than when I was little, and Foster, and a lot of these things that I grew up on I've been really revisiting. And I've been thinking about, like, is that a dangerous road to path? And I feel like even things that I was watching during COVID, I'm like I think even that COVID era I've been feeling very nostalgic of in a weird way. And what's your thoughts on like nostalgia as a whole? Do you think it's a dangerous road to walk? Do you think our generation is more inclined to be like into nostalgia than maybe like our parents or even a time before? What's your thoughts on all that kind of stuff?
I don't think it's dangerous at all. I think it's good to revisit stuff that you associate with a certain time of your life. You know, like when it comes to like the Arverse or something like that. Like, I think it's good to revisit it with a more adult mindset, or with like an older mindset, you know, and like see how you feel about it now. And like, you know, if it's tied to like life experience, you know, for like the Arverse for me, like Arrow, Flash, all those shows, like they are tied to a very specific time in my life. More or less grew up with them. And so that's what it's like. It's fun to revisit stuff like that now and just see how, like, what you get out of them that's different. And like, it's not necessarily like jumping into, I don't know, stuff and just having the same mindset that you used to have. It's like, I don't know. This is a terrible answer. But it's like I think it's good to like just see if you're a different person now than you were, because like I found like, you know, certain episodes of TV shows, it's like if I watch them in a very like certain day, like a memorable day, then it's like it's tied to that feeling wise in my head. But then if I watch it now with a different mindset, like, do I like that thing just because I liked it at a certain point? Right. Or is it because I actually do like it as a thing? It's like, I don't know. I felt like that a little bit when I rewatched some of Arrow, like 2-ish years ago. Maybe it was right around when like Superman and Lois was sort of in like in the middle bit of its season. It was like around when the Arrows was ending. I was starting like a rewatch, going through like a lot of this stuff. I remember like at first Arrow, I was like, when I was rewatching, I was like, a lot of this isn't hitting the same as it used to for me. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's just not hitting as much. And then like as more it got into it, the more I was like, oh no, it is still hitting. But it's good to I think revisit things that you absolutely loved if you haven't revisited them in a long time, to see where you still stand with them. Yeah. And your memories will change in them as well, and they will not always be what you remember them as.
I think like you're right. Like, I think it can be very healthy. Like, I kind of felt that with Daredevil recently, because I rewatched Daredevil. That's something I started season 1 and 2 on that show, like not when it first came out, but like a couple years after it came out, so it's still recent. And like, I definitely have a much larger appreciation now, because I don't know if I fully understood the like deep themes and ideas that it was giving. I just don't know if I was like capable of those like fine motor skills and like the like, you know, these deep conversations and stuff at like 7th grade Darren would have taken away from it or whatever. But like, I do think there is a danger in it sometimes, right? Like, I do think there's a road where it's like, if you're only consuming,
if you're only revisiting that, if you're,
only living in the past. And I found myself, like, again, these last couple months especially, just like rewatching a bunch of stuff and craving, just like living in that similarity that can be kind of dangerous. It's like, wait,
it's your comfort zone.
Absolutely, but it's like, do you want to rewatch a show that you've seen maybe 2 or 3 times, or do you want to explore it elsewhere? And I think like I do think the need for some of those kind of projects are much more appealing now in an age that feels very scary for a lot of people, right? It feels very for heading into an age. I bet it's over there too, but like especially here, like I find myself wanting to escape into familiarity due to certain events, right? But yeah, no, like I'll be interested, and like, do you think it's getting more of a thing? Like do you think it's becoming more? Because again, every day a new sequel series has been announced, a new reboot, a new whatever. That's something that wasn't really a thing as much 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Do you think it's hurting the industry at all, or even our minds and how we consume media? Because again, I know you're very into movies and TV.
Sure, I think it's definitely like a bit of an issue because everything's getting remade, everything's getting rebooted. All the things that people are most excited for are tied to franchises or tied to like spin-off series or sequel series or remakes or something like that. Like every time a post as well and discussing film that's like an announcement, it's always related to something that people know about. I think that is because people haven't discovered that thing yet. Like nobody knows what their next favorite thing is going to be because they haven't discovered it yet. But I do think that there's definitely a problem, especially in the movie industry, because it's like movies that are not tied to franchises aren't necessarily doing well box office wise. And like that's not to, it wasn't live in the 80s or whatever. I can't say for sure if it was the same back then, but it felt like movies had a much bigger chance of breaking out as a fresh thing in the 1980s, 1990s, 2000s. But that mainly is because the internet wasn't really a big thing yet either. People weren't constantly talking about things. Like people could constantly see how everyone is feeling on a new movie before it comes out because of reviews or whatever. But like you'll constantly see that a lot of newer films just don't make nearly as much money as like look at the top 20 highest grossing films of all time. Almost everything on there besides
franchise
Avatar and Titanic are Star Wars or Marvel or like Lion King, like Mufasa, or like the Lion King reboot and like Toy Story and all that sort of stuff. Like things that people know and are comfy with and reminds them of certain times in their lives. I think it's definitely hurt. I think it will be felt in 20 years from now when we're reaching the point where we've remade and we've rebooted everything. That like what can you like you can't do a Daredevil sequel series 20 years from now featuring Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio unless it's like a Logan-esque thing. You can't do like you can't remake a live action Lion King again, because we've already done, like you could, but it's already been done. Like the reason why I think the Lion King, it's already been done twice. The reason why the Lion King film did so well was because it was sort of a new thing. Like I don't see a second Lion King live action film doing as well as the first one because we've seen it. So I think it's going to be felt in 20 years. But that could also mean that it's going to be a revival of new, fresh things where we've seen everything done again. So everyone's just looking for new things to make and looking for new things to invest in.
Yeah, it's hard. Like this is a conversation I've had on here many times, but like it is just so hard. And like again, we're a problem with it. Like I do the same thing where it's like it is hard to get invested in a new thing without some kind of like big gimmick, right? Like
absolutely.
Like Mickey 17 just came out, and like I found myself being like, I don't know if I want to see Mickey 17, and then I had to be like, why? Why don't you want to go see that? I did. It was very, very good. I loved it. I loved it. I'm really glad I saw it. But like, there's the back of my mind was like, I can wait to streaming. I don't need to see it right now. But if Thunderbolts came out tomorrow, I'd be there first day, first seating, because the things I like, it's comfort, right? And it's hard. Like I've had this conversation where people were like, well, like why don't studios make new things? And it's like, because we've told them we don't want new things. They make thousands every year. We don't go, but we see the Marvel movies and the Star Wars and the Disney and reboots, and that's what D23 last year was a big thing. Everybody talked about Incredibles 2 or Incredibles 3 and Toy Story 5, and those were announced, and all the people were like, "Where's the new Pixar movie?" And it's like they announced it. They announced Hoppers, right? They have Elio. They announced new things for that movie. You didn't give a shit. You didn't care, right? So it's tough. It's really, really tough, and I agree. I think we're gonna. And again, as much as I like those kind of movies, I do find myself defending them to a point, right? But I think we're going to see, and it does become a little tiring sometimes. It was like every time I open my my Twitter, it's like a new reboot has been announced, a new sequel has been announced. It's like, all right, let's see how it goes. Especially with shows now too that bug me, because it's like they revive these shows, but then they don't finish them. That's the thing. Like
there's no endings anymore.
No, and this is something I talked about on my other show with my friend Taz. It's like, we are heading into a very spot for this generation's of shows, and I don't want to sound like back in my day kind of. I don't want to do that, but like this next generation isn't going to have finished shows. They are either going to have revivals or shows that have 1-2 seasons that were canceled. They're not going to have their Breaking Bad, their Lost, their Arrows. There's Brooklyn Nine-Nines, as they're like, okay, 7 seasons, 8 seasons, and that's the whole journey. It's a scary place, we
get some of that. Like Severance is like the next sort of Lost in a lot of ways with the mystery. But the thing is just it used to be you'd have 10 brand new shows every year that were like huge big things. Like Breaking Bad, Lost, Dexter, Mad Men. All these shows were airing like around the same time. Like there was one of the Emmys one year was like Mad Men, Breaking Bad, True Detective, like all of these greatest shows of all time sort of thing. And you don't get that anymore now. Like people don't, like we very rarely get that thing. Like Severance is one, but everyone's talking about Severance. What other big brand new show that's not attached to a franchise or anything else are people talking about?
Yeah.
People are talking about Reacher right now. Sure, that's in 3 seasons. It's also based on a book that has films as well. Like it's a known thing. Invincible, based on a comic book. Daredevil, a revival of an old show and also based on a comic book. Like everything
Shogun,
that's
based on a book.
Yeah, exactly. Shogun. And Shogun's also getting more seasons, even though like that's the thing. Shogun ended, but because it did super well, they're going to keep it going, and it's going to be kind of a thing where it's like things don't get endings anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can never just accept that something's over, because you can expect that if it's successful 5-10 years from now, they're going to get the cast back together and do a sequel series or something, or like revive it or bring something back. Like Dexter, we were talking about this earlier, it's got like 3 spin-offs. That show ended 15 years ago. It's huge. And even like, and I'm talking about Breaking Bad as well. Breaking Bad also got Better Call Saul, which I prefer Better Call Saul to Breaking Bad, but Better Call Saul had like so many scenes set after Breaking Bad where it felt like we'd watched the end to a lot of these characters, and now they're back in Better Call Saul. Most of them, like very briefly, and El Camino as well being a follow-up to Jesse. There's no real endings anymore. Like El Camino was sort of an ending for Jesse's character, but what's to say 10 years from now we're not going to get an El Camino 2 that brings Jesse back and sees what he's up to? It's and it all ties back to nostalgia, what you're saying. It's like we're living in the past and we're too afraid to move on from the things we're comfortable with and the things we like.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to say goodbye. Like I had this a little bit with when Cobra Kai ended a couple weeks ago, where like I actually took that very hard. Like I think it was one of the hardest I've had with ending a show. Not necessarily just Cobra Kai, just because it's like, because I've been watching those Karate Kid movies like my whole life. Like those are some of my early movies I'd watch with my mom. And like as we're ending these character journeys, I found myself like I was getting really emotional, because it's like I'm saying goodbye to these characters I've been watching my whole life. But then in the back of my head, it's like, it's fine. I have the movie coming up, and we have potential spin-offs.
Johnny's going to be back for sure at some point.
Yeah, I was like, I can have this and this and this. And it's like, but you shouldn't have to need that. You should be able to say goodbye. I think that's very important, to have your journey. It was a great journey, and then be able to say farewell. It's a very important lesson in life, to say goodbye. So...
No, I completely agree. It's like it's also teaching a wrong lesson of like you can't move on. It's teaching this generation that you don't have to move on, because you don't have to mourn something or grieve something, because it'll be back in a few years. Don't you worry. These characters you love, like it's not the same as, you know, saying goodbye to Jack from Lost or something like that, because it's like we never got a Lost sequel series. Lost is a complete thing that you can finish out. Like even like Deadwood is one of my favorite shows of all time. I'm rewatching that at the moment. Deadwood got a movie 15 years after the show ended. Justified, one of my favorite shows of all time. Justified got a sequel series there 2 years ago. It's like even these shows from the early 2000s that have been forever over are getting like their sequel things. It's just it's there's no endings anymore.
I agree. I again, like I love a lot of these kind of shows. Like I love sequel series when they're done right and stuff like that. But like you're right. Like and like even me, like after Lost ended, like there's a part of my brain that was like, hey, maybe we'll get a sequel. Maybe we can see these characters again. Blah blah blah. Yeah. It's like, but I shouldn't want that. I shouldn't need that. Right? It should be okay to just say goodbye.
Yeah.
We've been on this for a second, but like I also just want to like ask about like your origins on YouTube as well.
Sure.
Just like how did you get started on YouTube? Like what was your kind of origin starting your own channel, stuff like that?
Well, I really wanted to be a game designer for a long time. Like during school, I really wanted to be a game designer, and then I went to college for it for a year, and the maths was so hard. Like I'm not a maths person at all, and I knew that was going to be like my kryptonite going into college, and it was. So I ended up like pretty much just dropping out after a year because I was like, I can't do it. It's too much. So then I spent a while kind of like figuring out what I wanted to do, and I was like, well, the Arrowverse is coming back, and I love talking about it, but I've got no one to talk about it with. Why don't I make some videos on it and see if they do okay on YouTube or something like that? So I made like Flash season 5, Arrow season 7, and Supergirl season 4 were the seasons that I was making videos on, and that's how I met you. You commented on one of my videos, and then you texted me on Twitter and were like, hey, there's like this little group of people who talk about nerdy stuff, and I mean, like that was sort of just it just kind of spiraled from there. I mean, it's not like I'm a big YouTuber or anything like that, but it was a really good escape to like be able to just you know, take 25 minutes, 30 minutes and like talk about the shows that I was loving. And then in the following months I went back to college to do film and television production. So and that sort of really started from making YouTube videos where I was like, I'm really enjoying editing these. I'm really enjoying talking about TV shows. Maybe this is what I should be doing in college and not, you know, banging my head on a desk because the maths numbers are scaring me or something. But yeah, that's how I met all you guys. You, Everest, Luke, Adriel, and Braden. It was great.
It is crazy just like the lead up events of that group of just like this having to happen for this to this and this, and like for me like that domino effect was like crazy. Like I probably would not have, you know, not big channel whatsoever, but like I probably would have stopped uploading ages and ages ago, like if it wasn't for like a group of everybody making content at the time, and like everyone kind of doing their own thing and blah blah blah.
We were supporting each other. It was great.
It was that was a really very fun era. That was really cool. And then just like, oh yeah, I like Disney movies because I grew up on them and then grew up. You know, like I do think there's a difference there. Yeah. But no, like I wanted to ask you a couple of things. I wanted to talk about like obviously your reaction channel. You've been doing this in the game for a while. How'd you get into YouTube? When was your transition into this space?
Okay, so do you want like from the very beginning?
I mean, how'd you get started? Like,
my first ever video is Minecraft. Like
Minecraft, okay.
And I'm coming up on my 10 years having my like YouTube channel as a whole. So, I mean, I haven't always been like posting. Like, there was a time in like high school where I like stopped posting for like 3 years because my dad didn't want me to play games or wanted me to focus on school instead of staying up all night. So I've done like, I had like a Minecraft stage, like a whole game. My whole channel started on gaming, like for the beginning, like Gary's Mod, Call of Duty, Minecraft. And then I started doing some like vlogs and stuff. And then I really got into like G Fuel, like trying to get sponsored by them, like that was a whole thing.
Yeah.
And then like now it's so easy to like talk to those companies now. Whatever. That's besides the point. And then like I saw like a No Way Home trailer. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna just watch this. I was like, boom, that's my first ever trailer reaction. It's No Way Home. So
amazing. Yeah, I feel like the reaction community, I've realized, like I think that's a community that everyone wants to be a part of, but so many people struggle to break into. So if someone watching was like, hey, how does someone get into that like kind of I don't want to say industry because that's not what it's called, but like that kind of space, what advice would you give those people?
Ooh. That's hard because like now it's so over like saturated and populated.
Yeah.
Like there are so many people that want to do it because it's like easy, like easy views. You could post like a minute and get like 1 million views.
Right.
I don't advice. I would say like consistency is probably always going to be key in like making videos in general and stuff. So like I post a video like at least once a day. If not, well, today I posted like 30, but that's besides the point.
Sure.
Just consistency, keeping at it. Don't give up if you're like, because I've had those days. Like I was full-time streaming like 3 years ago, and then I had to get a job. So like I kind of quit streaming, and I always like regret quitting because like I really liked it. But now I just changed into making videos and just keeping at it every day.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like I think it's a world that, like I said, everyone wants to get into, but since it is so oversaturated, it's hard for the ones to stand above the crowd. It's hard to be like, oh, that is the one that I will be watching when 50 people just made the same, not the same exact video, but like on the same general topic.
Yeah.
So that's definitely very interesting. And like,
if you're not the first to do something, like it'll get like suffocated.
Sure. Do you ever find it hard to make yourself feel individual among all of these other channels that are also trying to do it?
No.
No? Okay.
No, I got like my own personality. Like I'm like always screaming and like hyper. And if you know me, you've seen me on console, so I do some crazy shit. Sorry. Am I supposed to swear?
Oh no, you can swear.
Okay.
Shit.
I don't know. Like I scream and stuff in my videos. Like I'll jump up on my chair and like dance. Like I'm just like kind of like outgoing on my videos. Like, but I'd still probably do this stuff in person too. So like I'm kind of the same on camera and in person. But
well, that's good. Like you're being very authentic to your own personality. And
trust me, bro. I go to work and I'm like, guys, go check out my video. It's insane.
That's incredible. I also wanted to ask you, and obviously not specifics and stuff like that, like that's very personal, but you recently, in the last, year and a half or so, became a father, which is probably a very special feeling. And this is the question I always like to ask parents when I bring them on the show. I asked Lance a couple months ago, but is there a thing that you love that you have either shown them or hope to show them in the future that, like, this is something I love, I want to pass this on to you?
Oh man. Well, I took him to the park recently, and that's fun. I showed him how to go down the slide, and now he's like jumping down that thing. When he was like a year and like 2 months or a year, we kind of like we were watching Deadpool and Wolverine, and he's kind of just like sitting over on the side, just like, and like this is the most quiet he's ever been, just watching, and I feel like a terrible parent showing him that, but man, it was a good time.
You traumatized the poor boy.
I'm very excited to show him like movies and stuff. Like that's what I'm super excited for.
Yeah.
But like playing Minecraft or something. Just
Minecraft's
even taking him to Disney. We've already taken him twice, and he's not even 2 years old yet. So
that's fun. That's fun. Like I don't know if a parent's something I ever want to do, but like there's always that part of me that's like, oh, I'd love to show someone this thing I love or this thing I love and this passion I have. I'd love to pass down to them someday. Lance, I'm not bringing up your comment again. I'm not doing it.
And he's really like, he's starting to get to that age where he's starting to like take my stuff off the shelves and push my DVDs back. I'm like, dude, you need to leave. You need to pack your bags and you need to get out of my room.
Get out of here.
Like I walked in one time and all my DVDs scattered all across the room, and I was like, I love you. And I picked them up and I put them in the living room in front of Mickey Mouse.
This one's yours. This one's Dad's toys.
Yeah.
Leave these ones alone.
It's fun though.
So like kind of like the standard question I like to ask is like, where did you get your start on YouTube? Obviously you do a lot of gaming content, a lot of like reaction kind of content, but like where did that start for you?
So I first started doing gaming content back in 2014, which was a long time ago. And a huge inspiration of mine was my good buddy Caboose. You know, Jay knows who Caboose is. He's a good buddy of mine. You know, I actually was inspired by his work and his enthusiasm for comic book video games and his enthusiasm for Arkham and stuff like that. So I was just like, okay, I want to do something similar, but something different to him. I don't want to be exactly the same. I want to do something different. So I first started doing videos on GTA and WWE stuff. So I wanted to start doing content about that. And because I was a huge WWE guy. I love WWE. I'm a huge John Cena fan. So I was just like, you know what? Maybe do some content on that. WWE 2K15. I did some GTA content where I did some online stuff where I played with random people, did some really cool missions and did some random things, and it was crazy. It was a wild thing. And funnily enough, I didn't have a PC like I have now. I was working off a laptop. That's how bad it was. I was on a laptop. I had a bad microphone. I had a bad headset. And let's just put it like that. I wasn't a professional how I am today. I'm not that professional compared to where I was. Like, you know, I'm more professional now than I was back then. So that's the best way to put it. And you know, I'll also say this as well. Jay's another inspiration as well, because Jay's another dude that, you know, there's two Jays, J-Raw and Jay Shockblast. They're two people that inspiration for making content and putting content out there. So those guys have always inspired me to do things.
Sure. Yeah. Like, I feel like I was in like a very similar boat where it's like I knew all these various creators that I loved, and you know, I started when I was like in high school or like middle school, and I was like, I'm seeing all these people. It's like, yeah, I want to do what they're doing, but like I remember like at the time I had like I had a phone, right? I was doing all my stuff off my phone. I've talked about this previously, but like I would literally like pull a photo on my tablet, and then I would just film my tablet with the photo on it and do like just talking over it. It was like, when you get started, there's not necessarily always like a rule book of like, this is how you do it. This is what you need to do. Sometimes you just have to try things. You just have to try it out, do things until you find your rhythm, until you learn. It's that process for sure. Did you have like, so like you said that you always kind of started with like the gaming content, you started like with like the GTA. Was there a reason that you really wanted to start making content, or was it just, I've seen these other people do it, I want to be like these people, or I want to...
Well, it wasn't because I want to be like them. It was because
you're just inspired by it.
I inspired by it, and then I wanted to show to the people, even if I've got a disability, you can make something out of it, right? Even if you got a disadvantage, you can make something from this. You can make it out there to show people what you can do as a creator, right? No matter whether you've got one hand, two hands, you've only got one leg, or you've got two legs, no matter what the disability you have, basically, you can still make content and you can still make it work, right? And that's what my inspiration is my thing is I've always wanted to put smiles on people's faces. That's my goal. My goal is not about the money. It's not about the monetization. It's just putting smiles on people's faces. That's my end goal for each individual content that I do every day. If I don't achieve that, then I've never achieved that goal. But I just want to put smiles on people's faces, and just to show to people, even if I've got a disadvantage, I'm still proving to people that you can make something from this, and you can entertain people.
No, that's incredible. Yeah, like I feel like that's, I think, such a strength on this, like, you know, this content field. Like, what will make you successful is you need to stand out. You need to be your own individual voice. And, you know, like I have autism, I have like the ADHD, I have all that stuff. And it's like, when you're younger, it's like, oh, that's the advantage. I'm weird. I sound weird. I do these things weird. It's like, no, that's actually what's going to set you apart from everybody else. That's what's going to put yourself on the map. And I think that's one of the cool things about like modern like social media. Does it have its downsides? Absolutely. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I do think its strength is that everybody can have a voice. If that's just on like your regular social medias, if that's YouTube, if that's TikTok and stuff like that, where it's like anyone can just jump online, record a video, and put their voice out there. And I think that's such a cool thing that just wasn't a thing 15 years ago, even 10 years ago. Like, it's so cool to see all of these things being like, having the ability to just get your voice out there in ways that you haven't been able to before. I did want to ask you a question, and this is kind of like, we're going more into like the like nerd spirit of it all, but like on this show, we've during this segment, we've been having this ongoing theme of like nostalgia in media, and is it safe, is it good, and all this stuff, and a couple there was a thought that's kind of crossed my mind the last couple weeks. On the show I have a lot of conversations about like, why do studios keep like remaking movies and TV shows and all this stuff, right? And something that had kind of crossed my mind the other day was when they had the Nintendo Direct that had recently come out, and it had crossed my mind of like, that's what kind of games are all about, right? Like, so much of games is about IP and franchises, and it crossed my mind that I feel like it's so much more socially acceptable in the gaming world instead, over the like movie and TV realm. Like, Mario can make 5 billion games a year, but then if like Disney's like, hey, we're doing a second one of this, people are like, boo, so like. What do you think the like parallel between like the TV world and the gaming world is, and like why do you think it's more socially acceptable for games to do it?
I mean, games is different compared to movies. Like, games, you can get away with it easily. Like, for example, you can make a remake of an Arkham Asylum as an example, and it's perfectly acceptable because it's actually you're replaying the same game, and it's a retelling of the story, and except for some upgraded graphics or whatnot, right? Or, for example, another really good example is the remake of Dead Space. Now that's a good example there. So they did that, and honestly, it's a really fun game. But when it comes down to media in movies, it's a completely different story. Disney, for example, are remaking films from the 2000s and the 1990s or 1980s. I'm bringing that to the big screen, and some are hit, some are miss. I'm excited for Lilo and Stitch because I love Stitch. He's adorable. He's one of those characters that I just think I want to have him as a pet. I just like I really want him as a pet. Because he's a really cool pet type of character. So I really like that. And then but like Disney have had misses as well. Snow White, as we know, was a miss, and another one I would say was the Lion King with Mufasa. The Lion King, I'd say as well, was another miss. I'd say because yes, it made thing, but it was put out digitally within weeks or so. So I'm just like thinking, okay, why did I go and see it at the cinema when it was going to come out? Digitally, because I kind of went to see that with a potential person of mine, that a special person that I was going to meet, which Darren, you know about the situation, but that's besides the point. That's a story for another day. But I just feel though that honestly, some are hit, some are miss. I just think media these days, it's different for movies and it's different for video games. But I just think when it comes down to video games, you can make some of these games last a long time. Pokemon remake. So, for example, Pokemon Yellow was remade into Let's Go Pikachu or Let's Go Eevee for the Nintendo Switch. And that made bank. That made a lot of money. So I'm just like thinking, I have to get a Nintendo Switch now. So the new Nintendo Switch is coming out, and I'm just like thinking to myself, okay, do you know what, Tiladia? Pick that up. So now I'm waiting a month before I can actually get one and pre-order. So, because I'm getting a Nintendo Switch, I want to get into the Nintendo world. I want to get the Nintendo. I want to get the older games. I want to get the newer games. I want to broaden my horizon, so to say, and explore all of this different worlds and be excited about different games. And to be honest with you, that's the thing about gaming. You can be excited about anything, and even if it makes you happy, that's the most important thing.
Of course.
If it doesn't make you happy, that for example, a Superman game, when we don't know if you're ever going to get that or not, but if it does happen, that'll be the happiest guy in the world. I'll be like, yes, finally we got a Superman game after decades, and it'll be over the moon, and I'll be one of those individuals that will definitely pump as much content as I can, talking about it.
Yeah,
because I love Superman. I love Superman the character. I enjoy the content that they put out for the character, including Absolute, including the mainland continuity, including older books like Kingdom Come. I love to have conversations about comic books as well.
Sure.
That's something I love having conversations about.
Absolutely. But yeah, without further ado, we're going to be hopping into a couple of news stories this week.
Yes.
And again, like I feel like this was a very calm week. Started the show with Creator Spotlight, which is to shine on my various guests, to get to know them, ask them a couple questions. And I was really excited to actually have you on since I launched this, because a lot of the people I have on, they're content creators, they make videos, they do all these things. And obviously you also do that. But what I think is a little bit different is you are an editor, right? That's kind of what you primarily do.
Yeah. It's kind of like, it's kind of moving more into like the script writing phase at the moment. So like when I had my own channel, it'd be like, as you know, you write your script, you've got to edit it, and this is the whole thing. So yeah, with Heavy Spoilers, I pretty much do like almost everything. So it's a weird mixture, but yeah, like it's more. I've done a lot of scripts this year on stuff like Nosferatu. Got The Matrix Reloaded. Revolutions. We did recently. Helping on Last of Us. And yeah, just a few other things in the pipeline. Like more classic movies. We're finding that we really enjoy making the classic movie breakdowns, which I think are just so much fun. Like to revisit classics, like great memories as well, because it's like you said, it's the cinema experience. So like talking about like fond memories of seeing movies with your family, like doing like Batman and Robin. Like the movie sucks ass, but it's so much fun to re-look at it and look at these movies, like Superman example as well we did. And it's really fun to just go back and look at the Easter eggs and break it down like it's a movie that's just come out in the cinema, like we would with any other kind of MCU or comic book movie. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun to revisit the classics, because they're classics for a reason, and they're so good to talk about and reassess and find things that are nice and be positive about, even if I didn't particularly like the last of the Matrix movies. But yeah, a lot of editing, a lot of writing.
Sure. And like I would say, like anyone can come up on here and like record a video and post it onto YouTube. Like, like any old person can do it. We're doing this right now, not putting much work into it. I think what you do, and so many people that are writers and are editors, I almost feel like they are the foundation of the YouTube community, the foundation that not a lot of people think about or talk about. Like I think like so many people would just like kind of look at the creator and be like, oh yeah, they're the one that edited it, or they're the one that wrote it, and blah blah blah. Do you find a difference from like the person that writes and edits to the person that actually like sits in front of the camera and actually like produces the content?
I would say I'm not really an on-camera kind of guy. I would kind of prefer being kind of behind the scenes. I'd say not producing, but not producing it, but like making the DNA for it to go to YouTube. I mean, so many people sit there and watch it kind of like, you got YouTube Premium where you can just lock your screen and listen to it. I mean, I'm guilty of that, but I like to kind of just push things forward. And I think people kind of just, they don't really think. I wouldn't say I'm like, I'm annoyed that people don't ever think about editors or script writers. It's kind of just, it's a when you think about this, there's so much that goes towards it, that making the content, and I'm always trying to think of like ways to make it better each time. I always look at stuff like Screen Crush, New Rock Stars, Real Rejects, Dead Meat, and all stuff like that, and trying to just see what they do and get inspired by it pretty much. And it's kind of such a fantastic medium to enjoy. I think more people watch YouTube on their TV as well than actual like Disney Plus and that, which is insane. It's a really exciting industry to be part of.
Yeah, and I feel like you're right. Like, I think YouTube is getting bigger and bigger as these last couple of years, especially, and it's interesting because like there's more eyes on these kind of channels as ever, but also there's less because there are so many channels, so many people doing not the exact same thing, but like the same genre of kind of videos and kind of content and stuff like that. And it's even more commendable when we're now heading into an era of like you sit down and you write this stuff and you edit this stuff, and then there's people that like, well, I have AI now, I can just program a couple of things and it's out, and like that's the video, and like those are getting more popular. It's like, but what you're doing is like it's art, it is genuinely creative art, and like that to me will always be more powerful than whatever someone can just type into a machine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite vocal on Twitter about being anti-AI.
Yeah,
I mean, I like to try out like OpenAI and I think it was DeepSeek and all that. I like to try out the tools, but they're shit. I just think generative AI, just because it is stealing off of people, it's trained off people.
Yeah.
And there's so much AI slop on YouTube.
Yeah.
But they're cracking down on the fake trailers.
Yeah.
Hopefully, but you'll open up a video and you'll be like, oh, I wonder what this channel's like, and it's just an AI voice. But I think this stuff stands up. I think that there's kind of like a few things that go into making, like, you've got to have obviously a lot of good personality to do the hosting and all that, and then you've got to make it look presentable. Like the biggest thing I would say is audio. Like the audio is the biggest thing. When I had my own channel and that, doing whatever, the audio just wasn't that good, and I think the audio can take you to like the next step. And then you just got to be knowledgeable. Like I've always had the idea that I want to like go into like the minute detail. Like there's one frame in a Spider-Man movie, and I just want to pick apart everything. Every kind of, I've always been into like the world building of things. I know there was a lot of things with House of the Dragon. People didn't like the Daemon stuff, but I was like, oh, this is world building. This is kind of, but yeah, I get lost in the sauce a couple of times with that. But yeah, that's what I like, and I think that if you make what you want to watch, people will watch it. I think because you want to watch it, so one person does.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's so. That's just because like I feel like so many people look at the YouTube thing as like, well, it's a job, right? Like I'm trying to make it a job. I'm trying to make it, whatever. And I think first you have to make it a hobby. I think first you have to make it something you actually want to do first. And like I get caught up on that sometimes. It's like, well, I need to do this because that's what's popular. I need to do this because it's popular. It's like, but do you really want to talk about that thing? It's like, not really. I don't know. Like,
I mean, exactly. I mean, I was doing it from like 2016 to 2021 when Paul, Heavy Spoilers, contacted me and was like, oh, I like your stuff, could you write a few scripts? Then from 2022 onwards I was working full-time for him, but like I would be getting in at like do a midnight showing of say Thor Ragnarok, get home and make a huge video and then go to bed at like 5.
Wow.
But you've got to kind of just you've got to make it because you want to make it. If you I've stopped making my own content because I just ran out of the time. I was making stuff and I was like, can't be bothered. And that comes across on the screen. I mean, the audience is so smart; they'll know exactly if you're just phoning it in, and it's they'll be like, "That was crap." And I always think like every time you make a video, that'll be one person who's interested in it, and it takes you. It's such like a short medium of people wanting to watch you. You have to like hook them in. So if you're just bored or doing something, or you're not putting the effort in, then people won't want to watch you. It's such a hard thing to break into. It's like one of the most impossible, like the hardest thing in the world, I would say.
It is really tough because I feel like with like at least with other professions, like not saying any of the other like creative professions are easy, but like I feel like most of those industries, there's at least someone that will take your talent, right? If it's like, if you're singing, you can find a bar to go sing at, you know, if you're, you know, whatever, like you can find those outlets. YouTube, you have to have the like very specific like calculations. Like it has to be the exact, and so much of it really is just luck. It is just like the algorithm said, hey, this is the video we're bringing off today, so here you go. And it's like, all right, you know, and you know, I was talking about on like another show recently, like the like TikTok of it all has really frustrated me in some ways because I have so many friends that put like in the effort every single day. They're making great content, they're doing all these things, and then you have like a TikTok that's just like Family Guy clips or whatever, and that get millions of views. And it's like, what about all the creators that are putting in all the effort? It's like, oh
yeah, it's so frustrating because I would work from like 8 till 5, come home, go to the gym, make a video, work all night till like midnight, and then wake up in the morning, so it's got 11 views, and you're like, and then one comment saying you're shit. And you're just like, but you're just like, you're happy with the video and that, but yeah, it is, unfortunately, it is luck, it is persistence. It's so hard as well because you've got to be timely as well. So like, for example, you're doing like Andor. If you wanted to do an hour-long video of Andor, you've got to like have it up straight away, like after it drops. But yeah, it's just, and then it's just, it's so hard. It's like a full-time job, but you can't make it your full-time job until you're doing really well, but you can't do well until you're making it.
Oh my gosh. Like you have to put in the amount of hours, but you don't see the success of it, if ever. So you have to have that like blind faith of like, well, I hope these hours are worth something someday, you know, and it's like, well, you've done it for so long, you haven't found success yet, but maybe you will tomorrow. Tomorrow might be the day it happens. So it's so interesting.
I found a lot of success in lockdown because I quit for like a year. And then I started making kind of more and more things during lockdown because obviously we're like sod all to do. I was playing Fortnite and then that was it. Like, what else are you going to do? So I started making more. And I was just chasing it. And I was just making stuff non-stop. And it's just luck, like you said.
Yeah.
But I think as long as you put like all your effort into it, like, you don't need to make like an hour-long video. You could just make something that's concise and well, as long as it's well produced, I say, is where it comes along. Because you don't necessarily have to be like the big YouTuber with hundreds and thousands of views. Someone might contact you and want to hire you for something, or you could put through a show reel and work at someone like What Culture, for example. But yes, it is luck, unfortunately. It's like you said, you could go to a bar and just sing, or you could just rent like a theater, like a small theater, and do your own play. But yeah, this is just like, yes, you can put it up there, but you've got to watch.
Exactly. Yeah. And I also wanted to ask you, like, I'm always very interested to talk to like the parents that come on the show. Like that's always a perspective on media that I'm very interested in. You have 2 kids, right? One or two?
Just one. That's
one,
definitely locked forever.
Just one. Okay.
Just one,
so once you became a father, and obviously this show about like movies and like TV and stuff, did your perspective on media change after that? Like, do you view those kind of mediums differently now that you brought in someone into this world, kind of thing?
I wouldn't say change, but I watched so much kids TV. It's ridiculous. But we watch. It's interesting watching because he's obviously watching like Coco Melon and all that crap. But now he's really into Sonic. And like for example, at the Easter weekend, we watched the Mario movie 3 times. Just obsessed with Mario and Sonic. So that's fun. It becomes quite fun because you get to see. He's always taking like toys from my room, and he's like, "Oh, who's this?" and asking me questions. So yeah, it's kind of fun, like passing down the absolutely useless knowledge of how many Spider-Men there are and things like that. But yeah, it is fun. I get more chance to watch the kids' movies, which you look a bit weird going to if you're an older man during the day. So
yeah, I mean,
it's
yeah, like that's something I always ask the parents that like come on here because I'm always fascinated, like the things that we pass on to kids. Because like I no kids whatsoever, nothing like that in the future. But it's like that's like the one part of parenthood that like excites me of like, oh, I can show my kid all these things that I grew up on that are important to me. Like, do you have any of those kind of things that you're either excited to or you maybe already have shown to them?
I think I'm excited to show him like the MCU, to watch that through from the
fun.
Me and my fiance now, we're so excited to show him. Like we're like, his mind's gonna explode when he sees the Thanos snap. and things like that. So yeah, it's exciting to show him that. I want to watch all of the Sonic movies, not just the bit with Tails. Like he's weird. He'll want to watch just bits of movies. So like, we took him to cinema to see Sonic 3, and he loved it. Absolutely loved it. Took him to see Minecraft, and he hated it. So, but he likes bits of movies. So we watch a lot of like. He'll be like, want to watch the start of the Mario movie. So it's gonna be nice to like watch it all. I'm excited to show him the Spider-Verse movies as well.
Oh yeah,
because he's obsessed with the Spidey and Friends on Disney Plus, which the singer from Fall Out Boy does the song. So I actually listen to that at the gym sometimes. It's a banger. But yeah, I think the MCU is the one I want to show him for the first time.
Show on the road. Like I want to start with our creator spotlight segment, which I mean, I'll be honest, like I didn't do it on purpose, but like retrospectively I was like, I wonder if creator spotlight was semi inspired by council creators, in that sense where it's like you bring all of these creators together, and so many of those creators that I've had on recently that you have on your show, I've now got to like do a little bit of an interview with and talk about them one-on-one, stuff like that. So I'm so excited to ask you a couple questions to kind of look into your YouTube history. I mean, I always have to ask people, like, you've been on YouTube for what is now 10 plus years, right?
Yeah.
10 plus years. Where did that start? Did you wake up when you were 10 and be like, I want to be a reaction channel, I can't wait?
Yeah, I woke up once. I'm not getting the Omnitrix, I might as well start a YouTube channel. Yeah, I remember creating it on my mom's birthday, interestingly enough, in 2009, my first ever channel. And I don't know why, I just like, okay, I want to create a channel and just upload random stuff. Like the first ever video I uploaded was just like a friend of mine in a hotel room while we were like somewhere for school, something. And he does a front, and actually I do a front, he films it. I front flip from one bed to the other bed, and I then fall off the bed. It was a whole thing. It's just dumb. I started uploading like random gaming, or I'm filming the TV. It's like really crappy stuff. But then I started getting into reviewing music, Metallica, and then that dove into like reviewing music and then reacts. So it was like, oh, snowball effect. But it was just like randomly like, yeah, I'm just gonna start doing something, you know?
Sure.
I had no plan at the time.
I don't think any of us did. Like
No.
I think I've talked about it on here previously, but like I would make the stupidest shit. Like when I started, I'd be like, okay, we're gonna roll an apple down the steps, and that's going to be like peak content. Or I would take a piece of paper and like we're just gonna rip the piece of paper, and that's gonna be like the most amazing video you've ever seen. And like I've talked to so many people about this, but like there is no instruction manual. There is no thing to say, hey, this is how you should do it. It kind of throws you into the wind and be like, all right, now do it. And it's like, oh, all right, I guess I'll do all these things.
Yeah.
And then like the like reactions itself, like, do you remember what your like early reactions were? Like, what were some of the things that you were watching?
My first ever reaction was Age of Ultron's like trailer that leaked on my birthday, and they officially released it early because it was supposed to drop in front of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or on an episode. It leaked on my birthday. They released it officially, and that was on my old channel, and it had no picture-in-picture, so you just heard the audio, and I'm like, I just did it. I saw Akasan and other people at that time doing it, so I was like, I'll just try it. And then that spawned Chainsaw Reacts 3 days later to create the channel. And I think my first trailer reaction was The Woman in Black. It was the sequel to the Daniel Radcliffe original film, so it was the worst one. But that was my first ever trailer reaction, and then from there it just snowballed into me just like covering like Star Wars: The Force Awakens was later that year, later that year, and then just kind of just covering pretty much whatever at that time. I had, and there was no TV at that time; it was just trailers. It's all about experimenting, because back then it wasn't like it is today, where you can just pretty much react to anything. So, yeah, I've been around too long. That's the answer. Yeah.
Well, that's crazy to hear, because I think as of today, Age of Ultron turns 10. It's been a decade since that movie came out, so that just shows how long you've been doing this, and like you definitely like were there before a lot of the current ones are now, or like even like the big current ones. Maybe they were doing it, they weren't big yet, so like you were in front of a lot of that stuff. I mean, 10 years later, like, what makes you want to keep doing it? Like, what is the thing that like inspires you to keep going? Because I know firsthand, I know a lot of people would say the same thing. It's tough. It's not an easy space to continue to be in. Like, I bet there's those days where it's like, should I?
Yeah, I get that mindset. I really have a hard time at points finding a legitimate reason besides, I just do it because I've been doing it. Like, for me at this point, what keeps me going is I'm still loving the shows I'm covering, which is, of course, Ben 10, bringing back Generator Rex, finally. Transformers Prime, and then the occasional trailer stuff, but then other times I'm, like, tired. And honestly, not to get too, like, deep, but
I'll go for it.
I was talking about this a couple of days ago in the Discord with Draven and Phil, and I think someone else in there, too. And I said, like, I don't know, like, how I can stop doing this, because I've done it for so long. Like, how can I actually legitimately quit? Because if I find a point of, okay, I'm going to stop reacting here. Oh, there's actually something coming down the road. You might need to stay on to keep covering that. Okay, now, no, there's something else coming. So I don't know if I ever find a good point to stop doing it. And that scares me, because I'm so reliant on doing it. But I still love what I do, because I still love talking about these things, and doing counsel, like you referenced earlier, has really rejuvenated a certain part of me, because I love the community we've built. And I think it's beneficial for a lot of reasons, not just for myself, but I think for all of us to kind of meet new people. And as you said, you brought some of these people onto your show, and it's that branching out that I think is really good. So YouTube is a finicky thing, but I still love it. And I think YouTube Shorts has definitely helped, because it does reach a new audience, because I feel like at points I've reached as many people as I possibly can. And I think Shorts is a way to reach new audience that maybe hasn't discovered me, or maybe hasn't seen me in a while. I just think it's good for all content creators to try to branch out into doing shorts, to maybe reach a new set of eyes that maybe would never have discovered you previously. So it's hard to find a reason at times, but at the end of the day, I'm still here. I'm still here doing it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely get it. Like, I've had those same thoughts where it's like, and obviously you're like a significantly larger channel, but like you do come across those thoughts where it's like, okay, what is the ultimate end goal? Like, I think YouTube is like one of those paths where it's like you just keep doing it until you don't anymore. You just have to keep doing it every day, you know, every other day, but like keep your schedule until you don't. And you do kind of like hit that point where it's like, yeah, but like, what is the point of all of it? Like, what is the ultimate goal you're trying to succeed? And I think it ultimately does have to be because you like doing it. Like, I think if you're only doing it for a quote unquote job or a career or income, that can only get you so far. That can only reach you to a certain point until it's like, but is it worth the time you're putting in? Is it worth that if you're not also enjoying what you're doing as well?
Yeah, you don't want to see it as a job. I mean, no. I'm glad that I can benefit from helping pay our bills in some sense. Obviously, it's not a lot of money, but at the same time, it's enough to help when it comes to, like, especially with you, like a mortgage and all this stuff, like you have things. And so if I can find a way to help my wife and I, then okay, I'm still here. But I wouldn't do it even though I was making money, if I didn't have any enjoyment whatsoever. Like if I wasn't enjoying the shows I'm covering each week, if I wasn't enjoying the trailers, I would then find another way to spend my time that would benefit in the long run something else.
No, 100%. 100%. No, that's incredible. I did also want to mention council, because obviously council is like the connecting tissue, I feel like, for the two of us and so many of our friends. Like we're reaching 100 episodes of Council of Creators in a handful of weeks by the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
Which is like that's always a weird feeling. Like I run two shows, one like we're nearly to 150, the other one that's 70, and like it is a weird feeling. It's like, whoa, you spent that many hours on one specific thing. Like that's a lot of hours. How are you kind of feeling, kind of like approaching that milestone?
It's a lot of emotions. I think at the end of the day, what really is great about it is that we've had so many, except Ronan, excluding Ronan, we've had so many great people that have come on that have become regulars, or people that are we see frequently, or even some new faces. I think we've done a great job of having a variety of opinions and people on to have discussions, have the chaotic craziness of it all. I really appreciate what we've done, because Council could have easily failed and completely crashed out within the first couple of weeks, because it wasn't even a show. It was just a testing. Can we even do this? Would this be something people are interested in? And I always reference other channels in terms of comparisons, because you can look at, like, say, Party Nation. Great group of people on, but it's always the same people each week for the most part. Like Lance tries to bring in new people, but we're also like, I'm bringing in new people like periodically. I'm bringing in more of a variety of people, and not saying that Party Nation isn't doing that. It's just like it's a different kind of show than what we're doing over here. And I think that's interesting, because Council's never really been done before. So to have over almost 140 different people on throughout the show, that's insane. Like, to have that many people that have come on at least once is crazy. And just to find the balance of it all. It's a lot to handle, to manage, but I love it. Like, I think it has rejuvenated, like I was mentioning earlier, rejuvenated my kind of love for YouTube in a way. And we've done something special, because now we have people like branching out and doing other collaborations and doing other things, and building a community of content creators that are there to help each other, that are there to have discussions. And it really is something that I didn't expect it to become. Like, I didn't know what to expect. So like, let's just see. And now here we are.
100%. Yeah. Like, it's been such a, I think especially this year, like, I don't know if you've noticed it, but I feel like the show has just gotten better as it's gone along. And I think this year you've really found your stride with that show, and I think it's because of the regulars. I think like that group of people, not saying the other people aren't great, because we have a lot of great people that aren't here every week, but also I feel like I think something kind of clicked this year, whereas like I think we all realize we're all just really good friends now. When do you think that kind of clicked? Like in your mind, when did Council go from a live stream I do every Thursday to, oh, I think I have something kind of special here?
That's a good question. I don't think it happened like instantly. I think it took time. I think what really showcased that is when it became to the point where certain people were literally on every single week, and it became like, okay, we're having one half of the show being what it is, and the second half, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think when that started to happen more frequently, and now it's become a thing, I think that's when I realized, hey, like, this is something. Now, like I said, at any point this could have crashed and burned, but it has worked out.
Yeah.
And I think it's also just too, having those people that are not regulars enjoying and coming back. Like I reference like Sense Corner, Behind the Kernel. You look at, say, like Omni Media. You look at these people that are not regulars, and they come on, they come back knowing what to expect from both halves of the show, and you're in for the ride, and you don't know what to expect. And I think that's good, because if it was more so just me and the regulars every week, and we never had anybody else on ever, then I would feel like, okay, then we should probably reformat this to being something else, because we're not getting the variety of opinions to call it Council of Creators.
Sure.
It's just the same people every week. That's why I love when I put out my post every day after the shows are done.
Yeah.
And listen and seeing the different names. Like, yeah, you see the familiar faces, but you have different people. Like, we had Cecil from the Horror Show last night. We had Sense Corner. They haven't been on in a bit. We had Behind the Kernel. He's been gone for a little while. And then you go back the week before, it's like, oh yeah, that person. Then back before, oh, that person. Like, you see that there's variation. And I love that. I love the fact that I can go back and see all the different people that have come on at different points. So yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, and it's such a fun experiment to have so many people from so many different backgrounds, from so many different fandoms, like clashing together. And like, obviously, like, you can have someone like Cecil from last night where it's like, I don't like horror movies, I can't talk about that. But we had some really good conversations last night that wasn't about that directly. Like, where do those fandoms clash? Where do they collide? And how do those mixtures of different ideas and tastes and culture and all these things kind of clash? So
that's the test. That's the test of it all, right? Finding the common ground, or finding, like I said, you're not a fan of horror, but like if we would have discussed had a horror topic, then you would have given your 2 cents how you're not really a fan of it, but maybe there's something that can connect.
Sure.
So you never know. That's the beauty and the bizarreness of the show.
Absolutely. No, it's definitely a great experiment. To kind of like wrap up this segment here, like, obviously you work with so many creators, you've been doing this for 10 years. Like, if someone's watching this and they're like, I want to do maybe something similar to what he's doing, or what any of these various creators are doing, what would your advice be for them?
I would say find what your passion is, like whatever kind of content you want to make. Find what makes you happy. Find what makes you excited, and talk about it. And understand, when you get in front of this camera here and you've never done it before, you are going to fail. You're going to stumble and fumble your words. I still do. If I would ever release a compilation of me screwing up intros for TV reactions for Ben 10 or anything, or even trailer reactions, oh my gosh, you guys, holy crap, dude, you like, blah, 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 blah. It happens.
Yeah.
So understand you're going to have that. It's never going to be perfect. And especially if you're live like this, like say Darren's now gone. He's scared. He ran away. If you ever get into a situation where you're like live, it's in the moment. You can't take it back.
Yep.
So understand that. So if you're live like we are right now, if we fumble or screw up, which will probably happen at some point in the show, we cannot take it back. It's out there now. I mean, I won't repeat it, but we had a friend of ours, Draven, who really, really fumbled hard last week. One of the biggest blunders I've ever seen on Council. And there's been a lot of blunders and a lot of bad things, but that was one of the most barbaric things that ever happened. And it is hilarious because it's live. You can't take it back. So just be prepared for that. Just be aware, but ultimately it's whatever makes you happy. Find that passion and don't be afraid to express that passion, because there's going to be people that are going to go against you and say, hey, don't do this. Hey, you're terrible at this. Push through it. Trust me. It doesn't matter what the haters or people that don't believe in you say. Just go and push and do what makes you happy, and do what you think is going to work for you and help you improve doing this kind of stuff, because it's not easy making content. That's why not a lot of people do it.
No.
So, yeah.
That's amazing, and like just like to add on to your own Draven thing, like mistakes are going to happen. We say things, but also own it. Like shout out him. Like I think he's a fantastic character study of like owning your mistakes and owning, like you say something weird, okay, own it. Like I just said, make it do a bit, make it into, and I think Council is very good about that of encouraging that kind of behavior. I think that's great. So we're going to be jumping into a couple of news stories here today. There's nothing. It was kind of a very slow news week, but this first thing I wanted to talk about came out like an hour ago. This is basically breaking news.
Okay.
Less than an hour ago at this point. Did you like the Hawkeye's name that you took the extra step to like? You said you like went to film school, right? Like you learned about it properly.
Yep, out in Los Angeles. Yep.
That's such a huge step. That's such a big milestone, and that's such a scary thing. I would imagine just to be like, all right, I'm gonna go do that. And I feel like film school. I hope this doesn't come across as offensive, but like I feel like that's the one where people kind of roll their eyes when they first hear it. We're like, oh, he just wants to make movies. All right.
And I'll be honest, I kind of like had those thoughts going in, and even like it's all you kind of just have to make the mistakes you make and move past them. That's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah. Like it's definitely like a big like quote unquote like stereotype, and like I like not to discourage anyone that wants to go to film school, but like I remember going into it, like I think that's what kind of turned me off of it a little bit, was because like I'd have so many people being like, okay, you have to watch this and this and this and this and this and this, and you have to know this and this and this going in, and it's like, well, I'm not going to see all of these things. There's no way I could possibly see everything that people say you have to know going into film school. And I think it feels like a very gated community to kind of go into, where it's like you have to know all this stuff going in, and it's like, do you actually, when people are making movies on smartphones now with no real ideas of what's going on, really? So
for me it was realized, because like I actually had a friend that I went to film school with. His name was Nathan, and his dad, believe it or not, actually worked on some of the CGI for like No Way Home, some other Marvel movies, and I got to talk to him and just like see what, and it kind of made me realize that like as much as I was at the time, I wasn't like, I was kind of doing content, but I was also like in school, like in film school. So I was kind of like trying to figure out like, what do I really want? And I was afraid to like opt out of, like obviously I ended up graduating, but I was afraid, to make that choice, not disappoint anybody, anything like that. Sure. But I just remember I just wanted to talk about movies. I wanted to go in and experience them. And to me, being a fan is the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, it is the like crusts of everything in the industry. There wouldn't be nothing without like the fandom, and just from personal experience, it is also hard because it is like fandom is so much popular now than it used to be, and I feel like there's so many people like us trying to do this kind of content that's just trying to review and do commentary and all these things on the industry. Like it's a very populated. You get lost very easily. Like, what is your ultimate goal out of your content creator forum? Like what's the ultimate thing that you hope to achieve by doing this?
Just to, first of all, just to connect with people, so that like I would love if one day like I could go and meet up with people that, because when I was younger, I used to watch a bunch of, if you want to call it movie content creators, right?
Yeah.
And I used to watch a bunch of them, and movies have been a thing for me that have gotten me through some pretty hard times in my life. Like I've always just been able to put something on, get lost in it, and watching sometimes I watch like commentaries over movies. That adds to it. Those people, I feel like I can connect with them because that's how I watch movies. Like I'll add a funny comment here or there, or so, whatever it might be.
Right.
So I would love to, be able to have my own group of people that see me as I saw those people, and that they would want to meet me, or they would want to connect with me, or they'd feel safe coming to my channel. So that's kind of,
That's incredible. Yeah, no, that's absolutely amazing, and the best of luck on your journey to those goals. Lastly, just some part of this little segment, because I feel like we both just want to crunch our teeth into this movie and everything going on right now. But I do like asking people, what's your favorite movie of all time? Of all time, what's your favorite movie?
Actually, I don't know if I can show. I have it right here. It's Interstellar.
Interstellar. That's good.
Interstellar. I have I remember watching that movie for the first time. I actually went to the IMAX event that they had last year.
Yeah.
For the 10th anniversary. That was a really cool experience because I'd never seen that movie in theaters before. And
Incredible. It's like I just did it for the first time in January. I like every New Year's I like bring in the new year with like a big iconic movie I've never seen before, and that's been one of them on my list since like it came out. Like I got it for like Christmas like 6-7 years ago, and I had never opened it. I never watched it. It's like one of those movies that was like so big. It's like, okay, but like when's the right time to actually sit down and do it?
Right.
I could pour everything into, and it's incredible.
For me, it's like kind of what I just mentioned. Like the point of movies is to get lost and to forget, like literally, that I'm a person on Earth doing person things. When I watch that movie, I forget literally about everything else. The music, the Matthew McConaughey himself, just this world that they've built, and the way, like, I've always been a big space person. I've always loved, that kind of stuff, sci-fi. So the idea of like such a serious movie that also like takes space exploration at kind of like a somewhat simple level, like it's not all these crazy aliens or anything. It's just like this very simple concept, but that it matters so much. Like it's just something about it clicks in my head.
Amazing. Yeah, no. And what's your favorite TV show as well?
This one is more of a popular answer.
Okay.
But it's Stranger Things. I keep going back to that show time after time. As popular as it may be, it's because I've thought to myself, I'm like, do I just like it? But I started watching that show the day it came out. I remember, funny enough, I remember being pretending to be sick in middle school, and I was like, oh, what's this new show, Stranger Things, on Netflix? And I remember binging the whole season in one day.
Wow.
And just falling in love with that show.
Yeah, like that one I am always kind of like I always feel like slightly scared to say it's one of my favorites because it's like it is so popular and it's like every white guy's favorite show, and I'm like,
right.
Yeah, but it's also good. Like it's the same with like Breaking Bad, where it's like of course it's good. Yeah, like
like you don't want to say it because it's like it feels like everyone's answer, but it's like I gotta like it really is that good.
It's good. Yeah, it's I'm curious to see like what the atmosphere will be like this year when it wraps. I hope it's this year. We haven't heard nothing in a while, so I hope it's still.
I believe we're getting the trailer at the end of this month at the Tundum event.
Oh wow! Okay, that'll be fun. That'll be interesting. I'm excited to see that. But we're gonna hop into today's episode. So, typically we would have like 3 or 4 kind of news stories about various different topics. It's been a couple kind of like a slow news week the last couple weeks, but this week was like, hey, Kevin Feige got like a billion things to say, and all these interviews are coming out, and Ryan Reynolds has something to say, and it's all about Marvel. And I do think we are with Thunderbolts. I think we've entered this new era of Marvel. Like, I feel like we're in a new kind of post Bob Chapek's pre Kevin Feige, or I'm sorry, Bob Iger coming back era of Marvel.
That's quality over quantity. Yeah.
Yes. Welcome to the show.
I was gonna say we actually sustained sledding injuries, so we were a different breed.
That's fair. You're stronger than we were, because I was also I am not going. Like, I always hated the cold. I was like, my parents were like, go outside, go build a snowman. I was like, fuck no, I'm not going outside. It's cold. It's like -2 outside. I don't think so.
See, I would welcome the cold. That's the thing. I would welcome it a lot more than the heat.
That's fair. But welcome to the show, my friend. It's been a minute, actually.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
It's I think this is your first episode of 2025. I think the last one you did was our end of the year best of wrap up kind of episode, season finale, if you will, of Pipeline.
And I was on that year.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, no, this is a fun episode because I feel like about once a year I find myself, not purposely, but I find myself doing like a current state of the MCU kind of episode. I feel like after Thunderbolts had come out, I had found myself doing a lot of looking back upon this universe. On Lance's channel, we just did about 3 hours worth of rankings after Thunderbolts and looking, we're not quite done with Phase 5 yet because we do have one project coming up within the next month or so. But it feels like that's going to be the last proper project of the Bob Chapek's era of Marvel, the post-Endgame era of Marvel, if you will. And now after Ironheart, everything will be the new Bob Iger having come back, Kevin Feige more focused kind of project.
Yep.
And later in today's episode, we're going to be talking about a couple of those. We're going to be looking back on it. We're going to have a fun little conversation. But to kind of get the show started today, Jake, this would be your first episode of Creator Spotlight, the show where I ask my guests some questions, look upon their past, see where they got their start, and just like everyone, like I do want to hear how you got your start on YouTube. Like what is your YouTube origin, or what is just like your kind of start within this entire community?
Well, that goes back a good number of years because there was one channel that I attempted to run back in the day that never got anywhere, and then one that I ran before this one. And it was really back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, whenever you would see like those Let's Play style playlists of different sorts of video games getting popular. And I was like, hey, I want to do that sort of thing too. And because of all the different games that I had played, growing up, I thought that I might be able to shed some light onto those ones that hadn't been talked about as much. And the quality of some of those older things was really bad, so I'm kind of glad that those never saw the light of day. But they essentially kind of served as my first bit of practice, where I would stack like a camera or an old generation iPod on top of a pile of books to try and record something. Commentary was not great. A lot of the angle stuff was not great. And then my first, I guess, official channel, if you want to call it, I started that back in 2015. Started doing it with that same sort of thing where I gave, just Let's Plays of, various games that I had done. And they were fun enough for what they were, but the more and more it went on, I started to look at it and I went, I don't really see this going anywhere. And I'm starting to get to that point where I don't really believe in what I'm putting out there. And if you don't believe in what you're putting out there, it's going to show to the people watching it.
Right.
And after that, when I stopped doing YouTube for a little bit and I mainly focused on Twitch, I streamed there for about 2 years, and would just upload VODs of those streams to YouTube. That serviced as my content for a while.
Sure.
And then start of 2020, or actually end of 2021, start of 22 is when I started, or is when I came up with the handle that I've got now, and wanted to rebrand. And the thing that I didn't want to do, which I was kind of present for a little bit, is I didn't want to, if there was that one thing that got me off the ground, which for my case, the thing that started to get me off the ground was that Secrets of Arkham series I started in mid 2022. It's been on a hiatus for a little bit, but just that brand really kind of got me going. But I didn't want to be that channel that just did that one, niche thing, because then I would grow to hate that thing, and I didn't want to hate those games because I've loved them so much. But even before that, I would do things like retro reviews of older games, which I still, want to do from time to time, because it's what's the word I want to call it? Even more now than they were before, you don't really see those games talked about. So maybe bringing some light to those things. And I don't know, I've always wanted to be, that sort of variety type channel. And that's one thing that I always tell people who are looking to build, this sort of thing on YouTube. I say at least try it, assuming that you're going to be okay with the time and the effort it's going to take to build it. And don't go into it assuming you're going to make millions. Go into it thinking, this is going to be fun. You can meet people. Yeah. You might have a fan base that grows, and if it grows, then you'll like that feeling. And the people that do this sort of thing as their primary source of income, I do feel for those people, because I would not want that to be the case for me, because then I would grow to kind of detest it, and I don't want to detest, the content creation that I do. And a lot of the ones that you see, and a lot of the ones that I do, for instance, even though they're like, 5 to 10 minutes, a lot of them, whether it's, a ranking, a secrets video, or what have you, even though they're like 5 to 10 minutes long, it still takes about 3 to 4 hours worth of work. And, I want to make things that, that it clearly shows that there's care there, but are also easily digestible in small segments. So that way somebody can just, pop it on, start it, and finish it if they're on like a lunch break at work or something that's easily digestible like that. So, going from the old channel to the one I have now, I really had to sit down and think. It's like, okay, what do I want to do? What have I seen that I've liked from other people? And I took what's commonly called as a remix strategy, to where you take 85% of a thing that you see on YouTube that someone else has done, and then you add your own 15% into there to kind of transform it into your own thing, to where it's like you're not copying. Because I've seen a lot of different like secrets videos for games before, and I was like, hey, I really like this Arkham series, I could present a lot of secrets there, and I wanted to give it a distinct narration style, and be it to where it didn't seem like it was just copying anybody else, because I'm gonna feel disingenuous if I just copy what somebody else is doing. And as like a little bit of a last thing there, those character costume rankings that you've seen me do a little bit of, those literally just came from one night last summer when I was bored, I didn't have anything to do, and I just got on my laptop because I had just finished a lot of Arkham rankings at the time. So I was like, what are five Batman suits that look cool that are not from Arkham? I typed 5 of them down. I'm like, okay, well, now what about for this character? Typed 5. What about for next character? Just typed 5. So I literally have like 40 videos worth of material for that. I was like, you know what? I didn't even plan it to become like a semi-regular thing that I do. It just kind of happened. And to channel a little bit of that stuff that I did in my old channel, I've started bringing those Let's Plays back too, because I do still really like doing them. And, like I said a few minutes ago, like I've always wanted to just be variety tap based. So that way, like something there can resonate with any one person watching it. Somebody will gravitate towards multiple categories. Somebody will gravitate towards one, maybe just 2, but something there will ideally catch somebody's attention.
Sure.
Sorry if that was a little bit of a ramble.
No, go ahead. No, like it's your story. It's 100%, all up to you. But like, yeah, no, like I think that's very interesting. It's like something you started to say about like, you want to make it feel genuine. You want to make it feel your own. It is so easy to fall into the trap of like just doing what everyone else is doing, just falling into that. If that's consciously or even subconsciously, like we consume so much content. If it's on TikTok, on YouTube, on various stuff, it's like, oh, this is how you do it. But it's like, but you just doing what they're doing, and it's like you're not going to pull in an audience just doing that. Like that's something I struggled with early on, because like I was on, at the time, Party Nation when I launched the Pipeline, and like those early episodes, it was not on purpose, but it was like, well, I'm covering the same general stuff that they're covering. I'm doing the same general thing. It's like, okay, how can I make this show a bit different than the other shows that I've done? And one thing I actually do really love that I've kind of done apparently to like some of our other friends is that I do really love the like one-on-one aspect of this show. Because like all of our friends, which we love that they do this, it's incredible. I love the community we built. It's a community, like their community streams is a whole bunch of people, and we all swap opinions. And I do like that this can be a show where we can have this sort of one-on-one or this 2-on-2 kind of conversation to be had. And I definitely say, like, I think that you do leave a mark on your videos. Like I feel like there's not a lot of people ranking like costumes or like breaking down video games to the way that you do. Like I think you have a very distinct voice and a very distinct kind of style comparatively to a lot of other people.
Well, I appreciate that, man. And this is something that I really, I had to sit with this too whenever I was first rebranding, and I'll say this to anybody who's looking to get into YouTube. Two things. One, getting started is really hard because like it takes a lot of hard work, and you wouldn't think that. And like you might think of it and go, "Oh, and like you just upload a video, be funny, and people are gonna like you." No, you get lost in a sea of billions of videos that are uploaded every day. It's hard. It takes research. Secondly, it takes a lot of thick skin because you're going to get a ton of mixed opinions and comments. You know, you're going to get one group that likes you to swear, one group that doesn't. You're going to get one group that wants you to make guides and breakdowns only, and, you know, one group that wants you to be as immature as possible. So, like, you really, like, you can't, like, fall into persona and just be what everyone thinks you should. You have to be what you are.
No, 100%. And, like, I feel like we're in kind of one of the worst times in terms of like internet culture and like how people perceive various things. Like I've realized recently, I've been trying to upload more on TikTok and stuff like that. And like I realized that community is so different than how I view media, because like TikTok is so like in the now and how I feel right now, and just this like very blatant like surface level opinions. It's like, yes, but think about this thing a little different, and they're like, no, it's just like, this is how I feel and fuck you, kind of thing. It's like, okay, all right. So that's the current internet culture and stuff like that. But no, I think you're right. Like I think it's definitely it can be a struggle, and I think you're 100% right about the like, it has to be for fun. It has to be a hobby until it's not, right? It's not bad to want this to be a job. We have friends that do this as a job, and that's incredible. And I always want to, like, if anyone can find a job doing what they love, that's incredible. Like that is what we should all be thriving for. But also, until it is, you can't be putting all your eggs in that basket. You have to love doing it first. You have to have a love for the hobby. You have to find what you love out of it. And like, this show can sometimes be a little frustrating because it's like, it's not the biggest podcast out there, almost 150 episodes. And like, I had to find very early on of like, well, I do it because I like talking to people. Like I like having this genuine conversation, and it needs to be okay. Like if no one shows up in the stream, it has to be enough for you. Just, you had fun having this conversation. Right. You had fun having that connection. That has to be kind of like the mentality you have to go into it. So I think that's very smart how you're going into that.
Well, I see so many people too, just another thing here. I see so many people that say, hey, I want to dive into this thing. I think I'd be good at it. I just need to, learn some of the technical stuff. It's like, learn how to enjoy learning how to do things like audio editing, video editing, image editing, things like that in general. Learn how to do all of that. And then you can say, well, I have all these other skills. Why not dive into YouTube, see what I can do? Because if you don't like/know any of the backend stuff, then that's going to really, really affect how much you like the process.
Yeah. No, 100%. 100%. I was also hoping to ask you about, and you can totally say no, but you also went to film school, right? That was an aspect of your past?
Yeah, I did get a film degree. Yeah.
Talk to me about that. What was that experience like?
Well, truth be told, whenever I first got into that school, which won't name directly for reasons, but it was just kind of on a whim because I was working at a factory at the time, and I was out on medical leave for a couple months because of a surgery I had. So for like 2 months I couldn't work, and I was just like I was there on my couch one day, and I saw that the school that I ended up going to was still accepting applications, and I was like, well, fuck it, I don't have anything better to do right now. Let's just see if something can happen out of this. So on a whim, I applied, not even for the film program, I applied for a creative writing program.
Oh, wow.
And a month and a half later, they got back to me and said, hey, you're in. So then I called my parents. I was like, hey, this thing just kind of happened. And they're like, holy crap. So I was there. I was in that creative writing major for like a semester and a half. And I wanted to do something film related. But I saw that they didn't have like a minor program for film. They did have a minor program for creative writing though. Gotcha. So I kind of just switched it 2 semesters in. So then I got to where I got a major in film and a minor in creative writing, so I could get the best of both worlds. And you know, met a lot of great people there. Still talk with them to this day. And any people that have graduated from there or that are currently there right now, whenever they have productions and things like that they do, I mean, obviously the industry is not as much of a flare as it was a few years back, so it's harder to get things out there these days. But
right.
I still try and help whoever I can, and making those connections, especially in an industry like that, is not, again, it is not what you know, it is who you know. Because you can have those talents, but if someone doesn't know you, then it's not going to matter. You could be the most talented person in the world, but it really takes a lot of stepping out of your comfort zone to get those interactions and meet those people, because otherwise your skill set is going to get you nowhere.
100%. Yeah, no, like there is like, not to get off track here, like this is the same general idea, but like there's such a conversation right now around the like DC stuff. It's like, why he keep hiring his friends? It's like everybody hires their friends. That's what the film industry is.
Yeah, all the great directors have done that, and it's those directors that get those sort of connections. Like for example, just to go under, like just to kind of piggyback off on your whole comic book thing. Zack Snyder and Christopher Nolan were friends, so they did that Superman pitch, like that David Goyer put together, and was brought to Christopher Nolan and said, "Hey, this doesn't sound like me, but it sounds like this other guy here." And like Sam Raimi, for example, is another one. His best friend is literally the star of the Evil Dead franchise.
Right.
So it's all those different sorts of connections.
Of course, yeah, and like that sounds like a great community to be a part of. Like I think like anyone who is involved with film knows how hard it can be to write, to produce, to direct, to do any of that kind of stuff. So I think like whenever it's like, hey, I have this thing, do you want to be involved, do you want to help, do you want to do something, like I think it goes both ways of not only like you knowing how hard it is and wanting to put in a hand, but then them also knowing like, hey, this person loves doing this kind of stuff, can I get them involved? And I think that's a very cool community to be a part of. That sounds like it's a very inspiring community to kind of be into, if you will.
Yeah, I mean it really is, but something that I've kind of had to learn multiple times is know what you're there for, because like know the thing that they've brought you there for, and also don't try to pretend that you have knowledge that you don't. Because that's gonna make you look like a fool and make people not want to bring you on to future productions.
100%. What up, Lance? How's it going? No, that's amazing. That's absolutely incredible. And what's been your experience just like making films? Because I know you've done various different film outings and stuff of your own, right?
Yeah. So there are like some that I have oversaw productions of that are on like an indefinite hiatus, just because like there were background issues that I don't know when I'm going to be able to fix. But the various productions that I've been a part of, whether it's things like directing photography, sound design, even something as simple as boom operating, getting all those different roles that you fill in those productions, kind of like I said before, it gets you in that room with that same people who are just as passionate about this stuff as you are.
Right.
And you not only do you learn more about what you're doing there, or like what your active role is, but it gets you also more accustomed to talking to those kind of people, because of what field you're going into, or like that really, what's the word I'm looking for? It can really, so based on what field you're in, like whether it's film, nursing, whatever, the group of people you're going to be interacting with varies. So, and you talk to those people in different ways. So just being on those sets can really teach you how to interact with those people, like the do's and don'ts of that.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Like I bet it's someone who has not done anything in the film world, that sounds like it's such a learning opportunity. Like it feels like you have to go into each one of those projects being like, okay, what can I get out of this? Like what can I learn? Even if it's not money, even if it's not what information can I take from this and incorporate it into my real world and my future ventures. So that's definitely very, very inspiring.
And going into those classes too, like in the early days that I was there, it was basically one of those moments where, everything that was shown to me basically made me go, okay, I need to forget like 95% of the stuff I think I know and, absorb what's being told to me now.
That's fair. Yeah.
That's some humble pie that you have to eat for this.
For sure. Like, I bet there's a lot of things, someone who has not gone to film school, who does not have a knowledge outside of just the fan stuff, where it's like, I bet this is how it's done, and then in reality it's like, no, actually, that's
Right.
not how it works at all, actually. Just shut up and listen and, and take all this knowledge.
That's easy for some people.
Yeah, for sure. But on the flip side of that, we're going to be jumping into a couple of the news stories in today's episode. Speaking of the fan side of things, it's been a pretty exciting week, I'd say, just to be a fan. There's been a lot of trailers you've been working on, what you've been doing. I mean, you obviously upload on TikTok and Twitter and, TikTok and YouTube.
A little bit everywhere.
Like yeah. So where do you kind of get your start on the internet web, if you will?
What I'll say is what I got my start on was actually the first ever video I uploaded to YouTube, which does not exist anymore for reasons. It was a reaction video to the Arrow season 6 sizzle reel, which is obviously very different from what I do now. But you have to get your start somewhere, and it's just like, I love these shows, and people do reaction videos, so why not? And then eventually, as I saw video essays like popping up on YouTube, because Arrow season 6 was like 2016, something like that. No, it was the Arrow season 5 sizzle reel. That's what it was. It was like around 2016 or whatever. So like the bulk of the video essays, at least in like the comic book community, hadn't really popped up yet, because like the big nexus point of that was like, High Top Films, Brown Table, that whole little corner. But that was a big part of it. Also just like, I grew up making little music videos on Windows Movie Maker of like, again, I would do a lot of Arrowverse little AMVs or whatever, just random stuff like that. And then eventually, I just kept doing it until I actually formed into something that actually made sense.
Sure. I feel like I don't know if I've ever had someone on here that's talked about like the video essay side of the internet, because I do feel like that's very different than the typical like reaction channel or your commentary channel. There's a lot of work that goes into the video essay. I do
think it's interesting that like you mentioning commentary, because commentaries and video essays, there's a lot of crossover there.
Yeah.
Like Gabby Bell, for example, is someone I watch a lot. And she's kind of in between there, but like there's a lot of videos she does, like especially recently, that are like super high quality, super well written, or like Drew Gooden, same thing.
Sure.
Commentary. Nakey Jakey just did like a 2-hour, Counter-Strike video essay, basically.
Sure.
Extremely serious too. I just think it's cool how like those different categories cross over.
Sure. Yeah, like I feel like everyone kind of strives to be those kind of channels, right? Like I feel like everyone kind of wants to be, I guess, taken seriously. They want to get their point across in so many various ways. And like I feel like nobody really knows how to get there. Like no one knows how to like, okay, how do I start? How do I get into that world? How do I put those words into the prompt and into the script and like write it down and do all that various stuff. And I think they can turn out very badly, like they can turn out just very cheaply and stuff like that. But also I think if you do it correctly, you can make something really special. And I feel like you have done a very good job. I loved your Wakanda Forever video, and like that's a video that felt like there was so much heart and so much passion. I was like, oh my gosh, like he said on here last year that he was going to do it, and he finally did. And I was like, this is awesome. This is amazing.
Yeah, it was almost a myth at that point. But it was like, it was something I had wanted to do for a while. I'm a huge Ryan Coogler fan. I just saw Sinners last night. I came out shaking, pumping my fist in the air. But it's just like, I think some people have like read my scripts, have described like the way I write as like articulating a feeling, like kind of convincing people like of why I like this thing, which I think is the best way to describe what I do. Because like there are academic elements to some of what I do, but I'm also not like I'm not doing like what like Answers in Progress does, if you're familiar. They're very science focused, very like almost like data analysis focused sometimes. And I do want to delve more into that, but I think the like kind of the tangible emotional reaction to art is also a pretty valuable thing. And approaching that through like an essayist lens, I think is valuable. Especially, when backed up by textual evidence and stuff like that. That I was raised by an English teacher, so
that's incredible. That's amazing. I feel like we move on from media so quickly nowadays. It feels like there's always this kind of this cycle where it's like, oh, a movie comes out and it's like, okay, that's awesome, and by next week it's like, well, it's done. It's like, wait, that fantastic piece of art that they spent 2, 3, 4 years developing and writing and producing and filming and acting in is just like gone. Next thing. I think maybe that's the whole Marvel thing or whatever, and how we
I think that's something that is hurting Marvel. It's not. I don't see Marvel as this like monster that is like murdering the film industry, because it's really not that simple.
Right.
There's a collection of factors, and also like there are Marvel movies that are, very very emotional pieces of art. And I'd say the movie we're talking about today is an example of that. But it's just like, I think as a culture we are scared of having art that sits with us, that has a lasting impact on us, because that's kind of uncomfortable. Because like like the end of Wakanda Forever, something like that, you have like a mid-credit scene or whatever, but it's one of the quietest scenes you've ever seen, and it's literally just about the grieving process, about moving forward and family, and that's like the stuff that'll stick with you. Or like what I was talking with Sinners, when I got done with that movie, I was shaking, I was like freaking out, because this movie had like an impact on me. And I think that's like invaluable, and I think we get to a dangerous place when it needs to be quick, which is like, I guess that's part of the impact of streaming, is that if we're watching something in our house, we can pause it, or we can fast forward over something that might make us uncomfortable.
Right. It's no,
So, yeah.
like I 100% agree with you. Like there's so many various things about it, and like I would agree. I do think it probably started with Marvel at one point in time, where like they had a post-credit scene. So like before the movie's even over, you're wondering, hey, what's next? What is this building to? What are we going towards? But you're right. Like I feel like we don't like fully appreciate the longevity of arts in the long-term way. I agree with you. I think some people are afraid to feel things. Like I think we just had Thunderbolts, and like I thought that movie was such an emotional like roller coaster, and I feel like a lot of people are afraid to admit like, hey, you might relate to some of the themes of a movie like this. Hey, you might
you might have some shame rooms.
Sure. And like even like in this comic book space, there's a lot of like, why is there politics in my blah blah blah? And it's like, yes, but sometimes you have to address these things. These are real things that you have to address.
I have a video about that. I'm working on a video about that exact subject.
We did it again, folks. Put it on your calendars.
Yeah. I think there's a almost dystopian absurdity to thinking that we shouldn't have art that connects with reality. Because it's not just escapism. Like escapism is great. But art should leave us with something that we can use. Like like with Thunderbolts or whatever. Talking about mental health and talking about how we can deal it's giving us tools of how to deal with the things in our lives, even if people might not want to sit with that. But I think that's an important thing about art, giving us tools to navigate navigate our feelings, navigate political situations, navigate our relationships with other people, navigate our mental well-being. I think those are all very relevant things relevant things of now, and also just relevant things of like art. I don't think art can be passive. At least it shouldn't be. There's value to like forgetting for a while, but also you shouldn't. The experience shouldn't be so forgettable that like you just blacked out in a theater, and then you just wake up and it's like 2 hours and a half just never happened.
I know. I think we're not there, but like sometimes I do look at certain movies and I'm like, I hope this isn't the future. Like I hate hating on it so much because I know I have friends who really loved it, but like Minecraft was a weird one for me because it's like I'm totally okay with movies like that coming out and people having fun and being very mindless, whatever. But like when it is about to approach $1 billion at the box office and people are saying like, oh, that's what we can do. We can just make more of those and it will bring us more money. Like that's the path that can be very concerning sometimes.
Meme movies.
Yes, just like mindless. Just don't think about things. Just go in. It's going to be an interesting couple years because we might talk about this later too once we get into like the Iron Man 3 of it all. But like AI is becoming a lot more palpable every single day. It's like, oh man, like what is all this coming to?
It's also important to consider that like something like Minecraft. For the record, I haven't seen Minecraft. So like I have no leg to stand on here, but I think the potential is the like the end game effect. And this is not like not any hate to the movie or whatever. I could say end game effect, No Way Home effect, whatever.
Right.
Is like films that can't be consumed at home.
Sure.
Like Minecraft, for example. That's a specific kind of community experience.
Right.
Like, there will not likely be a lot of enjoyment of watching that like on DVD or on streaming, unless you get a bunch of, you know, teenagers together in a living room and watch it.
Right.
Like it doesn't have the same like staying power as like, I don't want to get in the way of like saying, you know, this is a real film and this is like not a real film.
Right.
It's a different kind of experience. And potentially just a completely different thing.
Yeah, like I do wonder with a movie like Minecraft in like 30 years, or even like in like a hypothetical like 100 years when the Earth is gone and like aliens beam down, it's like,
yeah,
what are they going to be able to take away from a movie like a Minecraft or something like that?
Yeah, what will be left of our civilization?
Exactly.
It's like I remember like years ago, the BBC transmitted the first episode of Doctor Who into space, which they still haven't made an episode about what happened with that. But I think it would be hilarious if they did an episode about that. But like, you know, they did that back then, and you know, that's a good thing to transmit into space. But sure. Like, what would we transmit into space as like a representation of our culture in like 50 years?
Sure.
Would we be proud?
That's the whole thing, where it's like, what one piece of art or one piece of media would you want to represent all of us? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I could justifiably feel confident enough of seeing enough media to be like, this is the one. They have to see this one. This Plus, is what like, humanity's all about.
The answers would be different. For, you know, between like us and say, you know, certain people.
Sure.
Yeah.
even like your grandparents, like what do they perceive as the golden standard? Like the first thing that like came to mind was almost like, you know what, like Everything Everywhere All at Once is like a good, like, this is the like the human experience kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because also like that movie has like fighting dildos and stuff. Like is that what I want to bring? I don't know. Like that wouldn't be what my grandma would. You know. So
there's certain people I couldn't show that movie to.
100%. Yeah.
But it is like, you know, like in that case, like that's a good representation of this place and time.
Sure.
Maybe it's not a good representation. It would be very difficult to represent all of humanity, which is kind of what we're trying to do when we have these movies that are like almost like movies by committee.
Mm.
We're trying to like make statistically monetary movies,
right?
Which is like, you know, like where do you draw the line?
Right.
Yeah.
100%. No, that's incredible. You also, and we can cut this out in post if this isn't something you want on here, but you also make comments, right? Is that something that you still do?
Yes. So we did the fundraiser for Prodigy Comics #1 earlier this year.
Amazing.
And we got $3,500. It was great.
Whoa.
The goal was 3,000. So like, yeah, we're happy about it.
Yeah.
And let's see, where is it? Give me one sec.
Of course. Let me read some comments while we are waiting. LBM in the chat. Hello. How's it going? Hello, Flash Freak. How's it going? Hello, Lance. How's it going? Hello, Stranger. How's it going? Congrats on your John Diggle tweet, Derek.
It gave me a little bit of practice with like lighting and stuff. Like you have to worry about a physical camera. It's a little different from like 2D or even CGI animation. But then that branched me into filmmaking, and that's what I always wanted to do. I think deep down, even when I thought I wanted to do animation, I like live action. Like I love animation. Like animation is very dear to me.
Right.
A lot of my favorite movies are animated to the point where you'd think my film taste is that of a child. But
same.
But I still love like look, I'm talking about How to Train Your Dragon today.
Right.
So it's very clear I love animation. But I always wanted to do live action. There's just something different about it that I think is really cool.
Sure. No, I definitely get that, and I feel like that is a very important skill to have. Like it's good to have people in your corner that can help you and that can make your goals. And I think networking is very important, but also it's very impressive to be like, well, I don't got nobody, so what am I going to do? Like how am I going to express myself creatively? And I think that's at least a good challenge for anyone who's in the art or who's making art of any sorts of ways. Try it by yourself first and then expand on what you can do later and like how you can achieve that craft later on. So that is incredible for sure. But with that being said, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions as sort of like a creator speed round, just for people to get to know you a little bit better. Okay. If there's any of these questions you don't want to answer, let me know. The two I like to ask everybody as just like a fun kind of get to know you. Favorite movie of all time?
That changes every day.
I feel that.
It also sometimes changes depending on who I'm talking to. Like, when I was in film school, I didn't often say any of like the superhero movies that I love because a lot of the professors kind of look down on those a bit.
Right.
Which was kind of annoying. But whatever. What are you gonna do?
Right.
My go-to answer at film school was either, if I did want to say a comic movie, I'd say Logan, because that is in my on Letterboxd, that's in my top 4.
Right.
But my go-to answer was usually La La Land, but the true answer is probably Paddington 2.
Paddington 2 is such a good one, though. I feel like that one has kind of gone into like the main pop culture sphere now, where like everyone's like, yeah, Paddington's the GOAT. What was it during COVID where it was like the highest rated movie of all time for like
it had 100%
5 months
on Rotten Tomatoes for so long until they found one negative review and dropped down to 99. I'll never forgive them for that.
How dare they?
Paddington 2 is a perfect film.
Incredible. Favorite movie theater experience?
Ooh. That's got to be Infinity War. The first time I saw it the Thursday opening night. Just the fact that everyone was like reacting pretty like a normal Marvel movie, and then Thanos snapped his fingers, and it was the quietest I've ever heard a movie theater.
Yeah,
and it was like incredible, especially because there was like no music in that scene. It was just silence and people reacting to the fact that half of the universe is dying. I'd say that was probably the best movie theater experience I had.
Agreed. Yeah, like I don't think there's anything that will top that for me, especially since that was my first Marvel movie in a theater, mainly because I didn't go to movies a lot as a kid. Like that wasn't a thing. It wasn't until I got like my own money that I could be like, hey, let's go watch movies in like in a theater. So like that was like at the time, like, hey mom, I know we don't go to movies, but we gotta go see this movie in theaters. Like,
yeah, you had to see that one in theaters. If you missed that, it would be ridiculous.
No, that's such a pulp culture. And like, I don't know, like I kind of feel like, and you can have your problems with that movie, but I feel like you can't necessarily. I feel like if you love superheroes, it's hard not to love Infinity War, even if you have your problems with it. Like it is just a.
Yeah, and I have some problems with it too, but like I think it is one of the best comic book movies ever made.
It is so much fun. It is so much fun. What's the best film soundtrack?
That's difficult. That is so, because there are so many good ones.
So good.
I'm just gonna list a bunch of them.
Okay.
One that comes to mind, especially with the topic, is How to Train Your Dragon.
Yes.
Like the score is gorgeous.
That's my favorite
it was
score.
one of the best parts of the live action one was getting to hear that in the theater again. Another one that I feel like people don't talk about too much is Finding Nemo. Like I get some of those like motifs and stuff in my head. I get film scores in my head for some reason.
Yes.
And Finding Nemo is one of them. There's others. I love the MCU Spider-Man movies themes, and the Sam Raimi ones too. Like both of those Spider-Man themes are amazing. This one hasn't even come out yet, but I keep getting the Fantastic Four's theme stuck in my head for the new one. Michael Giacchino is my favorite film composer. So like anything from him is amazing. Like The Incredibles is incredible. He did that. He did Ratatouille. There's a few others. He's done a lot of Pixar, and he's done a few more. Like Doctor Strange. He did Doctor Strange, and that one's also solid. La La Land too. Like
La La Land's good.
Like that's one of my favorite movies ever, and it's mostly because of the music. Not entirely because of the music, but I could go on and on about La La Land.
Yeah, I think you're right about How to Train Your Dragon. That's my favorite score of all time. I don't think anything
very
would
valid.
ever beat
That's
it.
such an amazing score.
And then like this is more so on like the song side of it, but like the Lion King will always be like
the Lion King is amazing too.
Like banger after banger after banger.
The scene where Mufasa appears in the sky and you hear the music swelling, like that brings me to tears.
Wow. Yeah, for sure. If you could make any movie based on any already established character, who would it be and why?
Okay, anybody who follows me knows this answer.
Yeah.
It's The Flash. I am obsessed with the character. He's one of the three superheroes that I'm most obsessed with. Is him. I see him on your mug. Is The Flash, Miss Marvel, and Spider-Man. But The Flash, I feel like hasn't gotten the best reputation or representation. I mean, in media, he had a show that was good for 3 years and then kind of dipped. I stuck with it the entire time because Stockholm syndrome, and also because that show is actually what like fully got me into comic books, I would argue. But the movie did him such a disservice, and that's not why I wanted to make a Flash movie before that movie came out. I've literally written, I never finished a draft, but I've written a couple drafts of, like, I have a whole movie in mind. I know what I would do with the Flash. I have multi-picture, like, planned out, not super detailed yet, but the first film is very detailed. Like, I know exactly what I would do with the Flash.
Flash needs done justice. Like that Flash show is one of my favorite shows of all time. Despite
me too.
its many misfaults, it's my favorite show of all time. Like you said about like lying about your favorite movie, Flash is one I kind of, depending on who I'm talking to, maybe I won't mention the Flash every now and again, for obvious reasons. But
it means Flash so much to me, even though it was garbage at times. it's my garbage.
It's rough sometimes, for sure.
The first 2 seasons are genuinely amazing. Like, I think that's some really solid combo content.
And my last question here, I'm about to list off 4 characters. You can only keep one of these characters.
Oh, no.
The rest are gone forever. They're just
these
gone.
are tough.
Spider-Man. Miss Marvel.
So they're tailored, I see.
Moana.
Moana.
The Flash.
Didn't see Moana coming.
I've done my research.
Okay. So if we're talking about who's been important to me for the longest, I would say Spider-Man. But I feel like I would have to keep Miss Marvel though.
Oh wow.
Just because of her like importance like culturally.
Sure.
She's iconic like instantly, basically, like after her first appearance. Like that comic cover has become iconic, at least I believe so. And she's just so relatable, and I feel like it's important to have good representation in general. So she's great. Like I've spoken to people who are from her culture, and they've all agreed that she is great representation of Pakistani American culture, or just Pakistani culture in general. So I feel like that's super important. So I think my answer is Miss Marvel.
Miss Marvel's good. I think she's one of the best, like, kind of like newcomers inside the new space. Like, it's really, really hard to break through that wall of these very iconic, very popular comic book characters, and to like be seen on the front lines as like one of your kind of major new characters. So it's really cool, especially after the show had come out, and you know how popular, and that actress, of course, is such a joy to watch on screen. I love her so much.
Like I'm gonna support everything she's in, even if it looks bad.
Oh, I'm so obsessed with her journey. I can't wait for that like documentary one day of just like never being in a project, just like never, not an actor at all, and just being like, hey, you want to like do a Marvel thing? And they're like, sure, I love Marvel.
Especially with her being obsessed with Marvel for so long.
Yeah, like that's the like dream, right? Like that's the fantasy of being like a nobody and being like, hey, you want to be in the most popular franchise
first major job
in the world?
Your first major job is Marvel. Like that would be insane.
Crazy. Yeah. And she's damn
like,
good at
I
it.
got to go direct my Flash movie in like a year.
And then she got to like do the comic as well. It's like they handed her the keys, and like that is
they screwed her over
incredible.
a little bit with those comics, but yeah.
yeah, for sure. Let me go through a couple of these comments here really quickly. Again, we know each other. At this point, I consider you a good friend of mine. We've talked a lot. And I really love getting to have the council family over here, because a lot of these people I know very well. I talk with them on the day. I mean, we talk at least 2 times a week most of the times, if not more. But this does give me the opportunity to kind of get to know who you are and your past on YouTube and how you kind of got your start. So the basic question I usually ask everybody is, how did you get your start on the platform? If that's YouTube, if that's TikTok, if that's whatever, where was the, like, your name is Run Unchained. Was there ever a point you maybe were chained? Is it like what's the origin on that side of things?
That's interesting. Yeah, so I think on social media, it's not on YouTube. I was always going by El Ronan for some reason. Yeah, and then I just shut down. And then when I started doing YouTube, I was like, let me just put everything Ronan Unchained. That way, people don't fully know my name, because I like that anonymity.
Yeah.
And keep it consistent. I believe I started either late 2015 or somewhere in 2016, and it was I had just started college, and you hear this, I remember being like, oh, cool, I don't have to worry about 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. school anymore. I can do whatever I want. And then I remember signing up for stuff, and I was like, I don't want to do this. What the hell am I going to do? And I remember 2015, 2016 were very important years for me, because I found the class that studied film, and I was like, we get to go to school and watch movies and we do this stuff? What the? And then around that same time, I discovered Kevin Smith's Comic Man TV show on Netflix and Blade Runner. And I was just like, it's not just the stuff that they showed us in the movie theater. We could do all this stuff. And Kevin Smith was someone who had a huge impact on my life, because he was this guy who was in his 40s or 50s. I forget, Mr. Smith, forgive me if I'm throwing this number out. Who was later in his life and was willing to be as geeky as I was. And I was just like, that's allowed?
Yeah.
And, I didn't really spend too much time on YouTube at that point. I think for good reasons. Like, I stayed away from that. And I think the big bang for having any interest in that was, being introduced to Kevin Smith and seeing people's response to the Force Awakens teaser or official trailer. And I remember getting emotional and me being pumped for that movie, and then seeing people's reaction to it. I was just like, I like that. Can I be a part of that? I want to be part of that. And again, I look back at it now. I haven't seen it in a while, but like, I remember my first video I put up. It's just a camera in my garage, and my friends just at a table talking to each other. And I was just like, I look at it now and I'm like, oh my gosh, the lighting, it looks so. But I was like, oh, we're doing the thing that I see that the people doing, and yeah, I learned basic editing. I'm still not great at it, I don't think, but that was the ball rolling of like post high school, where I didn't talk about this stuff as much as I was into it, but now early young adult phase, and people are into it, and I'm like, all right, I want to be part of that. And then I discovered people like the guys now, that's their third channel, but the Heroes Reforged guys. I discovered Akasan, I discovered The Real Rejects, Blind Wave, and I was just like, holy shit, like, they're older than me. They're like my cousin's age, and yet they're just as geeky as I am. And so that's where that happened. And then 9 years later, I'm still doing this stuff right now. So
that's incredible. That is a commitment that I feel like a lot of people don't have, and I think, at least from my POV, it's at least paid off, because I see you doing all these really cool things. I see you interviewing these amazing people. I see you working with these incredible individuals and having these amazing experiences. And I was like, that is someone that I think knows what he wants, and he's not going to let anyone tell him he can't do it. And that's something that I respect the hell out of you. And I think you are one of the people that in this little space we have, I can look at you and be like, he's doing it right. Like he is gardening the space that he wants to see more in this community. You are easily one of the most positive, the most upfront and like genuine people I've met while doing this whole journey. And so like, in some ways, I think you're like an inspiration. Like you're like one of the people I'm like, yeah, I want to try and do more like that, and look what he's trying to inspire out into the world. So I think you're doing something right. I really do.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I put that blame on, again, my folks don't get what I mean, they kind of get what I do, but they're like, okay, I guess you're good at it, I do your things. I blame them for that. And then like a lot of those names I mentioned, like I didn't know. Oh man, like I look back at some of those old videos, I didn't know how to speak to the camera, how to manage this.
Yeah.
And again, and I think I don't tell these people that much. Like I see a lot of these creators, their old videos, often. To remind myself, all right, this is how the energy was.
Yeah.
And how even it's still with them now, but you know that there's been mileage and time and experience change that, but I still need that, kinetic dynamite energy. And so I go back to and rewatch a lot of stuff. I do a lot of that with our podcast. Sometimes I'll rewatch stuff from our first times we talked to now. Just see a bit of someone, messing up or saying something. I was just like, it's the madness that I look back and be like, I need to remind myself of that, not be jaded by too much stuff, even though there's a lot to get jaded by these days.
Yeah.
I blame all those people I mentioned for that. If there's any talent, if there's any good into it, if you will, and whatnot, especially like the best part of all this stuff is just like, all right, I've now joined two different communities. They're essentially one community, but two different dynamic groups. And yet we all mangle with each other, and yet we have definitive, fascinating, different dynamics with each other, and we still all get along for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think I think you brought up something very important to like anyone that wants to do anything. If this is what we're doing, if you're singing, if you're writing, I think the most important key to any of it is just you gotta just do it. Like you have to put it out there. And like you're going I know that sounds like such a basic thing to say, but I think people who do it for the first time be like, well, that sucked, now I'm doing something else. And like I'm guilty of that myself, of being like, oh, I'm not good at that, so I'm done. And it's like, well, no, gotta do it for a while, sometimes an annoyingly long time. And like just doing this show, like I every 6 months, I look back at the previous 6 months and be like, man, that guy sucked. That guy wasn't good at this. And then in 6 months from now, I guarantee I'm going to do that again. Be like, this episode with Roden, I was doing terrible. And it's like slowly seeing myself evolve over you just gotta keep going, 100%. And then you do like a lot, like you go to a lot of places, you do a lot of things. Do you have any favorite memories going all to these various places? Like I know you went to Japan a couple weeks ago, right? For a Star Wars thing. That's insane. Like is that up there in terms of what you've got to do?
Yeah, it's weird. I'm in my late 20s, but I feel emotionally and like mentally that like I just turned 2021, and I feel like this decade I've lived now, I should have lived it during high school. I think it would have helped out a lot in the mid-20s and then in the 20s. But yeah, Japan was extraordinary. I mean, there's stuff in the private life that like I still have to manage that it could have enhanced the experience way more. But first of all, it's expensive as hell to go there. But I remember going, like, I'm not just doing this selfish, like, I need to get out of the house. I need to get out of the country just to shake something up and whatnot. And yeah, Japan is up there because I went to a place I've wanted to go for a long time for the first time. I did on my own, no family. I met a mutual friend of ours, Busy Braun, for the first time in person after doing this, what we're doing, years virtually, and like it was a cool moment to meet him for the first time. I got to reunite with other fellow friends like Kyle Katar and Akasan. I met the normies for the first time, so it was a very like sweetening experience of like different country, different vibe of day-to-day life for a week. Language, all this stuff, just shaping up your normal day-to-day. Like sometimes stuff like this or something like Comic-Con, I need it not because of a vice, even though it probably is a vice. I just needed to shake off my day-to-day things because I don't think I'm at a comfortable phase yet in my day-to-day to warrant not wanting to travel. So I need to travel. I need to do that stuff. So yeah, most definitely Japan is up there. I know when I went to England for the first time for Star Wars Celebration again, that was a cool thing because that was the first time I traveled on my own. I went internationally, and then I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't gamble, even though I would like to gamble a little more. But Comic-Cons, that's my thing. That's what I'm like. All right, for a weekend, even though it goes like that, I just get to let loose for a little bit and just do something that I don't care if anybody else isn't doing it or not. I'm like, I'm into it.
That's fair. That's fair. No, like I definitely get what you're saying about needing to get out of your own environment. Like I think that is so crucial for anybody. Like as someone who lives in like, you know, a little town in Ohio and doesn't get out a lot, right? I do would recommend to anybody anytime you get to go out. I'm this is being pre-recorded because I'm going to Tennessee in a couple of days for vacation with my family, and like that time of year is so special to me because I didn't grow up doing any of that. You know, I didn't go out of the country, or I didn't go out of the like state for the first time until I was like 18, 19. So it's like those moments are special, especially when you are enclosed, when you're, especially like us, because we're in our chairs a lot, right? Like we're in front of these screens, we're sitting sometimes 2, 3, 4 hours on end, and then you get up and you go to work and then you do the same thing the next day. So it is important to have those times of the year where it's like, okay, this is my own space. I get to relax. Even if you're not, like, even if you can't afford to go somewhere, I recommend, and this is what I do a lot, I change my whole setup a lot. I change my room. I move where certain things are because your brain, that helps your brain to be like, oh, this is a new space. This is something fresh and new. And even if you're like at your work, just like maybe mix up how you go about doing certain things can be very helpful as well.
Yeah. I wish I would do that more. I remember I did initially. I took a bit from it, but like I would always have something in the back one up. But like once in a while, I have here an X-Men poster, and I have something of Last of Really. I'm like, okay, this is the stuff like I need energy from, and that's why I'm a collectible. A bunch of stuff. Like I have so many damn posters, but like I remember hearing Guillermo del Toro saying that he has his own house where he has all his collectible stuff, and the reason why is because A, he's a nerd, but B, he uses that to get energy out of it. So if he needs to write something and wants to do research, he has that kinetic stuff to give a different vibe, like much like you do with switching up your setup. Yeah,
if it does frustrate me because I have like hundreds of Funkos and none of them really fit behind me when I do this show to show them off. It's like no one can see all the stuff I got. Oh no. But no, that's incredible. And if you were to kind of wrap up the segment, like if you were to let people know something about you that they may not know already or they might not assume about you, what do you think that would be?
Damn. I don't know. Like maybe I should do more. Like I'm Latino, even though with Among Us that's almost a bit nowadays. That I'm like, oh, he's the Latino in the group. I guess that I'm into. It's weird. Someone told me I've heard a couple of times throughout my life that like you have an old soul. What I mean, like, look what you're into. I'm like the music I'm into is very old. There's not that much modern stuff. Movies I'm into, a couple of modern stuff, but like mostly it's just old stuff. So yeah, I have. It's weird. I have a range of likeness when it comes to almost everything: comic books, manga, films, television, women. I guess I don't know. It's fascinating. Like I can't do just one genre. Like I have such I respect people who are just into this one thing and that's it. Yeah. And I'm like, and you know me, like I love Star Wars. I will camp out for these events or do the movie marathons at movie theaters. But it's not the.
But yeah, no, we're gonna be going over the kind of road to getting here in today's episode. Obviously, I feel like this production has been so interesting because unlike others, I feel like James Gunn has kind of given us breadcrumbs like leading up. Like I feel like every month there's at least been something to have come out, if that's a good thing or if that's a bad thing, if that's universally praised or universally kind of shit on. So I'm excited to kind of go into that a bit later. I'm going to go into some comments here really quickly. Dalton said, I'm here somehow. Well, welcome. Flashrick is here. Hello. My good buddy Chainsaw. It's always a good day when Pipeline is live. Absolutely. Thank you so much, my friend. Taladia said, hello, Darren. Hello. Dalton said, somehow the Smurfs have returned. Unfortunately. Do you think this is it for like Smurfs? Do you think they'll try again in like another 5 years if this doesn't do well, or do you think we're done?
Maybe they'll resurrect it in some way. Like years later, they'll be doing like a Frankenstein of some sorts, and they'll be like, "We got the Smurfs, but somehow they're back in a way." Yeah. I don't know, like Palpatine, I guess, but yeah.
Maybe
I feel like Smurfs No Way Home is where we're going with this. We bring back the different universes. Yeah, we fold them in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe next time it's like we've done live action Smurfs with like Neil Patrick Harris, but maybe it's like CGI, like actual live action Smurfs with like
like
CGI.
Sonic. Like Sonic. Oh god. Oh no, I think they did that years ago.
Yeah.
Yes, they did that.
Neil Patrick Harris. Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah. Wow. That was years ago. Time is going.
Yeah, that was like 3 franchises ago now, which is crazy.
Oh my god, the concept of counting time through franchises. It's like that Spaceballs like 2 crawl.
It's like, oh my god. Just like using that. Like, how many years ago was 2018? Was like, I don't know, Infinity War. That's that long ago? What? What do you mean?
Oh, I definitely do that now with like COVID, where I think I was like, oh yeah, that was prior to COVID, and it's like, what? It was 6 years ago? Are you mad? Are you crazy?
That feels weird. That feels weird thinking about it, man.
For sure. But yeah, we're gonna get today's episode started here. Since the last time I had you guys on the show, we started this segment called Creator Spotlight, which gives me an opportunity to talk to you guys about your history on YouTube and your history with podcasting and your history just kind of in the space. Now this is your 3rd time, but I was thinking recently, I was like, I don't know how they got their start on YouTube in those very early days of the Out of Time Film Podcast. So just to start, and if you guys don't want to talk about this, you can't, but how did you two meet? Because I feel like you two are the only people I've had on the show that are like creators that kind of like work together in the space. So how did that whole story started? If that's something that you wouldn't mind talking about.
Do you remember the day, John, that we met?
Yes. This was many moons ago. Where sorry, not the medieval time. So that was too far. So the day that we met, we were both 7 or no, we were both 7.
7, yeah.
Whoa.
And Tom just moved house at that time, so he moved down at the road. So I met his mum, and his mum was like, "You can meet Tom like later on in the day he'll be out just playing Star Wars with the lightsabers, with
damn.
the actual
She wasn't
like
wrong.
Yeah, she wasn't wrong. Like with the actual like pop out lightsabers that you just fling. So
yeah.
So later on, my mom was like, John, look, it's Tom out there, out in the street playing Star Wars. I didn't know what Star Wars at the time, so my mom just dragged me out the house, and then she just placed me in the middle of the road, and then she shouted, "Hey, is that you, Tom? Hi!" And Tom just turned around, like it's like he was just frozen with fear. Just turned around and looked at us. And it was like, yeah, hi. And then we just exchanged conversations, just saying, "Hi, yeah, I'm John, and you're Tom." And then Tom said to me, "Do you want to play Star Wars?" And that's how our relationship started from there. So, yeah,
that's the cutest thing I've ever heard in my life.
It sounds so beautiful.
It sounds like the start of like some like animated movie where like those two best friends have been friends for 20 years. Some like Chip and Dale or like Garfield or something. Where it's like
Diary of Wimpy Kid, really.
Yeah,
is what I'm feeling. Now, like John, you made it sound so lovely, but from my perspective, there I was. My mum hadn't told me anything, and I was dressed as Anakin Skywalker, of course.
I remember.
With a purple lightsaber here. So I was mixing and matching, and I was locked in. I was dueling the air like no one has ever. And then I just heard someone shouting, and I turned, and it was you. And the first conversation we ever had was from like, about 30 meters away, and you were like, "Do you want to come and play with me?" And I was like, "What?" And I remember so distinctly like being like, "Okay," and then running inside and being to my mum, I was like, "There's a strange kid just yelling at me." And she was like, "Oh no, I know who that is. You should go and play with him." And I was like, "Okay." Sure. I was very confused.
Wow.
So from then we grew up having such similar interests. I think mostly in Marvel movies. I mean, like one memory that I have is when we watched the Civil War trailer with Spider-Man in it, and we screamed. We were
like
feral
down the street, like up and down, because of how ecstatic we were. And we also bonded over Guardians of the Galaxy with the soundtrack. And I listened to the soundtrack so many times, and I was like, "This is such good music." And then that's how I got into music and movies a lot from there. So, wow, yeah, that brought back so many memories of that.
That's incredible. And so, when did the podcast kind of join into the fray? Was it around that time of like your Marvel movies and Guardians and stuff, or did that happen a bit later?
It happened much later. It was like the end of lockdown number 1. So we're talking August 2020. And we'd already filmed some YouTube like videos that we may never see the light of day. I hope that they do, because they're very funny. And we didn't really know what we were doing. Not that we still do, but less so. And we I was just kind of thinking, okay, so according to the UK's laws, we are allowed to, sit in a garden together. So why don't we do a podcast? And we were so hyped about DC fandom, actually kind of appropriate. We were so excited for the future of DC that I thought, let's make a podcast on this. And we just sat in my garden for about 2 hours and just talked about that and Tenet.
With your iPhone, or was it my iPhone? I think
it was one of our iPhones.
Yeah, and we just yapped for ages in that garden. And we were also doing a lot of like comedy skits a lot of the time. We just filmed a lot of things with the camcorder, Tom's camcorder.
Yes.
And that's how we kind of just knew a lot what we wanted to say in some skits. But yeah, we just talked ages on the in the garden. And then throughout the early years, here's things got tricky. It's because so we used Zoom, and we didn't know podcast microphones, or we didn't know the proper like etiquette for podcasting. So we didn't have the best of microphones. I used my iPhone to record with the podcast through Zoom. So those who are going to go through the history of the podcast, be warned. The audio is yes, don't. The audio is bad, like very bad. That we didn't know it was going to be bad until we looked at it years later. Like, oh, this is bad.
Yeah,
the audio is that bad. So
yeah, we lost a lot of good viewers, I would say.
Yes, with that, yeah, the audio isn't that good.
I feel like it does sometimes take you having to improve to realize that what you were doing prior maybe wasn't as good. You have to be like, oh, I've seen where I can go. And then you go back, it's like, oh, what the heck was I doing? Like, I remember my very early days, like I think it was like 2017, I was doing bullshit. Like I would just like roll an apple like down like stairs and film it and be like, this is peak content. People need to see me roll this apple down the.
Is that an actual video?
Oh, it's long gone now. That's off the internet. You can't find it no more. But like, it's me just like recreating memes and doing stupid shit and just like you know. I think you just have to kind of like do it right. Like there isn't a okay, do this and then do this and do this. You have to like just go for it, and then it's like okay, see how we did. Do it again next week, and then do it again, and then do it again, and do it again, and eventually you're going to get better. You're going to improve. You're going to kind of find your rhythm. And I feel like, I think I saw a little bit of your DC fandom episode. I think the first time I worked with you guys, I kind of went through some of that like catalog, and I'll say it, like you guys definitely have improved over the course of what is it?
Oh, thank
6 years now that you guys have done it. So
almost 5.
Almost 5. Okay, gotcha.
5 years have passed. Oh my god.
Do you guys have a favorite episode that you guys have done, or like a favorite movie that you've talked about?
Oh, that's
difficult.
Ooh, that's difficult with that.
I always love the ones that we do at the end of the year, the best of videos, because we always
Yeah,
find stuff we haven't talked about. So we talk about, you know, some because we focus a lot on like blockbuster stuff, franchise stuff, but we'll get to talk about some indie projects and, you know, films that, you know, they're not necessarily going to be a full episode on, but we can just say, hey, you know, go and watch this, you know, incredible film that you might not have heard of. Those are always so much fun.
Yeah, they're so much fun because there wasn't really like a structure to those, because we kind of structurally talk about the stuff in movies that like what we didn't like, you know, what we loved. But that one, it was just like a recommendation of stuff that we loved, you know, throughout the year. That is a lot of fun. I agree with that. I don't know which, but I think it's the recent one that I loved, you know, doing for the end of the year stuff. There was some bangers that we had. Challenges, please watch Challenges. Anyone watched it? It's a banger movie. June, that was great last year as well. So yeah, there's so many more that I loved. But my favorite, I don't know why this came to my mind, but my favorite moment from this was this when Turning Red, the Disney film of the Pixar movie that came out years ago. I don't know when.
2022.
2020.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I remember Tom showing me the image while we were recording for Turning Red, and he was telling me about the plot, and I was like, okay, this is interesting. And then I saw the image, and I don't know why, but I just burst into laughing, just like seeing the image. I was just like, what is this? Until I realized it was Peak later on, you know. So, yeah, I don't know why that memory came to my mind with that.
Incredible.
Yeah, you lost it.
Yeah.
It's those little moments, I think, make this stuff up. It's just like these unexpected spur of the moment moments that just like, oh yeah, that's incredible. I still very much cherish the Spider-Man episode we did on here when you guys had almost the same exact ranking, and every time just like, you son of a bitch, how could you?
I swear you could have been spying on me, Tom, because how did
Oh, well, really? I think it's the other way around.
Well, I'm not in the walls. Yeah. That was funny. That was so much fun doing that.
It was very fun. It was very fun.
Okay, we're gonna be hopping into a couple of news stories here. A couple of these had kind of come out while I was kind of away. I haven't been here in the Actor Studio doing an episode in a couple weeks. Yeah, no, I mean we're gonna get this show started today. We typically start our show with Creator Spotlight, which is a segment where I kind of get to talk to you about your origins on both YouTube and TikTok, and your kind of like creator origins, if you will. So I would assume that your main place would be over on TikTok, right? That seems like it's kind of where your main place of content is, and then you kind of go over to YouTube to kind of post the stuff. Is that correct?
Yeah. I start on TikTok, and then I post it to YouTube and Instagram.
Gotcha.
So for whatever reason, I find TikTok like the easiest one to navigate. For whatever reason, I don't know why. So.
It is a lot easier to kind of like garner an audience. It seems like it's the best user friendly for pushing your content. I mean, what was your kind of inspiration for starting on YouTube? Because I know a lot of people, especially nowadays, are kind of coming onto this platform and they're realizing, oh, I can express myself via, talking about movies and TV shows. So explain your kind of start on these platforms.
Well, I actually started a page probably 3 or 4 years ago. I have always loved movies. My family, we're movie people. Because it was easier with 3 kids. It was just easier for mom to be like, hey, like watch this movie while I cook or whatever. And I started doing that, and I was starting to find some success, but kind of just took a break. I went back to school, started a new job, and kind of got off of things. And then I started another page eventually, but then I got kind of burnt out because it wasn't fun. I think with that one, I got to like maybe 350 followers.
Right.
And then this last time, I remember it's going to be so weird when you hear the movie that made me hop back on to social media. It was actually Snow White. I was watching Snow White. Yeah, and I said, even though it wasn't the best live action, I was like, I came in with very low expectations of it. So I had like a pretty decent time. I was the only one in the theater. But so I had a pretty decent time, but also I was like, man, like I kind of miss like talking about things that I like or things I didn't like. And then I went and saw what else? Something else came out that weekend. I can't remember. And that's when I kind of first started Minecraft. I saw Minecraft shortly afterward. And that one was the first movie I had gone to see. I went and saw it 4 times. Not even because I'm a Minecraft fan. I've never played the game. My friends in high school loved it. So whenever I went over their place, they played. But I was like, I never really had but I don't know. It was just a fun, dumb movie. And I say dumb as a compliment. You just don't have to think about it. So, and then seeing everyone excited, like dressing up, because people don't really do that anymore. When I was younger, that was a recurring thing. Star Wars, superhero movies, but you don't really see it that much anymore. So I got excited, and it just got my creative juices flowing, and I hopped back on TikTok.
That's incredible. Yeah, I think like I definitely agree with what you said about like talking about the movie, yes, but also talking what didn't work. And I feel like sometimes like it's either it's good or it's bad. It's like, okay, but why? Why is it bad? Why do you have that opinion? I think Snow White was one of the big ones. I like Snow White more than most do. Like that movie was kind of dead on arrival in terms of like outside reasons that had nothing to do with the movie itself. So I feel like that one for a lot of people was like, it sucks. Just let's move on and say, whoa, hold on. Why didn't that work? Is it the reasons you thought it did? I thought in many ways it wasn't for the reasons that most people didn't. But no, that's cool. Yeah, like what do you think the difference is between TikTok and YouTube? Because I feel like, I feel like most of my people kind of come from like the YouTube side of things. So like what is the experience exclusively just from the YouTube or from the TikTok side?
Most of my friends do come from TikTok. I was actually kind of nervous about kind of engaging with the audience again, but truthfully, more times than not, it's been extremely positive. I mean, guys like AMC Simps, Dane Shields. Really, like Dane actually he just saw like one of the few first videos I posted. He was like, "Hey man, you're pretty good at this. Let's grow our audiences together."
That's cool.
And seeing, and then like other people just commenting. There's a guy named Troy on there that I kind of interact with a lot, and it's been overall positive. I mean, I'm not one of those people that really responds to. Every now and then you'll get someone that has, no followers and no profile pic that'll say something, but I don't have time for it. I just kind of get to the positive, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it, and I like hearing different people's perspectives. One of the best commenters in terms of disagreeing with me is this page by the name of Film Pundit. And a lot of times he and I have different views on films. Sometimes they align, but most of the time it's different. But he disagrees and explains why without telling me my opinions are invalid. And that's what I love. I don't want everyone to agree with me. I like us being able to express why we like something, why we didn't like something, and then have a conversation about it. If we're always talking about things that we just love, which is great, there's this it kind of puts you in a bubble and you're restricted. So yeah, it's been I've enjoyed being on TikTok.
No, that's 100%. I think the goal, right, is like, yes, it's easy to kind of live in your little bubbles of like, oh yes, this is how we all feel, and that's amazing. But it becomes boring if you're kind of all agreeing on the same things, if you're talking about the same things, and you want to be able to go into those stuff with like this state of mind of like, oh, you don't see it the same way. Okay, is that a bad thing though? Is that necessarily wrong that you don't see it the same way? And sometimes, depending on what the opinion is, it can be, right? But I feel like 9 times out of 10, if you approach it from a respectful standpoint, I think these next couple weeks are going to be very interesting, like with Superman, because like that is a fandom that is going to be very interesting on both sides of it, not just one, both sides of it, of just like, well, this is how I feel, no, this is how I feel, and these like bulls like hitting each other, being like, well, you can like both and you can like neither, and that's okay. That's an okay thing to do. But no, that sounds incredible. So yeah, we're going to go into a couple of news stories here that came out throughout the week. It was kind of a slow news week, actually. There wasn't a lot of like big blockbuster, or like, because of all the big blockbuster stuff, because of Superman and Jurassic World, all the news were kind of surrounding that stuff. There wasn't a lot of big announcements that had come out, but 2 of the announcements that did come out are film sequels to 2, I guess, quote-unquote kids movies. I don't see these. Where did you get your start on YouTube? What was kind of your origins? What kind of got you to want to make content on these platforms?
Interesting. So my channel is not my first channel. So how I started was my friend on Instagram said I need people to help me make like sketches and stuff like that. So I hopped on the opportunity, and I learned how to like film, and I watch videos on how to film sketches and stuff like that. So the very first channel I opened was a sketch channel, and it was called like Drunk Ramen. It was like a fun name we came up with, but it was just these corny sketches that me and my friend made, and we've made them for a bit, and then we did some podcasts on there, and then I decided to make my own channel and kind of go the review route, and that's why I just took that part of that name and just created ramen. And so I've been doing this for a while. Like my first original avatar was a donut, and then I morphed it into a human. When I want people to look at my avatar, I want them, and they look at me in person, I don't want it to be super jarring. So I kind of told my artist to kind of make it still look like me. So So if I do a face reveal, which I've done multiple times, it doesn't look weird. So so from sketch to reviews is pretty much how it went.
That's very interesting. Sketch comedy. It was comedy, right? It was sketch comedy?
It was a lot of sketch improv comedy. So it's like we didn't have a script. We just, I pretty much was the man behind the camera, and I was like, we'll just improv stuff, and I'll just put it together in editing and stuff like that.
That's very cool. Yeah, that's definitely a first. Like, this is a question I try and ask all of my guests. And it's always very interesting to kind of see where they got their start, sketch comedy is definitely one that I have not heard of yet, and I feel like that is a lot harder than I think people think it is. Like, I think people just like will put on Smosh and be like, I can do that. I can turn on a camera and be funny. But it's again, I've never done it, but I would assume that it's a lot harder than people would think it is.
It is very hard. Especially if you're not doing it with scripts and it's just three guys and just improving. So it's like, oh, what are we gonna do next? Let's go to another scene. Let's just do that. Let's do that. And then I'm like, okay, so I got to figure out how to put it together. Nowadays, I think 5-minute, 3-minute sketches don't do as well on YouTube anymore. With the way it's all about watch time. It's kind of why Smosh doesn't really do sketches anymore because it's the watch time. So like, it is very hard because you could be very funny and make a very funny sketch. It's just a matter of who's to view it and if YouTube pushes it out.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah. Like I'm like a huge Smosh guy, and I'm a huge fan of a lot of those early like sketch channels and stuff like that. And you are right. Like that formula doesn't necessarily work in the long form anymore. That's why most people that you see kind of existing in those spaces have switched completely over to the short aspect of it. So it's like 30-second to minute top like sketches, and that's hard to do. It's really hard to be funny in like a minute's time, you know. And you know, like the Vine. I mean, I guess that's what like the Vine era was really. But I feel like we're kind of almost coming full circle of like, it's a minute, then it's like 10 minutes, and then we're back to like 30 seconds to a minute kind of thing, which is very interesting.
Yeah, because now with YouTube, it's now like I think 3 minutes now. So like now you can like and I'm like
a little better.
You can it's a little better, but I'm like I'm not one to upload a 3-minute like sketch on like if I'm gonna do a sketch, it's gonna go on TikTok. I feel like that's a place where I feel like because TikTok has a better algorithm, in my opinion, for like getting content out a lot faster than how YouTube is.
No, 100%. Do you think you've taken any of your history with the sketch comedy into your new era of content with your reviews, with your podcasts? How much of a carryover have you seen?
So for comedy, I try to incorporate some comedy a little here in my videos. Not too much to where it's distracting because it's a long. I make long videos, and I'm like, I put too many jokes in there. I'm like, but I've taken a little comedy with me. And as for podcasting, I've been doing podcasting since I first like made my sketch channel with my friend. So and I've done like 5 podcasts. Currently on 2 now. The Ben 10 Rewatch 1 podcast that I do with my friend, and then I do another one, Escape Reddit, where me and my friend read like wild Reddit stories. So like,
oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, like so I learned a lot from my other channel. Like I learned how to edit and like editing. I learned how to edit and like what I want and what I don't want and stuff like that. So, and through my process of like being a YouTuber, I've made a lot of connections with people, and I made a lot of great friends on this platform. Yeah.
No, that's incredible. Yeah, that's my favorite part of this as well. Is like because like so much of this show is like meeting someone for the first time, not knowing them previously, and then having to film one of these. And like my favorite feeling is like you click end, it's like, oh, I just made a new friend there. I just made someone that's like a really genuinely cool person. So I can definitely understand that aspect of it. And to kind of wrap this up, what is an interest of yours that you don't get to talk about very much that people may be shocked to learn that you're a big fan of or like you're really into?
Wow, that's a hard question. Oh man, dude. Man, you got a long Google Doc, I bet, dude. So I think some people know, but like I guess I'll say it here, but I do for fun, I do like voice acting. I do a little voice projects here and there. And I like trying out new voices and stuff like that. So that's like kind of a side thing I do. I kind of like to do different things aside of being a YouTuber. Like I like podcasting, voice acting. I like to learn a skill and try to master it and see if I can kind of harness it if I ever want to use it again or need it.
No, that's incredible. Yeah, like that is an aspect. I didn't write notes on it here, but like that is an aspect of your account that is very fascinating to me. I've seen all your like dubbing videos and like how you master that, and that's a whole other piece of the pie that is, again, people think voice acting, anyone can fucking voice act. You just make sounds, and it's like that is not as far as it goes. That is a complete undertaking that I'd argue is one of the hardest piece of acting in the industry. I have many voice acting friends. It's like, yeah, this is way harder than it is than just kind of doing your regular acting. Not saying acting is easy, because it's not, but like, that is something that's very fascinating to me. Where did that interest kind of start? Like, where was that kind of for you?
When I was a kid, when I was a kid, I always was in front of the TV, like watching SpongeBob, and I would always try to do like different voices and stuff like that, and I would always try to master it. I think the first voice like I ever did was like Stewie from Family Guy, and I would always practice it over and over again. Stewie from Family Guy, what's up, man? That was like the first voice I ever did. So SpongeBob, it's pretty much like as a kid, just sitting in front of the TV. Parents say don't sit in front of the TV. Well, I'm here now, so
yeah,
I'm good.
No, it's very fascinating what we pick up from like various media, like especially as a very young child. Like you pick up these interests very quickly, even if they don't stick. Like I think those are very meaningful to many people, right? Like you will pick up something just instantly. It's like, yeah, I want to do that. And maybe you don't end up doing that, but that does still stick with children. I think, again, like I think a lot of parents don't pay too much into that, of like what children see on TV does influence them, and it does play a role. We're going to be jumping into today's episode. We like to start the show with a segment called Creator Spotlight. I have a fun couple of movie-related questions that I want to ask you. First of all, this is a question I like to ask everybody, and taking your background right now, I would assume that this might be a little hard for you. What is your favorite movie of all time?
I always say that my favorite movie of all time is Empire Strikes Back. I know it's kind of like a lame answer because a lot of people say that, but I think just growing up, that's the movie that affected me the most, and Star Wars especially. So I would say Empire's probably my number one.
That's good. I do think sometimes there's those like no duh answers when it comes to like art and media, where it's like, you know, I could say like Breaking Bad's one of the greatest TV shows of all time, but it's like, okay, but besides you know what I mean? It's like besides like the like tentpole, yes, these are some of the greatest movies of all time. And I feel like for a lot of people, like the movie, like the franchise we're going to be talking about today is like another example of that, where it's like, yes, like Alien and like Indiana Jones and Jurassic Park and Star Wars, like those are among where, you know, if you ask 100 people their favorite movies, those are some of them that will be on like most people's list, I'd imagine.
Right. 100%.
100%. Do you have a history surrounding like you watching that movie for the first time?
I don't like remember exactly when I saw those first. I remember my dad having it was like the VHS of the original Star Wars, but it was like all three of them in like one like sleeve.
Yeah.
And him showing me those movies, and I was hooked.
That's incredible. Yeah, Star Wars is a movie I wish that I grew up on, because I am very like casual Star Wars, and in some ways that's a blessing, in some ways that's a curse, because I know how bad the fandom can be sometimes.
It's
sometimes
the most toxic fan base I've ever dealt with.
It's a lot, and it's like I'm constantly battling with that. I want to be closer. I want to love these movies more. I want to enjoy the shows more. But then also, like, especially after The Acolyte and seeing the fan base reaction to that show, I'm like, I kind of want to stay over here. I'm actually kind of okay with being over there. But no, that's an incredible answer. And then a follow up to that: what is your favorite TV show of all time?
I won't say Breaking Bad, because that would be my number one. I'll say Game of Thrones. I mean, Game of Thrones is also one that a lot of people say,
Yeah.
but that's up there for me too. Sons of Anarchy, I love. What else is up there? The original run of Daredevil, the first 3 seasons. I liked Born Again quite a bit too, but
Yeah.
you can't touch those first 3 seasons of Daredevil.
Those first 3, yeah, those are something special.
Mhm.
And I do think, like, you know, not to get off track with this, but like, I'm very optimistic about season 2 with them, with the original people kind of coming back, it being full creative control this time. Like, I'm very excited about that. But yeah, like, especially with what they did in season 3, it is very, very hard to compete those. And Game of Thrones is a very interesting answer. I'm happy to hear that is still among your favorites, because I feel like for most people that I talk to, were like, well, I like the first blank, or like I like this era but not this era. Do you like the whole thing, or are you still like, were the first couple seasons so ingrained in you that it sticks in that spot for you?
I think the first like 5 seasons are pretty untouchable.
Yeah.
The last season, I've heard people say that it's like one of the worst. I 100% disagree. I think it's still a very good season.
Yeah.
I would say the last episode of Game of Thrones is very bad. I did not like how they ended it at all. But it's hard to like, I had that problem with Dexter too, where I loved Dexter. And then I haven't seen any of the new stuff like New Blood or what's the newest one called?
Resurrection.
Resurrection. I haven't seen any of those. I've just seen the original run of Dexter.
I will say it, man, because you're going to see a theme here where, like, I didn't watch a lot of things, you know, younger. I'm watching them all right now. But me and my friend just went through all of it recently in prep for this new show. I think this new show is incredible. I think this isn't I think it's like right there, if not higher than some of that first 4 seasons of Dexter. It just like broke the record since season 4 on like IMDb, where it's like a straight across the board, they're all like 9s on like IMDb. So if there was ever a time to get back in, now would be it. But I agree with you with Game of Thrones, where it's like, again, I binged it. I binged it a couple years ago in prep for like House of the Dragon. And like that was one of those shows where I was waiting for it to get bad. I was like, all right, this is when people get bad. I was like, oh, season 6, okay, that's not too bad. Season 7, okay, not too bad. And then going to 8, I was like, all right, this must be where it really gets bad. And there's definitely a downgrade, right? It's not the quality of the first 5. But I do have this problem, I think, because I watch so many of the the CW Arrowverse shows where like my template of what bad TV is, I think, is altered. So every time I watch a show that people say is bad, I'm like, oh, that was fun. You know, it wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. For sure.
I get that.
My next question is, I obviously noticed your array of beautiful movies back there. When did you start collecting? Why is that so important to you? And what's your favorite movie within that collection that you physically own?
I would say I can't really remember exactly. I think it was around like 2016-ish, 2016, 2017. I started kind of getting into it a lot more. Like I had Blu-rays and whatnot here and there, like the Marvel stuff, the Star Wars stuff. But then I just started buying more, and it turned into 500 turned into 1,000 turned into 2,000. So it's just like it just kept growing and growing and growing. I don't know. The reason I love it personally is like streaming is very convenient, and I get that. I understand why this is a dying business. Trust me, I get it.
Yeah.
I just love the fact that because they can pull stuff off of streaming, even if you bought it on some platforms, you could buy it and they could pull it away. Where now, if I have, Neighbors 2, for example, because it's the first one I saw there,
pull it out. Yeah.
I have it until I decide to get rid of it. So I don't know. I've just kind of always liked that about it.
No, 100%. I fully agree. Like I'm not as big on the movie collecting as I should be, just because price is one hell of a drug, and
it's
like
crazy.
I unfortunately spend that elsewhere with like Funkos and stuff, where that's also not that's a drug of its complete own.
Right.
But I 100% agree. I think it's a scary business with like digital media and streaming, and it's a fantastic tool. But it is scary when I'm watching through Doctor Who right now. I'm loving it. They took it off of all streaming services. So I was like, well, I guess I gotta go buy it. I gotta go buy the whole set. And it is a very, don't want to say scary, but it is kind of a scary thought of like, well, what if they just shut down one day? What if they were like,
right? And I think that it's kind of happening, to be honest with you, because there's no retailers really anymore that sell them. It's
Yeah.
really just Walmart, and even Walmart has like one aisle, like half of an aisle, and that's it. But I do think someday it will kind of make a comeback, similar to how
like
vinyls and stuff,
like
yes, came back. And even I saw, I think it was Taylor Swift even or something. She's putting her new album on cassette. So it's like, well, maybe someday VHS is going to come back or something. Who the hell knows? But
yeah, no, it's going to become like retro. It's going to be all cool again. It's like, oh man, that's awesome. Yeah. But then, like, even then, like, you have the like Warner Brother tax write-off thing that happened a couple years ago, where like all of these movies and TV shows, like, they weren't on streaming, they weren't on digital. If you didn't have a DVD that they weren't currently selling, some of those projects were just gone. Like, you couldn't go find it. Like, they took Marvel's Runaways off of the streaming service it aired on. That's all you could watch. Is like, so it's gone. You have to go pirate it. And then I think like that puts you in a very tricky situation where like people will be like, okay, so like where can I watch this? And I'm like, I'm not gonna say pirate it because I don't want to be in that place. But maybe take something after Jack Sparrow every once in a while if you absolutely need to.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. And then my final question here. Again, going in, the main thing I knew about you is you seem to love movies, love art. Why is art so important to you, and why do you think we need it now more than ever? Or maybe we don't need it now more than ever. Depends on your answer, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I love like even music, movies, video games, anything where a creator is putting their, heart and soul into something, I'll appreciate it. Even if I'm not the biggest fan of it, I can appreciate like, hey, a lot of work went into making that movie or, game or whatnot. So I just kind of like that's artistic, value to it, where some random guy decided to make a movie one day and now he's Steven Spielberg, you know what I mean? So it's stuff, and I don't know, I just kind of like that art of it.
100%. No, I think that art of expression is so important. I think, I think people sometimes underlook it even in their own lives, where it's like, well, I don't make art, I don't do this. And I was like, I think you do. You just don't realize you're doing it, even if it's in the small details of just like, I make my, just like the way people cook or the way people clean or the way people, do whatever. Like, that is a form of creative expression, even if you don't realize it. And like, like, not to beat a dead horse, but like with, AI the way it is a scary landscape in the media where it's like, it's becoming more and more of a thing, and more people are jumping on the bandwagon. It's like, but are you worried about what this could do here and what this could do here? It's like,
what it's going to become.
And that's the thing. It's like people are like, oh, this is just for funny little videos. It's like, but it starts there, and then it's already seeping into like writing and entertainment. You have people like James Cameron that are like, oh, but it's the future. It's like, you made a movie that's anti-AI. Like, you should be the one guy that's like, no.
We gotta stay away from that. Yep.
Absolutely. Let's answer a couple questions here from the chat. Darren said, Darren didn't say that. Cameron said that. Cameron said, Darren, look out for spoilers for Peacemaker Season 2. So Peacemaker Season 2 is out now. It came out 9:00 EST. By the way, are you excited for Peacemaker? Are you a DC guy at all?
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. I wouldn't say like I'm super excited. I liked the first season. I didn't love it probably like everybody else did.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm a big James Gunn fan, so I'm in on whatever he's making. I really like Superman, so I'm excited to see what his universe is going to bring.
Yeah, me too. I'm in a kind of a weird place with Peacemaker because I love season 1. I thought that was a lot of fun. I am someone though that is very concerned about the like public perception of DC, and like I think in terms of like casual audiences being like, all right, so I have to watch Peacemaker to understand Superman, to understand blank, and then that goes deeper where it's like, okay, so I have to watch the Suicide Squad, which is completely canon, and then so I have to watch the original Suicide Squad, and to watch the original Suicide Squad I have to watch Man of Steel. It's like, all right, like this is a rabbit hole that for us fans, it's great and fun and I'm awesome.
Mhm.
But like for like my cousin Jimmy, who hasn't watched a DC movie in 10 years, is it going to be confusing for him? Is
Right.
kind of my fear, but I'm excited nonetheless. I'm excited to see how they said it's going to be very important for this DC universe going forward, and
Mhm.
I've heard there's going to be various stuff within it. My friends who have seen it early said that they have really enjoyed it, so I'm very excited for it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm a little bumped up for it.
Yeah, hell yeah. Cameron also came in and said DC and Star Wars has the biggest toxic fandom ever. Would you agree that like those two are the big two?
DC, I haven't had as much history with. I've had more history of Marvel being toxic.
Yeah.
I've always said the top three, like most toxic fan bases, that's Star Wars by far number one.
Yeah.
Number two, I'm into wrestling, pro wrestling. I wrestled and whatnot too. So
Yeah, fair.
that fan base is crazy. And then The Last of Us, the game, the shows, holy smokes. If you put
Yeah.
your opinions out there, they do not like it. So
Yeah.
that'd be my top most toxic fan bases.
Yeah, Last of Us is weird. Last of Us is definitely like, you know, you look back to what happened when like the leaks happened and for the second game, it's like, oh boy, okay, yeah. And then with this season, it's like I had issues with this newest season. I didn't love everything, but I think people act like season 2 killed their grandma, and it's like, guys, it's still, I think, good TV. Like I think most of it, like there's issues, but I think it's still like genuinely good television. And like let's have some nuance with the conversation outside of it's the worst thing I've ever seen or it's the best thing I've ever seen. It's like it's in that middle ground there, guys.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. No, I definitely had bad experiences with DC. I think DC's weird though because there's so many subsections of DC. Like, you know, I think unlike Marvel and Star Wars, where like obviously there's pillars of that too, but it's like they have their main franchises. And then, you know, there are other things where like DC, it's like, okay, you have the DCU and the DCEU and then the classic movies and the Arrowverse and the animated movies and the video games. Like there's so many different facets that aren't connected to each other inherently. And so like I was able to live in my little Arrowverse bubble for like almost 10 years and that was my space. And that was also toxic, but like better, or like I was able to live in a bubble where like, oh, these are all our friends and we're all having a good time and most people can sit together and enjoy it, where like you have the like Snyder people, which again, those people aren't all bad either, but I felt like there was a level of negativity that kind of surrounded that bubble that they weren't able to fully escape. I feel a couple of icebreakers just to kind of get into the episode. I always ask my first two questions, I always ask every person just as a nice little, just kind of get to know you. What is your favorite movie of all time?
Ooh, my favorite movie of all time. Okay, look. Okay, am I limited to one?
I mean, if you have a couple right there, then go ahead.
I'm gonna list like what's on my Letterboxd top 4. I do that.
Okay.
So we got, fittingly, The Batman 2022, peak movie, bro. That shit is so gas. We got Scott Pilgrim.
Okay, good.
We got what's the third? Oh, 500 Days of Summer.
Oh, it's so good.
And then I've been like jumping in between. Well, actually no. Scooby-Doo 2, Monsters Unleashed. That's my 4. And an honorable mention would probably be Across the Spider-Verse or Creed 2.
What a great list. Now I want to go and rewatch all of those movies because that's such a good top, great variety among the like genres. That's great. And then I always followed that up by, what's your favorite TV show of all time?
Favorite TV show?
I think I know that.
Right.
I think I know.
I ain't got it on me. I ain't got it on me today, but honestly, no. Ben 10 is always gonna be there. I got the Ben 10 YouTubes over there too. Y'all can't see it. Ben 10 will always be one of my favorites. Always will be one of my favorites. But like, I'm gonna give you top 3. Just keep it. Ben 10. It's really all animated. Like I go like maybe Ben 10, Yu Yu Hakusho anime, and then just to round it out with something that's not animated, I would probably say The Flash, or season 1 through 3, bro. Gotta give it to The Flash. That shit. That's like, see, coming up in the spaces of Ben 10 creator and kind of like, you know how it be when you come up as something. I got little pieces of me that people don't even know about. Like, nigga, people don't know that I really rock with the Flash. Like, well, people probably know that, but the Flash, like growing up during that run, season 1, 2, 3, I was there every Tuesday, bro. Rewatching trailers. Shout out to all the CW creators like Pagey. I don't know, yo, if you know about Pagey, bro.
I know Pagey. Yeah.
Shout out Pagey, bro. I was there looking at all the theories, bro. Shout out him, bro.
No, it's
that's probably my top 3.
The Arrowverse is my that's my bloodline. Like that's where I came from. That's
it might hurt you when I say that I really only watched like the Flash. Like I watched the Flash seasons 1 and 3, and I kept up with some of it. You know, afterward, I watched like 4 or 5, kind of fell up around 6. But you know, I watched spots of Legend of Tomorrow. I watched some Supergirl. One thing I never really touched though was Arrow. I'm sorry. I even watched Black Lightning. But yeah, I've only really seen the Flash like because I was like that was my shit.
That's fair. No, I don't blame anyone who fell off. I do not. Absolutely. I've unfortunately seen every Arrowverse episode where it's good and bad. Like it's great, but also it's like, oh no, not that one. You know. But no, that's incredible. That's incredible. But I wanted to also just tackle like your kind of history on YouTube. I remember when you had like started your channel. And I was like, oh my gosh, this guy is going to have that personality to carry something. And then just seeing your growth on YouTube over the first, what is it now, 2 years, year and a half? Have you on?
Yeah,
platform?
A year and a half. I believe so. Year and a half.
So why don't you touch on just kind of like your kind of origins with it? Why did you want to start YouTube? What inspired you and your kind of journey up until now?
Well, I always tell people like whenever I was asked what I wanted to do, it always revolved around entertainment in some way. I always felt in me that I had the power to entertain. I am, I'm still your boy, still trying to make it to Hollywood, but I always thought to myself, by any means possible, I feel like I should entertain people. And growing up, I watched a lot of YouTube, like literally, I got into YouTube early, and I still watch TV, but there's been like I want to say from now to back to early middle school, I straight YouTube, bro. I've been watching gaming, in real life content that ain't weird, video essays, that type of stuff. I always had a fascination for being a YouTuber because I just think not even just because you see people the lifestyle, but it's more just like the fact that, and I also like growing up, I was a nerd. Like I don't know if y'all could tell, but I was a geek. So you don't really find that many spaces, especially when you're younger, to talk about those things, have an outlet. So that's what really inspired me to make my channel. That's what always drew me to YouTube because I just seen people talk about what they liked and let people care. So it's like, eventually I got to a point a year and a half ago was like, let me make a YouTube channel about Benson. Let me talk about this TV show on YouTube and see if people care. And from there, people who care. So that's really what it is. It sparks from a real passion of just wanting to talk about my own passions.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's incredible. No, like I sometimes think people overcomplicate it a little bit, where they're like, oh, I need this and this and this and this, and sometimes you do, and it seems like you do a lot in yours. But I think
not to cut you off, but literally,
go ahead.
I tell because like as I progress, even though I haven't hit the big numbers, as I progress, people around me have taken notice. People people get interested. I always tell somebody like, if you want to do it, bro, you just gotta do it. Literally, my first YouTube video, literally, I thought to myself, I should do YouTube, and like a couple hours later, I uploaded a video straight like that. And ever since then, I was going. I never thought I needed a fancy mic, fancy green. All those things, I did YouTube, and all those things eventually came to me.
Yeah.
You just gotta have a passion, and you can do it. That's why I tell people too when they ask me, "How do I make videos like you? How do I make videos?" I tell them, "Hey, if you got a passion about something, just do it. Don't need nothing fancy. It's about evolving." That's one thing I like to keep near and dear to my heart too. Every video you got to try to make some amount of progress.
100%. Yeah. No, I think like just try it, and I think if you just have like the passion for it, and I think people go into it being like, well, I have to make it a job, I have to make money.
That's where you fuck up.
Well, it's like, well, don't do it then. If you're doing it to make a profit or a career, do it as a hobby first, and if it turns into that, incredible, that's amazing. But don't go into thinking that.
Yeah, I'm because that happened to me low key. Like when I got that first decent little YouTube check, everything revolved around how do I get it again. And recently, I tell myself it ain't even about that. I never want to say I sacrificed my passion for that, but it's more like if you like back then, and shout out Totally Not Mark too, because I seen him make a video similar that really like opened my eyes and like made me realize that that's what I was going through too. Instead of chasing that viral video, doing what you think the algorithm would like, yada yada yada, so you can get the big check, I kind of just started making videos that I wanted to make. Sometimes I'll make a Ben 10 video or a few in a row, but if I don't feel like it, I'm gonna make a Power Rangers video. I'm going to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a Spider-Man video, and if they do well, they do well. If they don't, they don't. I'm at that point now where like if a video flops, it does hurt because who doesn't want to see the big numbers? But at the end of the day, it's about me enjoying what I do. It's about enjoying the video I make and me actually liking what's produced, and I'm happy at the end of the day. So
incredible. Yeah, I think that's all that matters. And again, like seeing your journey through that has been so incredibly fun to see. Just like, you know, your collaborations with much larger YouTubers, those incredible numbers that are hard to reach when you're first getting started. So it is so cool to see your journey and kind of where you've come from and how you've inspired. So that is incredible stuff, man.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, shout out everybody collab with, man. Shout out everybody collab with.
Shout out to the old Ink Tank.
Yes, Ink Tank. And I just did a video with Godzilla Mendoza. Like, hey, bro, he's been one of my goats for a minute. That's my
cool.
goat. Like,
awesome. Incredible.
And I just want to say, Maddie in the chat, that's how you say your name. You're absolutely right about that. People have turned YouTube into this sort of like, no, his other comment.
Oh, gotcha.
People have turned YouTube into like this sort of algorithm base, you know, it's become robotic. When I like, that's something I want to get away from. I'll never forget when I had somebody tell me, you pay you pay for the thumbnail, bro, use AI. Almost no, because that's what it's about. It's YouTube, bro. It's human expression and all that type of stuff. I don't care. Like people have gone away from what they want to do, what they want to put on YouTube, and just put what they think the robots, the algorithm will like. And I think that's a problem.
100%. Yeah, like YouTube Studio has a thing now where it tries to like pitch you video ideas that the algorithm would like. I was like, why would I even want to do YouTube then? If I'm just making what YouTube says I should make. Like that's
I'm not making what I want to make, bro.
It's like, what's the point?
And then you went in for the wrong game. I looked at that shit a couple times. They gotta fix that. Especially, I'm not gonna say, but when I look at mine, like I go to like what it showed me like the sort of like video where I should get inspiration from. I get a lot of Ben 10 videos, and some of those should not be on a platform. That's all I'm gonna say. Some crazy stuff I'm seeing.
Dynamic was a lot different than I've seen around, where it's just like, oh yeah, we're just chilling like it's two normal people, and it's just like, oh yeah, I know this guy, even though I don't technically know you, but it's like, oh yeah, it's this guy, I know him.
Yeah, I know Jess. Yeah, man, we have a real good community, man, and I'm very thankful for the community. And everyone vibes well and gets along well, and it's a great place to be. So,
100%.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, no, again, thank you for doing the show today. We have a fun show ahead. This is going to be our favorite video games of all time episode, which I'm very excited for. I'm very curious to hear your picks today, because I'm a very casual gamer. Gaming is not my main sense of hobby, so it's going to be very interesting to the games I pulled together to make this list, and then obviously to hear your list, that's kind of your main source of content. That's where you've kind of existed in this space for the last couple years.
I am Just Fresh Games.
Yeah.
Games. I am impressed, though. I do see you on Fortnite, man. I do see you on Fortnite having a good time. So, it makes me happy to see Darren on there doing his best.
Sure. No, absolutely. Let me go over some comments here really quickly. And I instantly see your audience. So shout out to the Just Fresh crew. PBG.
Oh, PBG.
It's time. Just Fresh Games. No,
Yes,
it's
sir.
not him. It just looks like him. It's
Yeah,
a different
I'm a
person.
doppelganger. I'm Just Fresh Doppelgames.
Is that Just from Just Fresh Games channel?
Mob dog.
What's going on? But no, we're just gonna jump right into this episode. We're gonna start with our creator spotlight segment.
Let's do it.
And I have a couple of things I want to ask you. Couple of things we're gonna go over. I always like to start very chill, very lean our way in a little bit. These are two questions I ask everyone on the show. Jess, what's your favorite movie of all time?
Oh, you know what's funny? You're like my movie guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like you're my movie and TV guy, so I should have saw that coming, and I didn't. Now here I am caught off guard.
Yeah.
So here's my train of thought, right? I love Top Gun Maverick. I love Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
And I really like Troy. Brad Pitt, Troy
yeah.
back in the day. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm gonna have to go with Top Gun Maverick for right now.
That's
my favorite for right now. I really like that movie.
That was such a surprise hit. Like going into it, I was like, oh, all right, another Top Gun. It's another sequel, blah, blah, blah. And going in, I was like, well, holy cow, that's something special. Like, that was a special theater experience.
Absolutely. And they had like such a high bar to hit, and they surpassed it. And that doesn't usually happen. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, right? Because the first one's a classic.
Of course, yeah.
To come out and do that, I love it. I love Top Gun Maverick, so that's what I'm going to go with.
No, that's a fantastic choice. And then to go with that, your favorite TV show of all time.
All time? I'm going to go with Last of Us. You probably saw that.
Really? That is interesting.
I am beyond impressed with The Last of Us.
Mm-hmm.
The adaptation, how well they did. Usually game adaptations don't do so great, but Last of Us was amazing. Yeah. So I'm gonna go with Last of Us, even though there have been a lot of good ones out there.
Yeah.
The Waterfront on Netflix, highly recommend.
Sure.
Have you watched it? Have you heard of it?
I've heard of it. I have not watched it yet. No.
Excellent.
I hear it's good. It's good.
Excellent.
Would you say Last of Us is the best video game adaptation of all time?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Here's a funny thing. Uncharted, right?
Yes.
From the same company, Naughty Dog, right? Did you watch the movie Uncharted?
I did see it, yeah.
I did not enjoy it. And that is one of my favorite video games that will probably come up later in this episode. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
The movie was not great, but then to turn around and have that TV series be so great.
Yeah.
Music great, cast great, story great. It's great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, that was a weird one because like I went into that movie not having played the games. I was like, all right, I guess I'll check this out. And it was fine. Like I came out of it being like, oh, that was okay. But then being like, oh, but I understand, like, clearly not a good take on the game itself. It clearly was one of those IPs that was like, let's slap the name on it because we want to make an original thing, but we don't. It's not going to get money. It's not going to do as well as an IP. So no,
and it could. And the potential is there. It's so there.
Sure.
Disappointing.
They did that with like Halo as well, where it wasn't really Halo. It was like just another show with that name on it.
I know this is supposed to be a gaming one, but like, what's the deal with we cannot either do a series justice or come out with something brand new that's a win? Like, what's the deal right now, right? Like Star Wars, Disney's not doing it justice, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't feel like they're doing what they should be doing with it, right?
Sure.
Uncharted the movie, no. Halo the movie, no. Like, what's going on right now? What do you think?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of great stuff coming out right now. I'd say it's the scale of everything we're getting. I think there's a lot more things coming out now than there was 10, 20 years ago, right? So there's going to be more hits than misses because there's more coming out, some more chances to do it. But I get you. I feel like we're in this era now where like there was COVID, there was writer strikes, there was a lot of those things going around those last couple of years. It was a weird year let's be honest, almost 10 years for the industry at this point. And now it feels like Disney, especially with Kevin Feige coming back in for Marvel, with them trying to get Star Wars back into the groove of things. I think the big thing for Star Wars next year is going to be Mando that comes out in May. So that's going to be the first movie in 7 years to come out from Star Wars, which is crazy. But so that will be interesting for sure.
I hope they do it justice, please. It's Star Wars. It's not that hard, man. It's like a slam dunk. You know what I'm saying? Just put Star Wars on it. Put the theme music on it. Throw some lightsaber battles in there, and you probably have most of the fight won. But anyway,
have you seen Andor?
I have not.
I've heard Andor is incredible. I also season 1, and I thought it was pretty good. I have not done season 2 yet, but like
trailer looks good.
it just won a bunch of Emmys as well. So it's like it's up there. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I wanted to ask you about your kind of history on YouTube though, because you've been doing this for a very long time. You've been very consistent. Correct me if I'm wrong. You haven't missed a single day, right? You've been streaming almost every day for how many years now?
So I actually have a streak going that I don't even keep up with anymore. It's so automatic, right? But it's over 3 years of not missing a day.
That's crazy.
And yeah, I've been doing it since May of 2017. I did like miss some holidays when I very first started, right? But I don't even miss holidays anymore.
Sure.
Yeah, I
That's
don't miss
crazy.
it all. Yeah, I need to figure out what my streak is. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, is it
That's
like
actually probably 4 years? I think it's like over 1,200, 1,300 days, something like this. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
That's crazy. Is it so ingrained in your schedule now that it's like, what do I do if I'm not streaming?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It is. It is. I would feel like something was very off if I missed a day. But it's by choice. It's because I love it and I really enjoy doing it, and that's like the commitment that I made. And so, that's kind of the reason why I don't feel like I have to do it. I really want to do it. I really want to keep the streak going, and I really want to be there every single day. So
that's incredible. And yeah, like, we were talking about it at the start a little bit, but you have grown a community that is very different than I've seen in other places, right? Like I think streaming is a very interesting niche on the internet, because I think a lot of channels like yours kind of start that way, but when they get to be these huge channels and when they get millions of subscribers, it's no longer that same like connection, that one-on-one that I think that you have really nailed over in your space a lot. Like, what has it been like kind of finding that connection on YouTube and finding that more like one-on-one vibe?
I definitely hear what you're saying with that. I love my community, and there's people that, and you can ask anybody about this, that I won't see for a couple years. They'll pop back in and we'll pick up, like I'll remember them and we'll pick up right where we left off and just keep on going. Yeah. I don't know what it is, right? Because I have how many usernames floating around in my brain, right? But seriously, right? But like if it's a name that I've said a lot of times and like, we've had a conversation back and forth, because I guess that's one thing too, is like I'm usually having conversations with everyone. Like I know,
of course,
generally everybody. There's people that come after 3-4 years and they're like, man, I used to watch you 4 years ago. What's up? And we remember each other and keep on going. It's the weirdest thing ever, man. It's weird, but I love it. Love it.
No, for sure. No, for sure. And like I saw a comment on one of your streams recently where they said like, oh dude, I like grew up watching you. It's like, whoa, that's kind of crazy that you,
dude,
what, 7-8 years, that is a childhood basically. Like that
almost
is like
a decade. Almost a decade. Most people started watching me like, this is a long time, like, and they still come around.
Yeah.
Even you, sir. Even you.
Yeah. I try my best. Yeah, no, like it is very cool. And like, like
It's
what
crazy.
you say about like having those like names in your head, like, yeah, you're very good at that too. Like changed my name, 3-4 years ago at this point, and you're like, oh yeah, that's Infotex. He's here. I was like, oh,
Infotex.
I was
That's
like, oh
the
man,
throwback.
you still remember
Bro,
that?
that's
crazy.
the throwback. Infotex. Wow. Yeah, that's the throwback right there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So what was your kind of like motivation for jumping in? Did you just say, I'm just going to do this on a whim? Was there a motivation? Was there an inspiration from any other creators that you had?
I'm going to say it was a curiosity. I hit this point where like I was obsessed with like watching gameplay, right? Like watching gameplay. And I'm very much like a person that's like, oh, I can do it. Like if they can do it, I can do it. Like I'll figure it out. I'll hop online. I'll figure it out, right? So the very first video that I made was, dude, it was horrendously bad, right? I had like my phone and like my headphones that plugged into my phone, and like you can hear like the wire, like the feedback was horrible. And like I did this little video, I think it was on Clash Royale, and it was gonna be like a tutorial, some kind of a gameplay help type of a thing, right? And funny thing, and I'm dropping this gem for you, sir. My name at the time was Just Plays Games.
Oh,
yes, I was not Just Fresh Games at the time. I was Just Plays Games. Yeah. Yeah. I had like probably like 5 names I was trying to figure out which one. Anyways, I made the video and I was like, man, this is really bad. But I was like, that was a lot of fun. Right. And that's what started it right there. I was like, that was fun. Yep. I was like, that was fun. Yep. And then it's just grown from there to equipment and all the things.
We talk about that a lot on here, where like there's this kind of thing where it's like, oh, I have to be big and I have to do this as a job. I need money. I got to do this, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, if that's your mindset, don't do it. If your mindset is I need to be famous or I need to do this as a career, or I want to go to premieres, stop right now, because you're going to fail right there. You have to just be like, well, that sucked, but I'll be back next week and I'll try again. I'll try again tomorrow, and you will improve. You will improve, even if you have no ways of improving. You will improve if that's in just the way you're doing it or your equipment or just how it goes. You just have to kind of keep going in that direction, and I feel like you've done that. I feel like you are the epitome of that, because every day you are getting up every day and doing it again, and that's
every day.
Very impressive. I love
every
that.
day. You make a really good point though. People have this idea of like, okay, I want to do whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is, whatever it is. And they start watching a video or they see somebody else doing it and they see their big equipment and all of their things. And it's this top line thing. And they go and they invest like, this crazy amount of money to be like, I have to have all of this. And that's before they even see if they're even going to like it. If they even have what it takes to keep it going for a long, long time. You know what I'm saying? So please, anything that you are wanting to do in your life, you can do, by the way, but start small, get some time in, start building on top of it. And that's the best way to go at it, man. Cause you can just spend a bunch of money on something that you may not even like next week.
Yeah. No, it's so easy to like look at the trends and be like, oh, I'm just gonna do that. But it's like, does that fit your style? Does that fit your personality?
Yeah.
That might not be your vibe. And you're 100% right. Like, don't put any money into it at the start. If you're doing it after a while and it will improve your stuff, sure, go for it, put that into it. But like, start, just kind of do your own thing. I gotta shave it soon. Yeah. But we're gonna be jumping into our main big thing here, our creator spotlight segment. I'll ask you a couple questions. We're gonna list some icebreaker-y things, and then I'll talk about some other things as well here. First 2 questions I ask all my guests here. Love asking them. What is your favorite movie of all time?
It's hard. Just because there's so much great cinema, new, old, there's stuff that's timeless. There's stuff that like you can kind of laugh at because of the special effects at the time. I'd have to say Good Will Hunting.
Oh, so good.
I think there's a few movies that I personally think, regardless of like your lifestyle, religious beliefs, values in life, I think there are certain movies that everybody needs to see before they die. I just believe that to be true. And I think Good Will Hunting is one of them. I think everyone needs to see Good Will Hunting, Hacksaw Ridge with Andrew Garfield, and Office Space and the first Matrix before they die. I think those are all films that they just, in their own genres and in their own unique way, tackle so many complex issues in a way that doesn't drag you away from the plot. You know what I mean? I think so often it's really challenging to, as a script writer or director, to tell a good story that mirrors life philosophies or circumstance without like getting the, oh, you're pandering kind of crowd riled up. And that's just a challenging thing to do. You know what I mean? And I think that in their own unique way, all the movies I just named did that very, very well.
Yeah, so Good Will Hunting's a great pick. That's a fantastic pick. I watched that, was it 2 years ago, I think now, for like the first time. And like, that was one of those movies where it was like, I know I need to watch it. I know it's one of the greatest of all time, but it was like so iconic. I was almost afraid to watch it for the first time. It's like, okay, you have to pick the right moment to watch it for the first time. It's like, yeah, it's brilliant. It's one of those movies where it's like, people told me it's brilliant. It was brilliant. There's not even much to say about it. It's just, it's a great movie. Matrix is also a great, very iconic pick. That's a movie where I love the first one so much, and I'm not a fan of the sequels. Like
okay,
they really...
I love the second one is my favorite.
Fair, but fair. Like I get it, I do. Like none of them are. I still haven't done the fourth one. I've heard the fourth one was pretty.
It got a lot of hate. It's one of those things where it wasn't as bad as everyone says it was. It had pacing issues.
Yeah.
It had pacing issues, and then like I can understand why certain people were upset with the recast, but it was a pacing thing.
Sure. They're doing a fifth one, so maybe people will like that one more.
The fifth one's just a John Wick prequel.
They're doing another John Wick as well, so Keanu Reeves stays busy, stays booked. And then favorite TV show of all time is the other half of that question I always ask people.
So does it can be like a kid's cartoon, right?
Yeah, of course.
Legend of Korra.
Oh, great!
So everybody hates it because I mean it's everything is wrong with it as far as like it's a female protagonist, right? Versus all of it was male antagonists, and it's LGBTQ coded, and everything. Sorry if I'm like not as loud, but everything that could be wrong, air quotes, wrong with a film.
Yeah.
Every time I do air quotes, my hands outside of the camera. But everything that could be air quotes wrong with a film or a source kind of media is wrong with Legends of Korra. And I think when it was on when I was a kid, it wasn't as like I didn't understand the depth and the gravity of it as much. But yeah, it's either a tie between Legend of Korra or Alien Force, Ben 10 Alien Force. I think it's up there.
Yeah.
I think that both in their respective way, they, Ben 10 Alien Force is such a tone, like just even art style and how dark it is from Classic. Classic was very bright. It's in summer vacation. They're going to all these different iconic cities. And like Alien Force is very bleak. It's grim. It's dark. Like there's a lot of shadows involved in just the way they draw the backgrounds even. And Korra is very similar in that aspect of Aang was very lighthearted. The final season, he was like, I don't want to have to unalive Fire Lord Ozai. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to have to do that. So, and it was that internal struggle. And I think because we didn't really spend as much time with a wide cast of the characters in Legend of Korra, it doesn't get the same. Like, we spent so much time with Zuko and Katara and Iroh and all these other characters in Atla, whereas Korra, you didn't spend as much time with Bolin or Mako or Asami. So it's like outside of their direct interaction with Korra, and I think that I really like how nuanced it is, because everyone says Aang in Legend of Korra, they ruin Aang because Aang was like a bad father, and I think no, it provides nuance.
Character.
Yeah, it's nuance. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or it's like Toph is a bad mom. Like, no, it's nuance. Toph's parents were way too controlling, so she gave all of her kids too much freedom. So it's like that nuance of she gave her kids the life she wanted to have, she wished she had, and it was way too much of an extreme. So I don't know. I think that it's a rare gem in that I feel like a lot of maybe it's nostalgia. But I think that's not the case. I think that sometimes a form of media is ahead of its time, so it's not fully appreciated.
I love Korra. I think Korra has the
let's go.
I think Korra has the very unfortunate situation of having to come after Last Airbender, which is arguably one of the greatest pieces of media ever. Like it is like
Zuko
it's a hard follow-up.
Redemption arcs.
No, like Avatar is one of those like universal truths where like everyone's like, well, yeah, it's amazing. Like I love season 1. I think season 2 does fall off a little bit for me, but then 3 I think is incredible television. 3 is like some genuine like great stuff.
I remember being a kid. It was like when book 2 came out, I was like, because I guess that's technically what they're called. Book 2 came out, I was like, I hate Zuko. He sucks. He's an evil person. Then book 3 dropped. and we're at recess, and I'm like, I'm Zuko, Crown Prince, the Fire Lord. Because it was just so. It was so even now, I know exactly how it's gonna end, but it's so mind-boggling that like bait and switch, and I don't know. It's just yeah. A lot of untapped potential in that too. Like imagine a Zuko and Sokka, like them going on spec ops missions in their 20s. That would be awesome. I feel like them just like commanding military. I don't know. There's just a lot.
Avatar Studios is going to be very exciting, which officially launches next year. So I'm so excited.
They're having like a pseudo Dexter revival, dude. Like it's crazy. Like I heard they're coming out with new comics, and then they're doing a whole project about one of the water bending avatars they had. It's nuts. They have a lot of stuff I hear planned with that.
Yeah, I think both next year we're getting the like Avatar movie, which is like, you know, like the like adult team again, which is gonna be interesting, and then it's going to be the next Avatar after Korra, so which will be like an Earthbender, and things we've heard about that is like, okay, that's interesting. And then we've also heard rumors about like, okay, maybe a Korra movie, maybe, you know, a Zuko movie, you know, a lot of these like prequel stuff maybe coming along the line. So it's like they're really cooking with kind of what they're cooking up, I guess. It's gonna be
I'm very curious as to how they're gonna handle the like a continuation after Korra. You know what I mean? Just because of the series finale. I mean, I feel like the spirit realm in the Avatar state in the bridge that links the two. I think there's enough unexplored material there that it's not exactly hard to come up with a narrative reason for. I mean, I don't want to spoil it, but the show is like 10 years old.
Yeah.
But it's like there's enough unexplored stuff there that you can explain something away with some narrative device. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't think it's super challenging, but you're gonna have to do it in a way that when you present this product to the fans, it's not gonna like alienate one end or the other, right?
Yeah.
So that's always a challenge.
Yeah, the world building will be interesting in this next one because they did so much world building in Korra. It feels like this kind of like almost futuristic steampunk world. It's like, well, where do you go now? Like, do you regress it a little bit, or are we going like Jetson style, like Avatar kind of stuff? It's going to be fascinating to see.
Well, you got to think in like obviously Atla follows like a modified history of us. You know, it is steampunk, like you said. So it's like. But even with us, we had boxy tech, and then all of us for years, and all of a sudden we jumped to smartphones and like iPods, right? Because like we had brick everything. We had like you know dial up. You had landlines. You had the what were they called? It's like meme. They're indestructible phones.
I don't know.
A Nokia.
Oh, gotcha.
And then you know what I mean, and then we had MP3 players and iPods, and all of a sudden we just jumped straight to smartphones. But for a while, there was years where it was just tech is frozen for a while, and then there's an innovator, right? So it's like I don't know, like I wouldn't even say tech has to be much more advanced than what we had during the course of Legend of Korra. You know?
Yeah.
That was a very insightful question. I like those series of questions. That's a very smooth format, my friend.
Sure. I have a couple here. Like I want to dive into. Let's just bring it up because I don't think we mentioned it yet. You're a very unique guest to the show. In the real format of just you're the only person I've ever had on the show that I know from my real work. Like most guests I have on, I'm reaching out to via Twitter, via their social medias, their content creator of their own device. I've known you since 4th grade.
Oh yeah, easily.
Each other. Yeah,
easily.
So that's a very interesting, I think, dynamic going into this episode today. I mean, just like, how have you been? How have things been going for you? thoughts on the passage of time, I guess, is kind of what I just want to ask. Just like all these years later, we're still hanging out, we're still talking nerd shit.
Oh, dude, like I could pick up with you after not talking to you for years, and we could just nerd out for hours. And I think, you know, I'm not a deeply religious, like I don't have a strong religious foundation or conviction, but I do believe that there are certain people you meet in your life that you'll meet in other ones. You know, I do believe that. And I don't know, I feel like you're one of them. You know what I mean? Like and there are people I've only just met that I'm like, man, I feel like I've met you before. You know what I mean? Like, you know this about me just because you see me post on my personal Facebook page, but I'm very big into martial arts. You know, that's like a big part of my life. That's like my main hobby after I left high school, you know, but, like there's this, he was my instructor for a couple years, and I just left his gym 2 years ago. But I was like, man, like he just treats me so good, and he treats me like family, and his family treats me like family. And I'm just like, man, I feel like I've met you before, you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like that's true for some people, you know? And you know, I don't know, the years have been, my life so far has unfolded exactly how it needs to be. How you know what I mean? It's like I've had ups, I've had downs. You know what I mean? Like I'm a cage fighter, so like I had a really bad loss a couple years ago. I got a really nasty cut under my eye. I took some time off for everything out. Was homeless for a period, lost some jobs, became a serial womanizer, you know, like a lot of stuff has happened. You know, I'm not the same, you know, kid that I was that was angry at the world and resented the opportunities that were presented to me. You know, and I don't know, I've grown a lot, and I still have a lot more growing to do. You know, life is just as ugly as it is beautiful, you know, and that's you're a very insightful person, my friend, mi amigo. You're a very insightful person, but you know, life's life, you know. I'm enjoying it for what it is, you know, whatever it throws at me, I try and be flexible and go with it.
No, that I've seen, without going like into specifics, like I've seen your growth like over the years, and I've seen, like, you know, I'll ask you about your like M&A stuff in like a second, because that stuff is very impressive to me. But I've seen you grow, and I've seen you get back up, and that's one of my favorite things about you is like you'll get knocked down, you'll be down for a while, and then but you keep getting back up and you do it again, and it's like that is inspiring. I think most people in any situation would say that's inspiring.
It's like that kickball game.
I know about the iconic kickball game. No one else does, but I do know about the kickball game. But talk to me about the MMA of it all. I like having people on that have various different hobbies, backgrounds, career opportunities. MMA is a first for the show. I've never talked to someone on here that has done that. So tell me about. Yeah.
No, thank you. I never pass up an opportunity to talk about myself. I I love it. I don't know. It's my favorite thing to do. Sometimes I'll go on dates and I feel like I'm talking too much, you know? No, I'm not that arrogant. Just a little bit, borderline, you know? But no, I mean, martial arts, I initially, you know, when I was a kid, you know this, I was a very angry person. I hated my life for a myriad of reasons. And martial arts at the time was just an outlet, you know? It's just, I couldn't control myself. So I just, my parents put me in it to help right me. And for a while, it didn't work as intended. I just didn't learn how to control my temper. So I just got dangerous. I just learned how to assault people better. So it's like, you know, but after a while, like I did some soul searching, you know, I met people that were like genuinely phenomenal human beings that helped reshape my perception of the world, you know, because I don't know, like I had some things happen to me when I was a kid that made me think people were sinister and were unfair, and they did things to me that traumatized me. And, you know, that's kind of why I would like lash out and, you know, hurt people emotionally or physically that didn't deserve it. And, you know, their kindness, you know, like I had people, you know, when I moved out of my parents' house, I was like, I'm independent. I'm gonna do everything on my own. I don't think, you know, I'm gonna take on the world. And then, you know, I'm paying rent and doing this and that, and I couldn't put food in my belly. You know, I couldn't pay for groceries. And so this person that we just beat each other up all the time. We choke each other out, you know, and they're buying me groceries and they're making sure I'm fed. And it's like, I'm getting a little emotional just talking about it, but it's like martial arts. I feel like, yeah, you run into some like arrogant, like Johnny Lawrence kind of like jerk who's like just a douche, right? With, you know, you run into those guys, but they don't stay that long, right? They just don't. And it's like you run into phenomenal people. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. You know, martial arts is what America is supposed to be. You know, like, unfortunately, I'm not going to get into it and get all political, but, you know, America is supposed to be this place where it's a big melting pot of a bunch of different people and places and cultures. And it's not that for a lot of reasons. And that's not fair. But in martial arts, it doesn't matter. You know, if you're from Jamaica or Brazil or Mexico or anything, we're all united under this mission and this banner of just getting better and wanting to like just be more badass and to just be in better shape or whatever it is. You know what I mean? But it's so beautiful. And like I've met so many different kinds of people, and it's really enlightened me in a lot of ways. And I don't know, it's phenomenal.
That's incredible. No, that's like you talking about that is inspiring. Like I love how passionate you are about what you get to do, and like hearing about how you've grown from it and how it brings people together, and how that's how you kind of see the world, is like everyone kind of getting to come together and do this thing and learn from each other. And maybe you don't win, but guess what? You get to come back next time, and maybe you will that time. And I think that stuff is definitely very inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing that story. That is incredible, my friend. That is incredible. But yeah, we're gonna
let's check in with the comments real quick.
Yeah. I was just gonna go through some comments and then we'll hop into our next thing.
You know what they say about great minds?
Yep. Naruto actually I skipped a couple. Naruto says, thoughts on Marvel Zombies. I'm not sure. I like the ending they seem to be doing. What Legends of interesting. So I've not seen these episodes yet. I'll probably actually start after we're done streaming here today. Have you seen this new series yet, or are you kind of waiting?
So I just Peacemaker. I just watched Peacemaker, and I know that we were gonna watch. I work night shifts 3 days out of the week, so I watched because I knew we were gonna be ranking Phase 2 Marvel movies and characters. So I watched 2 of them, and I was like, man, I don't remember these. When I was sitting in theaters watching these as a kid, I don't remember these being that long, because like I was like, you know, I watched 2.5 of them, and I watched half Iron Man 3, and I was like, man, I don't remember these being that long. I'm gonna be honest, you know, because I was like, it was a 7-hour shift, and I just sit there and glance at
to today's episode. We're going to start with our Creator Spotlight segment, where I ask you some introductory questions to. I know you better than I probably know most of my guests I have on the show, but to get to know you a little bit better and kind of bridge the gap. Have some deeper ones. I have some fun starter ones though. And to start with, I try and ask all my guests this because I think it's an interesting question. Everyone has a different answer. What's your favorite movie of all time, Tez?
Ooh, The Sandlot.
Really?
Yes.
I love this.
Yes, The Sandlot, dude. I watched that so many times as a kid.
Yeah.
My brother and I, we used to be able to watch movies in the car. One of the vehicles that we had when we were younger had a little TV screen on there. The Sandlot was in there every single time. We watched it constantly. And I think just that nostalgia factor makes it my favorite.
Sure. I love that movie. I've not seen it that much, but I love it a lot. I used to have a "You're Killing Me" Smalls T-shirt that I would wear quite a bit. That was fun.
I've got that one too. I don't know where it is now, but I think it might be too small for me actually. Funny enough.
Yeah, no. And also you have like James Earl Jones, which is one of my favorite actors of all time.
Yes.
Gotta love my boy Mufasa. But no, that's a great one. That's a very iconic one.
Again, it's a classic. It is a classic movie. It's a great summer movie, coming of age movie, that sort of thing. It just like it hits all the right boxes. And it's timeless. Like I feel like you can go back, watch it, and enjoy it no matter what. And also too, yes, it's a baseball movie, and part of the reason I love it is because I'm a big baseball fan. But I think even if you don't necessarily care about it, just connecting to it from a level of like, yeah, this is kind of how life was when I was a kid. Like just getting up to like random shenanigans, hanging out with your friends over the summer, and like just doing dumb things.
Yeah. That's incredible.
Yeah.
And then follow up. Favorite TV show of all time.
Ooh. That's tough.
That one's
That's
harder?
tough.
Yeah.
That one's tougher because there's so many options, and it's like I want to instantly go to a live action show, but I think I might have to choose an animated project, and I think you're gonna love this one.
Okay.
Ben 10.
Really?
The original Ben 10.
The classic one. Okay.
The original Ben 10. Yes, because for the longest time, just because of Ben 10, my favorite number was 10. And I wanted to be number 10 on everything. Like back tying it into baseball, back when I played baseball, I was like, I need jersey number 10. I need, this and whatever. But Ben 10 back in the day, I watched the heck out of that show. I would like sit there, record the specials on the, on the DVR and things like that. My dad would like burn it to a DVD and that sort of thing. It was, it was great. I had all the toys. I had all the different Omnitrixes and, everything you could have.
Amazing. Oh, I love that. I knew you liked it. I was not aware it was one of your favorite shows. That's incredible.
It is. And I don't watch it as much as I used to, but I consumed so much of that show back in the day. And I remember how big of an event it was, too, when it transitioned from Ben 10, the original series, to Alien Force as well. Like, such a big event.
Did you follow it through all the way to the end, or was it maybe kind of a classic for you?
When it swapped from, like, Alien Force to Ultimate Alien, I kind of dropped off.
Okay, that's fair, yeah. I think that was a lot of people. Like, I think, like, you can even see the, like, drop-off towards the end of Ultimate Alien, because that's when I think when the audience is starting to grow up a little bit.
Yeah.
You have the fall-off a little bit. Some of the episodes weren't as good, so, like, there was good episodes, but there was, like, by the end, there was kind of a bit of a quality drop-off as well, which is why you see Omniverse kind of switch to more... kind of going back to a little bit more of the comedy focus to try and reel back, so, like a new generation kind of thing. And then you see that again with Reboot in 2016, where it's like, oh, we need to remarket it to all new people kind of stuff, which is interesting for sure.
Yeah, I tried to watch that the more recent Reboot. It just the animation, the animation didn't hit for me. The comedy, the voices even kind of threw it off for me. It almost seemed like a spoof of the original. Like not knocking it, because I'm sure there was an audience for it, but it just wasn't the Ben 10 that I grew up with. And I also remember too, like looking for those Ben 10 games back in the day. I had, and how on each console too, it was slightly different.
Yeah.
Like I had the PS2 version, which was I think, in my opinion, the best version of the game. But I had it on PSP. I had it on the DS. I think we might have had one of them on the Wii at some point as well. Like, it just, again, everything Ben 10 related. Like, that was my jam back in the day. And also, I loved rocking out to the version of the song from the live action movie.
Race Against Time, I think.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh man, I have one of these days. I want to go through and like stream the games, because I still have all of them on my Wii. I could.
Nice.
So much fun.
Nice.
But no, that's a fantastic answer. Okay, moving on to something not serious, but a bit more not nerdy, I guess.
Okay.
Tell me and I don't know if we've ever fully talked. I think we've danced around it before.
Mhm.
Let's talk about your origins on YouTube. I want to hear your starts. When did you start? Why did you start? What was kind of your motivations getting into it? What's your kind of history on YouTube up until this point?
Yeah, so I have actually kind of an interesting history. I'm going to try to keep it as brief as possible because I could go forever on this. But I actually was started as a gaming creator.
Yes.
I bought the Elgato. I started recording gameplays. I got everything set up. This was, I want to say like 2013 or something like that. I had all the equipment. I wanted to get started, and then I chickened out. I got intimidated by it. I was like, okay, no, I can't do this. I can't do this. Fast forward to 2015. That was the year Black Ops 3 came out. And then I made it my mission. I was like, all right, I'm gonna do it this time. So I, edited videos on my PS4. I made like a week's worth of videos to release all at the same time. I'm actually coming up on the 10-year anniversary of my channel. November of 2015 was when it all started. And then I dropped like 7 videos in a row. And they're all awful. You can still find most of them on my channel right now if you sort them by, oldest to newest. But it was just getting that kickstart. And, slowly I, transitioned from editing videos on my PS4 to editing things on my, crappy laptop at the time. And then I ended up getting the gaming PC, and I've been using the same PC for like 8 years at this point now. Definitely time for an upgrade, but it has grown my channel like crazy, and kind of where it crosses over into, the realm of where I'm currently at is, I think it was maybe a year or so into making content. I started watching a lot of creators in the, Flash and aerospace and just the DCTV space, because I started watching those shows. And I was like, you know what? This would be fun to like make a video on these kind of things. So I posted like, I think it was a Flash season 2 Zoom theory, and it kind of did well. Like for my channel at the time, I think it got a couple hundred views, and I was like, oh wow, like I guess there's an audience for this. So then I started, doing that in between gaming videos. And over time is the TV show and movie videos started doing well than my gaming content, or doing better than my gaming content. So I kind of made that transition, did that for a while, and tried to balance the two of them. And eventually just, things picked up, things, took off. And really the biggest kind of pushing forward point for the channel was when I made a Jeremiah Joker theory. And it got like 20 to 50,000 views in like a weekend. It was insane. It's still one of my most viewed videos on the channel. I gained like 300 subscribers from it. It was insane for the time. But after that, like I went full force into DCTV content and everything like that, and then making more sparing, gaming content. And that's kind of where I'm at right now, right? Is I'm doing TV shows, movies, games, just whatever at that point is relevant is what I'm doing. And I know that that's not necessarily always the best approach, right? Is finding your niche and sticking to it.
Yeah.
But I love TV shows. I love movies. I love games. I want them to all be in one spot. I don't want to have 5 different channels like you see a lot of people have. But that's what I enjoy doing, and I'm going to continue doing that. But dude, I couldn't be happier and could not be more shocked. Like if I talked to me 10 years ago and we're like, hey, this is where you're going to be. In 10 years' time, I would be like, you're insane. Sitting at almost 2,000 subscribers, 10 years of making content, and the content creation side of things even helping me in my like professional life with work, with school at that time too, is like, it's crazy how much it's, just branched into all aspects of my life.
Yeah, no, I think you really have to kind of like just do you. Like it's easy to be like, oh, you have to do this and you have to go there, you have to do this. It's like that's lame, that's boring. Like you have to kind of find your own style and stick with it. And I'll say this, like you definitely found your shot. Like I will say, like in the DC TV space for a while, there was definitely your copycats. Like there was like there was your pagey, and then there was like 5 copycat pages, and like I was still like looking at them and be like, you're just doing what pagey did. You're just taking that same exact formula.
Exactly. And I saw that and I was like, there is not necessarily a big space. Like, you know, these bigger creators will, you know, throw up theory videos and that sort of thing. And that's why I was like, you know what? I'm going to just cool it with the reviews and only make content when it's theories, right? I would do theories and I would do breakdowns. And that was how I tried to separate myself, is I wanted to kind of look at the nitty-gritty of things, or almost turn things into like a little bit of a video essay. And that was kind of a style that I adopted, like kind of post DCTV. Like I tried, you know, Mandalorian, you know, a Mandalorian video essay, or I did one on WandaVision and things like that. Is like I really enjoy making a big production as well with my content. Like I think that's a ton of fun. And more recently, it's been kind of a shakeup to try and, you know, repurpose streaming content and that sort of thing. But I know like shorter form content sometimes, or more easily producible content to just get your opinions out there, is going to be very, very beneficial. And like when I have that audience that wants to see those, you know, deeper, more in-depth thoughts on things, then I can make that content. But if I can, you know, consolidate the time that it takes to actually make a piece of content and just get my thoughts out there, I've kind of realized over time that sometimes that's better than spending 2 weeks on a project. Like, yes, you enjoy that process, but by the time you get your opinion out there, nobody cares, because it's come and gone at that point.
I definitely, like, I'm someone that, like, if I want to do something, I have to do it fast, because my just attention span is so short. Like I will be there and I'll be like, I really want to do this thing, I'm really passionate about this thing, but like by the time I find out how to do it, or how I want it to be done, or what the best way to do it is, that motivation is gone. It is missing. It's like, well, now I'm not making that, I don't care no more. So I definitely do think that's very important, to just like, you have that passion, you jump on it and you do it. And again, I think that puts you apart from a lot of the community at the time. There wasn't a lot of these like kind of scripted, like well put together, I think, content creators. And I think you're really like, your kind of footnote in the space for years was like the guy with the smooth voice, or like the guy with the nice
I
intro.
appreciate that.
Like,
yeah, or the guy who made the suit videos. I would make very intricate suit breakdowns and be like, yeah, the material here is like a nice textured weave, and it was like, and I kind of like fed into it for a little bit, which is fun though.
It's really cool. I want to ask you about more of your career stuff, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So you are, and correct me if I say the wrong profession or the wrong name for it, you are a physical trainer, right? That is
personal trainer.
Personal trainer. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about that a little bit, because when we first met, like that was more like you were doing it. It was your job, but it wasn't as big as it seems to be now. Tell me about how you got into that. I really like hearing with all the guests I have on. They all have like very different kind of jobs and professions, and it is always kind of interesting to see the very contrast of kind of every person I have on here.
Yeah. So it starts for me kind of honestly a little bit after actually I started my YouTube channel and everything. So this was back when I was still in high school. I kind of always fluctuated weight really my entire life. I get to what would it be? My junior year, I guess, of high school, kind of like end of junior year into that summer. I just kind of, I look at myself and I'm like, hey, it's time to make a change. Throughout that next year, I lost about 60 pounds, didn't really know a ton of what I was doing, but I had a lot of help as far as like just looking things up on the internet, motivation from, going to the gym with my dad and my brother and things like that. And I got through this process in about 8 months to a year, and just working out and fitness became a part of my life at that point. Graduated high school, went to college, and when it was time to pick a major, I went for exercise science. So I was like, you know what? I went through this process. I'd like to be able to help other people go through this process as well. So kind of the ultimate goal was always being some sort of personal trainer, online fitness coach, that sort of thing. And even online coaching wasn't a massive thing at that point. COVID happened, tried to do online school, that didn't really work. And I will always tell people the best decision that I made was deciding not to continue with school, right? So I got out, I focused a lot on content for a year while the world was kind of shut down. But in that time, I was doing so much of my own research, watching other people in the fitness space, looking at these coaches build up their online business and learning, hey, there's another avenue to this. Like I can be my own boss one day. I can, reach so many people. And then in the same vein of how my content with, TV shows, movies, games can reach a wide audience of people online, I could do the same thing with health and fitness. So that was kind of my ultimate goal, but I was like, I can't just jump right into that. Like I have to have, small little bridging stones. So I ended up working at a supplement shop for a couple of years, making a lot of connections, being able to, get some discounts on the courses that I needed to take to actually become a trainer. I ended up getting a job at a gym that I had been going to since the start of my journey, since I was a kid. Worked there for a couple of years as a trainer. And then I ended up getting an offer at a larger gym, and ended up, kind of just upgrading, moving companies, that sort of thing. And all while doing that, I was, pushing a lot more in kind of the online space and that sort of thing. And now I feel like I've built a really good client base, some really good connections with people as well. So, I've met some really good, mentors throughout all of that process. And I feel like I've been able to help and reach a wide audience of people over the last, I've only been doing this for now like 3 years professionally, but fitness has been a part of my life for the last 7-8 years at this point. So it felt only natural that this would be my career path. And I'm also able to combine elements of the content creation side with the professional side. And I'm making content for these gyms, and I'm, posting, exercise demonstrations online for my clients and things like that. And it's great to have that overlap.
No, that's incredible. Like I do remember I think I kind of was viewing it like halfway through your like professional journey and kind of watching you grow. And like, I do remember you being like, yeah, I wish I could be my own boss, or like, I want this. And to, like that was always so inspiring to me. Where it's like, well, yeah, like, what you want and you have a path to get it, and you just work to get there. And you are one of the more, from what I can see from the outside, one of the more hardworking people that I know. And
I appreciate that. I really do.
Push forward, and you're like, well, I want that, so I'm going to get that. And you do, and you do an incredible job of doing it. Again, from an outside looking in. I've never seen you in person doing this stuff, but just from the outside, I think you're doing great stuff.
I appreciate that.
Do you feel like you are like helping people's lives? Do you feel that impact?
I do. And like, as almost as silly as it might sound, like what makes my day a lot of times is when I have a client come to me, like, I have a lot of morning clients, start my morning off with somebody saying, hey, like, I did this thing that you told me to do, and it's helping a ton. Or like, the way in which we moved here, it's like, it's helping me in another aspect of my life, and that sort of thing. It's so rewarding to get that. And it's not like I'm not doing it for that reward, but it's just like psychologically, I'm like, it's so great to know that me going through all the things that I did when I was younger put me in a position to be able to help people go through this process much easier than I did when I was in their position. Right. And changing lifestyles and helping people in that way. It's such a rewarding thing, and I feel like I'm doing something, as silly as that sounds.
No, that's. I mean, I would imagine that, like, I think physical fitness is one of those things where I feel like most people don't have a guidebook
too.
And there's varying degrees to it too. Is it doesn't have to consume your life. Like it only consumes a lot of my life because I enjoy it. Like I love bodybuilding and I love tracking my food and doing all this stuff. Like it's fun for me.
Sure.
But from a lifestyle perspective, like as long as you're being active a few times throughout the week, doing something that you enjoy, being conscious of what you're eating and how that can affect you and how that can affect your performance and that sort of thing is just, making some small little swaps and changes here and there can do wonders.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I imagine there's probably so many aspects. Like, I feel like with health and with diet and with that kind of stuff, there's 1,000 people telling you 1,000 different ways. And it's like, I think people, myself included, is like, well, do I do this because this person said this and this person said this? Half of them really do believe that they're helping you. Half of them know they're not helping you, and they're getting a quick buck off of
and that is, there's so much noise that you have to filter out, and that is something that I learned very quickly, or had to learn very quickly, is that there's so many different opinions out there, but the best thing that you can do is try things for yourself and form your own opinions on things. I know for a fact that certain things that are a popular opinion, I will disagree with. Certain things that are a popular opinion, I will agree with. And certain things I will fall somewhere in the middle. And it just, again, it is just from personal experience. And also everybody is different as well. Like everybody's body responds to things in a different way. Everybody has different time constraints. Everybody, has varying levels of, how much work they're willing to put into it or how much work they can put into it. So then you have to adjust based off of that as well.
No, that's incredible. 9 p.m. I'm like, I need to start these movies.
Oh my goodness.
I was like, okay, gotta watch the first one. I was like, oh, it's a 3-hour movie. Okay, was not expecting that. Woke up 5 a.m. today.
Wow.
Did part 1, came home from a shift, did part 2. I was like, I can't be doing that again. I need to be doing better. Yeah, no, I'm very excited to hop into today's episode.
Awesome.
We have some fun things planned. Obviously, we're gonna be talking about those 3 movies a bit later on in today's episode. We have some fun, couple of news stories. It's been kind of a chiller week, as a whole.
Yeah.
But let's tackle some of these comments here really quickly.
Sure.
We have Lacey in the chat said, "Hi,
Lacey.
how's it
Hey.
going? How's it going?" We have Brenda in the chat as well. Hello, Brenda. How's it going, everybody? Are these friends of yours, or are these people from your side of the camp?
Yep. So Lacey has been, I would say, a ride or die on TikTok, and she's also an amazing friend. And then Brenda's my wife.
Well, hello there. It's great to see both of you. I will say, like, I'm not as much in the TikTok space as I assume you are. Seems like that's kind of your main forte.
Yeah.
The like film TikTok space seems so nice. It seems like everyone is just like this kind of giant friend group that I'm like very slowly kind of peeling back the like layer of. I'm slowly gathering some of those guys. And like every time I talk to one of you guys, it's like, oh my gosh, everyone's friends with everyone. I was like, that's awesome. That's incredible. I love that vibe. That's
Yes,
so good.
I would completely agree. The community, the film talk community, is one of the best communities I've been part of. I guess I've been in the art sphere. I used to draw comic books, not professionally, but cool. I used to do art a lot on like Instagram, and that's very competitive. So it's very hard to sink into that space. But film talk, yeah, like you just said, people will accept you with open arms and welcome you and make you feel part of the family.
Sure. No, that's incredible. Like, especially on the internet, that's
a
rarity. Like, we usually specify in the like hyper nerd spheres for most of our conversations. That's a lot of Marvel and DC and Star Wars and Disney, and it's like not the vibe you typically see. Like any opinion at all, it's like pitchforks and fire, and so that's a fun contrast, I'd say, to what you typically would see. We're gonna be just jumping into the show today with our creator spotlight segment, just to get to know you a little better. Again, strangers,
Never met you before
Yeah.
outside of our few messages we've sent back and forth.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I didn't have this on my list because I didn't know this, but you used to draw comic books. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Just like
Yeah.
tell me a bit about that. Was that a hobby? Was that something you always kind of wanted to do? Where did you kind of get into that sphere?
So, well, I guess starting it off, I've always been a huge fan of Marvel growing up. So of course the drawings that you see in comic books, the drawings that you see in the animated shows, that's what kind of got me started. And although I never did it professionally, it was definitely a dream that I had to be able to do comic books as a living. Unfortunately, life decided to be another route.
Sure.
Yeah. I was looking to go to school for art. However, I ended up in the graphic design sphere, and that's actually what I do now as my job. But yeah, so I used to draw. It was obviously, of course, I hoped that it would lead me to a profession, but it definitely started off as a hobby and something I did for many years. Fortunately, I've dropped off from doing it. I do still pick up the pencil from time to time and sketch something here and there, but for the most part, now it's graphic design.
That's very nice. That's very cool. I feel like, I almost feel like that's I don't want to say a dying breed because it's not, absolutely not. But I feel like now you're almost having to fight for that in this age of like AI and all this stuff. It's like, how do you feel now that like so many of these new people are coming and it's like, yes, this is art. It's like, no, it's not.
Yeah. I know. And Lacey, if you see the comments, Lacey's also a graphic designer. So her and I both, when it comes to AI, we're like, you're the devil. Unfortunately, though, I do know that while I don't consider it art, it's unfortunately something that people are embracing. I wish people wouldn't, because it takes away actual work from real people. So yeah, I know it's useful, especially in so many fields. It's definitely useful, but as far as the art sphere of things, I wish it wouldn't exist.
I 100% agree. It's a scary breed, and like I know it's kind of a different thing, but like that like Stan Lee thing came out a couple weeks ago where it's like a real life Stan Lee that answers your questions. I was like, that was my first bit. Like I was always anti AI. Obviously, I really dislike it, but like that was my first. Oh, it's getting bad. It's getting bad, and now we have AI actress that is coming to ruin Hollywood, take over Hollywood. It's like, like when I said once we get to a point it's too late to turn back, we've kind of already entered that scapegoat of like, it's getting too late, unfortunately.
It's honestly unfortunate that it's starting to make its way into the movie realm. I'm hoping that doesn't get too far.
Same. But I wrote down a couple just kind of get to know you questions to kind of bridge this gap here a little bit. I asked most of my guests here these first two questions. Favorite movie of all time?
So I suck when it comes to favorites.
That's fair.
So I have two.
Okay, perfect. Amazing.
First one is Inception. I love Christopher Nolan. I actually did a filmography journey where I watched all of his films, but Inception was the one that I was introduced to, I guess, because it came out prior to Batman, his Dark Knight trilogy. So Inception, and then the second one is Avengers Infinity War. I absolutely love Avengers Infinity War, so those are my two favorites, I would say.
Those are two, like, like those are good picks. I think on like almost separate sides of the camp. Like it feels like you have your like cinephile fic, and then there's the like fun blockbuster pick, which I do feel like every list needs a bit of both. I think sometimes, it seems like sometimes people are afraid of the two. It's like you can have the fun popcorn, like you're also allowed to get let your mind melt a little bit on some of those movies. So
agreed.
Oh, I can't wait for Odyssey next year. I simply can't.
Me too.
Not wait. And then on the other side of that, favorite TV show of all time.
Oof. Okay, so this one's a tough one.
Sure.
First one that comes to mind, honestly, is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Man after my own heart. I love Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
But if we're going to let's say Stars and Showtime, Spartacus is one of those shows that I would watch over and over again, honestly.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's one I've never seen. It's been on my list for many years. It's I like this segment because every time someone mentions a favorite movie or show I haven't seen, I'm like, oh, I gotta add to the list.
I know.
But Shield is what it is up there for me. I got my Agent Coulson and Agent May Funkos right back there. I've seen it multiple times. Every time I'm one of those people where every time there's a new article, they're like, they could be coming back. I'm like, don't do this to me, guys. Don't do it. Stop doing it.
Yep.
There's a new. I almost put it in our news thing today. Now I kind of wish I did, but there's a new thing where it's Brad Windenbaum, who is the head of Marvel TV, says, yeah, I just rewatched all 7 seasons. I was like, oh. You don't typically just do that on a whim if you're the head of a thing, you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, why,
it's
buddy?
True. It is true. Yeah, I wish they made it canon, and it clearly was canon at some point until then. Kevin Feige and Jeff Loeb clearly decided to part ways, whatever that means. But it is what it is.
Yeah, someday. If you could live in any fictional universe, what would it be and why?
Ooh, that's a great question. I guess my default answer would be Marvel. I clearly love Marvel, but I guess if I'm going animated, I would go Pokemon.
Pokemon's good. I like that. I always struggle with this one because it's obviously very cool universe you can live in, but it's but what about the dangers? Love Marvel. I don't know if I'd want to live in Marvel, at least not the big cities, definitely not New York City, not moving there, not Jersey. Same with DC, same with a lot of those a lot of those big ones. Pokemon's good though. I feel like Pokemon doesn't have too many. As someone who's I'm not a huge Pokemon guy, but it feels that feels a little calmer. It feels like you can kind of just chill in your own little section, train your Pokemon, do your thing, and then go home for the day. So
yeah, that's true.
Lego's a good pick.
Lego is a good pick. I do like that. Jurassic Park is definitely interesting though as well. That's a dangerous one.
That's one where I unfortunately do think I'd try Jurassic World once. I feel like
I would too, actually, and my wife is a huge fan of the Jurassic Park and Jurassic World films. And honestly, my favorite dinosaur is the Mosasaurus. So to be able to see that in person, I'd die.
Yeah, I feel like we're not that far away from something like that. Actually, I feel like we're a couple years off from dinosaurs are back, guys. By the way.
That's scary. That's scary.
By the way, they're bad. I think Lego might be my favorite answer. I really like the idea of being able to be hey, I made my own house. Have fun. You're just all right.
And you're singing "Everything Is Awesome" all the time. So
of course. In the theme of Halloween, favorite Halloween theme movie.
So great question. And the reason I say this is because I just recently started allowing horror into my sphere. I grew up 2 older sisters who from time to time would watch horror films. So, of course, it was The Exorcist, even It. But the one that I love, and even prior to me actually diving more into horror films, is Scream. The Scream franchise is close to my heart, I would say.
Yeah, that's a good pick. That's also up there for me as well. I know it probably doesn't seem apparent because I literally asked you to do it today. I do not like horror movies. That's not my genre. I don't like being, but like I'm slowly getting into it a little more. Like I did Scream a couple years ago when Scream 5 came out.
6.
Yeah,
the
5
most
and
recent
6.
one.
I think I started with 5 and then I also did 6. So
okay,
it's the
okay,
first for
okay.
5.
Okay.
A couple months ago we did Alien for the first time at prep for Alien Earth. We're doing Predator in a couple weeks here. So like I am slowly getting into it, and like I always said it was like, oh, it's because I don't like scary things. I don't like super scary things. But I'm watching this stuff and it's like, it's not too bad. You know, like I watched these this week. I was like, oh, all right, that wasn't too bad.
That's honestly so crazy because I guess we're sort of on the same journey at the same time. Because I started Spook, so this is my first time also doing spooky season on TikTok, and I started with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre films. And I grew up hearing about these films. I remember my cousin. We were probably in our early teens, probably. And she had, I believe she either watched the film or she heard about it. And since, I don't know if you know, it's inspired by a true story.
Sure.
So when she heard that, she was like, oh boy, we have to watch out. The Leatherface is going to come after us. So of course, me not being a fan of horror, I was like, oh boy, here we go. But yeah, like I said, Scream 6, I guess. So I started my journey on TikTok maybe 3 years ago. Officially as a movie reviewer. And Scream was one of those films that I was like, you know what? I'm going to give horror a chance. So I was like, let me watch Scream 6. And then this year was the year that I was like, okay, I'm going to dive in more into horror. But yeah, so we're definitely on that same journey together at the same time.
That's incredible. That's fun. And that's a great transition to my final question here. It was just like, I would love to hear about your history with TikTok, with content creation.
Yeah.
How'd you get into it? Why'd you get into it? You're kind of like, what's your been journey up until this point with it?
So I would say it's been a fun journey to start it off. So like I said, started about 3 years ago. I used to watch a lot of YouTubers. So John Campia, The Real Rejects, New Rock Stars. So I would say they were definitely my inspiration. What really I always watched movies, but not to the extent that I watch movies today. So being able to watch movies how I do now, I appreciate them a lot more. I appreciate what goes into it, whether it's the cinematography, whether it's the writing, the story. All that I would say is something that I am new to. And interestingly enough, the word neophyte, although it came off as a nickname that I had growing up, the word neophyte is a novice, someone new to something. So I was like, it's perfect because I've never reviewed anything. I've never critiqued film before. I just simply would go into a movie theater, watch it, and keep on going. So being able to do this journey has been such a fun ride. I appreciate the fact that a lot of people on TikTok, and TikTok's been so welcoming, like you said, the film talk community has been so welcoming. I started TikTok with just my phone. I would record with my voice and I would have images behind. I was always afraid to show my face. Lacey is a big factor as to why I finally decided to come around and showing my face. And it was friends that encouraged me. And it's always fun to see people comment when I watch a movie for the first time. They're like, "Oh, you're so lucky! You're experiencing this film for the very first time. I wish I could do the same thing." So it's been such a great ride, and it's had its benefits. It's amazing.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It feels like you're kind of tackling what I think is that beautiful part about that content creation. It's like, I think people sometimes get lost in the weeds a little bit, where it's like, okay, I have to get the best camera and I have to edit it for 10 hours straight and I have to do blah, blah, blah. And it seems like you are just in that era of like, hey, I am just experiencing this and giving it to you guys. And that one-on-one connection, I think, is what is so special. And I think TikTok has kind of given that opportunity to people. Obviously, there's a lot of lows of TikTok sometimes. Is it the greatest app always? No.
No.
But I do think that is the reason why I defended. Found out shortly after, oh, she's expecting 6 kittens. And we unfortunately had to give them all to Holmes, even the mom, because she was like violent towards the cats. She was like trying to hurt them. We had to be like, well, we're keeping this one. We have to find the others homes. And it's noble work that I think that you're doing with your, like you said, your little cat hotel that you got going on. That's incredible.
Yeah, I got to keep down down low. I'm only allowed to have one.
Uh-oh. Yes, well, so we'll clip that part. We'll clip that part for your landlord doesn't kick you out of your lovely home there. What up, Short Car? How's it going? But yeah, we're going to get this episode started here today. We're going to start with our Creator Spotlight segment. I have a couple of questions I have asked for you. I have asked for you. That's not a real sentence. I have here for you. Some are on the funner side, and some are a little different that I want to ask you. First of all,
darker.
Darker. No. I asked this one to everyone because I think it's a good start question. What's your favorite movie of all time?
Jurassic Park.
Oh, that's good.
Is the first movie I remember seeing in the theater. I don't remember much of the experience other than pestering my dad. When are the dinosaurs going to come? Where are the dinosaurs? Where are the dinosaurs? And I don't know if he covered my eyes because I don't remember the opening scene at all.
Yeah.
Like with the cage and Muldoon and all that, and all I remember, I think initially was the dig site. So obviously, I think either my child brain didn't retain any of that and retained the boring part. But whatever, I love it. That was like even looking back on it during the pandemic, that when they reopened that and showed it in theaters again, and I got to kind of go back and give it a proper theatrical run where I could retain it all, man. It just holds up so well. I think that was the first movie I saw where it's just like, this is it's magic, man. Like what they were able to do with the dinosaurs and that scene with him, the glasses and looking up, and it's like it's iconic, and the music.
It's a perfect movie. I watched them in COVID for the first time, and I loved them. And then when Dominion came out, well, I guess I loved the first one. I didn't so much love the other ones, but when Dominion came out, they were doing this like double feature of the first one and Dominion back to back. And the first one's magic, and then you go into that Dominion. It's like, oh, what a difference!
What happened here?
There's such a gap. And I think that's why I hated it so much, because they were back to back. I was like, this, I want to go home. I want to just watch the original a second time instead. We have a couple people in the comments here. I want to address that really quickly. Jeffrey said, OMG, it's Omni. Hi, Darren. Hi, Omni. Hello, buddy. We have Christian in the chat. What up, Omni?
What's up, Christian?
Amazing shirt, Omni. So excited for season 2. That's a couple days, right? Like officially? It's
Wednesday.
When? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
About a week?
We're under a week. Just under.
Hazel's in the chat. What up, buddy? What up?
You're right. Otherwise, I'd be asleep like a sheep, like a little bitch.
Jeffrey said Omni is doing a cool walkthrough through Final Fantasy Rebirth. Definitely a blast watching through it. Jeffrey has been on a crusade to get me to play Kingdom Hearts lately, and I've been considering it.
Shocker. I mean, the name.
Yes.
I mean,
absolutely.
Maybe one day you can earn yourself a Keyblade. I have a couple spares.
Okay. Very nice. Obviously, you do reactions over on your side of the fence. What's your favorite reaction that you've ever done on your channel, or like your favorite reaction series you've done, I guess I should say?
That's a tough one, man. Like talking like the most fun I've had out of the gate, I think, or got swept up in, like obviously like we could talk about Has Been or Hell of a Boss or anything like that. Because it I think that had like a more profound impact on me, like in the themes, the topics, the characters, the music, all of that. But I think like the most like yeah, well, yeah, that too. But like, I think the most fun I've had just being swept up in the adventure was probably Stranger Things. Starting that from the beginning, one of the few tentpole things I got to actually cover in its entirety on the channel.
Yeah.
Still, like, wish I could delete like Breaking Bad, Avatar, The Last Airbender, and all that stuff from my brain.
Yeah, you
I'm
can
like,
redo it. Yeah.
I can see how good my acting is and pretend if I haven't talked about them enough at this point.
Sure. I mean, now you're kind of doing like a lot of channels are doing those like rewatch reactions or these or like more commentary style stuff where it's like,
yeah,
oh, I was this years old when I watched this part. It's like, oh, cool, all right. No, Stranger Things is good. That's a great pick. I think whenever you see one of those channels pop up and like, oh, we're watching for the first time, it's like, oh, okay, that's gonna be a fun journey. I feel like that's one of those shows where like every episode has at least something that's like bombastic for you to react to, where like other shows can be like, okay, there's these slower points and it builds up and it builds up, where that one it's like every episode there's something happening, there's something that people want to see a thing for. So that's a great choice for sure.
And the nostalgia of the 80s too is still a big thing, the sound and the aesthetic.
That's coming up soon too. That is a couple weeks, actually, about a month at this point.
Stranger Things coming in to topple every content creator's
holidays. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a couple of IPs. I'm just gonna name off a couple. You have to get rid of one of these that I'm about to say.
Oh God.
You have to get rid of one of these iconic things that I think you love, maybe, I don't know. Kingdom Hearts. Doctor Who, Friends, That 70s Show, The X-Files.
Oh, you bastard.
I've done my research. You need me to read those off again, I can.
No, because I already know what it's down to. I might have. I think I'll keep the X-Files.
Yeah, I figured. I thought that one was safe. That's your freebie.
Because like my justification was Kingdom Hearts is technically ongoing, so I could die before that story ever ends. At least right now, the X-Files is a complete roadmap at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, until Ryan does whatever Ryan's going to do with it. Yeah. That was rough. That was evil.
Yes, it's a hard choice. I said that you had to get rid of one though. So you're getting rid of the Kingdom Hearts then?
Oh wait.
You'd get rid of one. Yeah. You have to get
Doctor
rid
Who.
of.
Get the hell out.
Okay, Doctor Who is out then. Because,
sorry, I misunderstood the question. I was like, who do I have to keep, and everything else is lost.
Well, no, because I figured the answer would be X-Files.
Okay,
so
I completely.
Okay, so Doctor Who's out of
this
here.
hasn't kicked in yet.
Okay, you're good. You're good. I like swapped it in last minute. I swapped in Doctor Who for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I was like, which one should I put in there? So I put in Doctor Who. So
yeah, no, it would definitely would have been down to Doctor Who or That 70s Show, but I like That 70s Show a lot. Doctor Who's kind of gone the way of the Flash.
That is fair. It's I'm still going through it right now. I'm on Matt Smith right now. I'm on season 6, so I'm in a good era right now.
Yeah, give it time.
Give it. Yeah. Fair enough. I wanted to ask you though about your history on YouTube. Obviously, again, you you have built something I think is pretty incredible over on your YouTube space with your reactions to your live streams, to your gameplays, to now some of your interviews as well, and what you've done at cons. What's kind of your history on the platform of YouTube, TikTok, all that jazz? Like where did that story kind of start for you?
Honestly, like I guess like because I was kind of observing the birth of YouTube my old age. Yeah. But like so like a lot of the early, I think like going back, I guess what maybe would have started this road or this path would have been like back with like the peak of like Channel Awesome and stuff like that, with the Nostalgia Critic and Angry Joe and Linkara and all of them. You know, people talking about movies and stuff like that, you know, because I was like right in the cusp of when I was in college, and me and my friends were going different ways. So like not having like an outlet to like have a conversation without having a conversation. And then that kind of was always something that I kind of wanted to do, but I was always just kind of like, I don't have the right camera. I don't have the right mic. I don't have my own space at the moment. I'm in a dorm room or whatever. I was finding an excuse to kind of put it off for as long as I did. And eventually it just got to a point where I finally had my own apartment that I was kind of okay with. And then I just like, I think I just needed to talk about some of the stuff I was into, because it was, losing touch with everybody, as you tend to do as you grow older and you grow apart from people, or people move or whatever. And I was like, I have to talk about these things because we're getting more content. We're getting all kinds of other shows, that was around the cusp of the Arrowverse and whatnot. And I was just like, so like drowning in that week, like 5 shows a week that are all connected. And I'm just like, I have no one to talk to about this. So I ripped the cord, and I think I saw like some like reaction channels. I can't remember exactly who the first ones I saw. I think it was like the Real Rejects and a couple other people as well. And then I was like, maybe I'll just kind of dip my toes in with like some trailer reactions or something like that, some light reviews or whatever. And then that evolved into where we're at here after I got a little more comfortable being in front of the camera.
Of course. No, I do think that's kind of the beauty of the reaction community from what I've seen from afar. It's just this idea that like that like togetherness, I guess, kind of like, I think people love the aspect of like, well, I get to watch TV and movies with my friends, and some people don't have those connections. They don't have the friends that all get together on a movie night, or the like classic like Game of Thrones at a bar thing that used to happen, where it's like, oh, I could watch the episode and then go watch Omni's reaction or Blind Wave's reaction, or the Real Rejects or Danny Mata or blah blah blah. That I think has happened. That is very cool. And now what's happening, I think, is like, I love these like what other people are doing, where it's like, okay, it's a group reaction. It's like 12 people on a couch, or it's we're like live on a stage doing this with like 100 people, and like how that has evolved is definitely very
It's like, how can we shake this up? More people live on a plane.
Actually,
you're
it's
gonna
not
get extreme reactions coming soon.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Like,
motorcycle reacting.
Get 50 people to go on a plane. You put the cameras up, and everyone's just watching the whatever the heck it is, the new Game of Thrones series or Stranger Things or whatever on a plane. I love it. Since you've been doing this, though, because it sounds like you were kind of jumping in kind of that middle ground, it seems, where there was a bunch of people doing these reaction channels, and since you've done it, a lot of people have joined that fray. There seems like there's a big reaction channel popping off every other day or so, if that's on YouTube, or now even on like Twitch and in TikTok and even Instagram and stuff like that. What do you think sets your channel apart from a lot of the other ones, or like what is that mind frame that like you go into that with, being like, what makes me separate from all of these other channels, I guess, is kind of what I'm asking.
I have a brain. No, I'm kidding. Sure. No, I honestly, I can't really put a pin on it, because I just kind of sit down and I just like am as vulnerable as I can be, and my own neurosis, I guess. Because like when I watch a lot of people, I guess I feel like I notice that not a lot of other people like get like locked in on the things that I do. Like, whether it can be dumb stuff. Like, no, I'm not even talking like, oh, they don't even see the plot or anything like that going over their head or whatever. Like, I'll like fixate on some crazy stuff, like a madman sometimes, and like I sometimes I overthink to the point where maybe I spoiled the plot for myself, or sometimes I'll overthink to the point and this is like so obvious, and I go off into some other universe. So I don't know. Like, other than that, like I don't know. I go in with the hope to enjoy everything, and so I definitely try to take every little bit in, sometimes maybe to a detriment, but I don't know.
Sure. That's fair. I think that's better than what I think a lot of people sometimes do, where it's like, okay, you are like what you're doing is commentating. And I do think that's the most important thing to all of this. My favorite genre, or I guess my least favorite genre of this, is just the like, oh, that's nice. Okay. That looks cool. Oh, look at that. You know what I mean? Where it's like, you're not adding the content, you're just there to kind of do it because that's what you are told does well on the platform. And you're just kind of stealing the content and like, oh, people will click on this because they like that set IP. And I would argue, and again, I don't know what your fandom is like, but it seems like they love the like personality around it and not just what you're watching. They also love what you're watching too, I assume. That's why they're there. But like, it seems like there is more to that, and I feel like that probably shines through.
Yeah, I do notice, like, and it's nice to see sometimes, was like, this wasn't on my radar, but I only started watching it because you were, and I was like, oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I did that with Owl House with you a little bit, because I watched the first half of the Owl House. I loved our first half of the first season, and like your thing popped up, and I was like, oh my gosh, he's watching it. That's incredible. And I was like, I never finished the Owl House. God damn it. I got so excited that you were watching it. I never finished it. So I was like, I want to watch it now. All right. This is like an incredible show. Love the Owl House.
Oh, so good, man. I was bawling like a baby by the end of it.
Such a good show.
Big announcement with Spider-Man. It's funny also because Disney is still like relevant to this, because like I'm currently in the Pinocchio room.
Oh, that's incredible. Is it like a college that you're at right now? If you're allowed to say.
I'm doing the Disney College program currently. So I'm at, like, they have their own like kind of like dorm system that I'm staying in. This is like the community center they've got. So each of the study rooms, I'm in the study room, so I can have a little privacy. Each of the study rooms is themed. So this one is Pinocchio. He's just kind of staring at me.
That is, I mean, too bad it's not Age of Ultron that we're talking about today. That'd be very fitting.
That would have been appropriate, yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much you're allowed to say, but like, how is that going for you? Like, are you enjoying your time there?
It's been good so far. Yeah, I'm about halfway done. I started in August, like the end of August, and then I'm going till January 2nd is my last day. But it's been really cool so far. I've had a lot of really unique experiences, things I couldn't do anywhere else.
That's incredible.
So yeah,
I've heard, like, 'cause we had our friend Lillian on, I think at the beginning of the year, and like she was also going through the program, and like I've heard very mixed things on the program, but it seems like as of recently, the people going through it are having very good experiences or are having a good time with it. So that is absolutely incredible.
You just got to set your expectations, because it is a lot of work.
Sure.
I've had my share of like 11-hour days, and I have an 11-hour shift and a 10-hour shift, and they were a lot, but like the perks are really great.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like when people hear that, they're probably like, oh, I'm going to Disney World for like 6 months, and it's like,
it's unfortunately not a vacation.
Yeah, you can't just like ride the rides and go to buy the stuff. You have to, you're there to work. Yeah,
you're there to work, but you know, if you time it right and stuff, you can still get a lot of time like at the parks and stuff. I know, like every now and then I'll go to like just Hollywood Studios, do 1 or 2 things, and then go to work an hour later, and it's like you can make the most of it if you just like, it's all about time management and especially money management. That's the thing I'm worst at.
I'm with you. I'm like, all right, I have to do this thing at this time and this thing at this time.
Yeah.
But then you stay like an hour in bed. It's like, oh fuck. Well, that goes off the whole area, and that goes off the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, we're gonna be jump starting this episode today. I have a couple of nerdy get to know you questions to get this show started today. Obviously, I guess I didn't even say what the topic of today's episode is for people just jumping in. We are continuing the MCU retrospective series. We are now almost halfway through phase 3 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is kind of sad to me because I do love phase 3 of the MCU.
A lot of solid projects there.
A lot of really good stuff. And this week we are covering Spider-Man Homecoming and Thor Ragnarok. We've made our way to 2017.
That was a really good year for the MCU, honestly.
Those couple years of like 2016, 17, 18, I'd probably say is like maybe the peak of the MCU. I guess 2019.
I think 19 too. Yeah. They got Endgame and the other Spider-Man, so
sure.
I like those both a lot.
Like I think at least in like, people can argue about the quality of these projects all you want, but I think in terms of just their popularity and their relevance in the media, it's probably the most popular, not even Marvel, just like comic book projects and superhero projects were as a whole. Like it feels like those were the years where people are like, oh, superheroes are the thing. People love superheroes. So but no, those are gonna be some very fun conversations. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. I think there's some fun things here. First of all, I ask all my guests this: favorite movie of all time?
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
Another Spider-Man movie. I love it.
Yeah, it's funny, but that's been a film that's meant a lot to me ever since I first saw it. Though recently it's been getting a little bit of a run for its money. I've been really obsessed with that new Superman movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's right now it's still Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. There's just nothing like it.
It is. No, it's incredible. And I guess I should have guessed that due to your like Spider-Ham profile picture.
Yeah, that all started a little bit before that movie came out.
Incredible. I do love how you change it for every holiday on like social media, where it's like, oh, now it's Halloween Spider-Ham.
Yeah, I forgot to do Halloween this year because I was still in Peacemaker. Right now I'm Homer Simpson because the Fortnite Simpsons season just dropped and it's been very fun.
It is very fun. It's interesting their relevance as of recently and just how they've like Fortnite is just like reviving all these franchises, I guess. Like I was very into like the Power Ranger season that just ended and like the like relevance that franchise got from Fortnite.
Yeah.
And now I'm seeing all these people being like, well, I've never seen Simpsons, but I guess I'll watch it now. It's like, what staying power Fortnite has that can just make like hundreds of people watch a thing for the first time. Like that's really crazy. But no, that's very fun. And then favorite TV show of all time.
See, that's a harder one. I don't have my answer loaded up. It really depends on what I'm feeling. I want to say one of them, like I've got like a bunch of ones that are up there. Like one of them is The Good Place. I thought that show was really good. BoJack Horseman was my go-to for a while, but then I have to really be in a good headspace in order to watch that, or else it just completely tanks me.
Sure.
And then what's another one? Oh yeah, Superman and Lois on the CW. I really loved. That's got to be like my favorite superhero show of all time. I'm sure I'm forgetting stuff. I love The Simpsons and SpongeBob. Early Simpsons, early SpongeBob's got to be some of like the funniest shows I've ever seen. Yeah, there's so many shows that I love, and I'm just forgetting a lot of them.
Fair.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
and
TV
Smiling
out there.
Friends. Smiling Friends is also got to be one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
That's been on my list for a while. I keep seeing.
Have you not seen it?
I have not seen Smiling
Oh,
Friends,
you got to see
no.
it. It's really good. It's consistently, all 3 seasons so far have been consistently really good.
I always see people talking about it, and I'm always like, what is this little thing? So yeah,
It's so like its sense of humor is so wacky and silly and stupid, and it's just I don't know. I really like it. I can't get enough. I'm so excited every Sunday when a new one comes on.
Okay. I have to put it on my giant list of shows that I will unfortunately never get to because there's so much media.
I felt that in my core.
But yeah, no, Super Lois is a great pick. One of my favorite shows
Yeah.
of all time.
Absolutely.
I recently watched Good Place for like just the first time a month ago or so, and that final episode wrecked me.
It destroys me every single time I watch it, and I sob. Like it's sometimes it's been hard recently for like movies and TV shows to get me to like cry, with a few exceptions. But that one, I was sobbing. That one in Superman Lois's finale, I was sobbing.
Oh my god, yeah, it is like already a contender for like one of my favorite season finales or series finales of all time. Like I was not expecting, like especially I was binging the show, so I didn't have that emotional attachment. So I was like, I'll be fine, it's whatever. And I was like, nope, I'm not. It gets ya.
It's not
really,
fine.
Really good.
It's not fine.
Favorite cereal?
Favorite cereal? Oh, that's a good one.
Cereal.
I haven't eaten cereal in a while, actually. I liked Cocoa Puffs a lot when I was a kid.
Cocoa Puffs are good.
I also liked Cinnamon Toast Crunch, though that's my brother's favorite. Trying to think. Oh, Honey Nut Cheerios I liked a lot when I was a kid, and Fruity Pebbles. But like, I think Cocoa Puffs was my number one. Especially because if you did it with milk, I didn't usually do it with milk when I was a kid. I didn't start doing that until I was a little older. But when you put it in milk and then it turns into chocolate milk at the end, and that's nice. I just don't like how soggy the stuff gets with the milk. I don't know. I'm a dry cereal kind of guy.
I'm not a soggy cereal guy. I usually eat it as soon as the milk hits the bowl, and then it's like if you wait like 5 minutes, it's done. It's like
you gotta eat cereal really quickly, kind of like ice cream cones in the summer. You gotta eat it quickly, or else it melts away and gets all over you.
Agreed. Favorite hyperfixation right now?
Ooh, right now. It might be like the Disney theme parks right now, just because I'm kind of in that. Because I'm really in that, and I'm gonna be going tomorrow. Yeah, the current one was probably actually specifically Donald Duck, because he's my favorite Disney character, and I'm gonna be going to the parks tomorrow in a Disney bound of Donald Duck. And a Disney bound, for anyone who doesn't know, is like, since adults aren't allowed to dress in costumes at Disney World, because they could get mistaken for the characters or whatever. There's exceptions like Halloween and stuff. But so you dress in clothes inspired by the character. So right now I've got one of the hats, the Donald Duck hats. I've got a T-shirt that I got. It's like his shirt. You actually got it at the Cast Connection, the discount store for cast members. It's a really good deal there. And then I got white shorts. I even bought yellow shoes and yellow like long tube socks. So I'm gonna go dress as Donald Duck, and I'm gonna go meet Donald Duck, and we're gonna get pictures together, and it's gonna be really fun. We're gonna be twinning.
Awesome.
But yeah, so Disney parks right now is kind of like a big hyperfixation for me. And yeah, I think that would probably be my number one right now.
I mean, that makes sense. Like if you're there, you're going to want to get every minute out of that experience that you possibly can.
Exactly, yeah.
And it seems like you're probably living and breathing that environment probably pretty regularly if you're at work or if you're on your downtime. So that's incredible.
And another one's just Spider-Man right now. I've been in a really big Spider-Man mood. So when you said, "Oh, we're going to be talking about Spider-Man Homecoming," I'm like, hell yes. I just rewatched Far From Home the other day, and then I rewatched I rewatched both Spider-Man and Thor just to over the last couple days, just to prepare to have thoughts on it.
Fair.
But so Spider-Man's just been something that's been on my mind a lot recently.
Incredible. Greatest TV theme song of all time.
Ooh, gosh. I like the Phineas and Ferb theme song a lot. I've got that one memorized. I love the SpongeBob SquarePants theme song a lot too. But like lyrically, I really like the Phineas and Ferb theme song. It's really catchy. I'm gonna get to see them perform Bowling for Soup, because Epcot does their concert thing for the Food and Wine Festival.
Yeah.
So I got a ticket to that. So I'm going next week. I'm gonna get to see them perform live.
That's so cool.
It's gonna be
That's
really
so
cool.
awesome.
I'm gonna freak out when they sing that song.
That's gonna be really cool. They seem like one of those bands that are like not ashamed of what made them like put them on the map. Like I feel like every time on TikTok I see them doing the song.
Yeah,
like,
I see
good for
them doing that one. And I see What's New Scooby Doo being
the
performed.
Scooby Doo one.
Yeah, every single time. They both those bands really seem to like that they did those
Embrace it.
theme songs. They
Yeah.
embrace it, and it's always so much fun because they have like big the audience goes crazy for it, and people love it, and I'm excited. That's the main reason. Like I love Bowling for Soup, their other music as well, but I'm there for Phineas and Ferb because I want to see that performed live.
That'd be awesome to see live. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. That takes me to my next question actually, because I was going to ask you if you because we talked about Phineas and Ferb last time and how excited we were for the new season.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new season yet? How are you
I've
feeling
seen
on it?
most of it. I've missed. I have to catch up. That's something I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
Probably tonight, honestly. Is catch up on the rest of the episodes. I've really liked it so far. There's only been one episode I was kind of disappointed in, and that was actually the next Meep one. Because like it was fine as an episode, but it was also like the first two Meeps I remember being really, really good.
Very gag focused.
Yeah,
For
so it
sure,
was like it didn't feel the same. But other than that, I've really liked the new season. I've gotten a few of the songs stuck in my head. And some of the concepts, like Doofenshmirtz and Candace having the same therapist, is a really funny concept.
great episode,
And then them putting the pieces together. But I've really liked it so far. I'm really looking forward to watching the rest of it.
Yeah, me too. I did the first half. They dropped that on Disney Plus, and I've been waiting for that second batch to drop. I know it comes out in January on Disney Plus. I kind of wish they would just like do the like Hulu thing where it's like, oh, it's on the next day on Disney Plus instead of doing the like the weird mismatch of like, okay, we're dropping this here and then later on it's like just
it's weird. They're dropping it on like Disney Channel, so I've got it recorded on my on like YouTube TV or whatever.
Oh, cool.
So that's how I'm gonna be watching that early. I'll let you know how it is. I wish they would just do it next day though, because like that's what like all like the other ones like that's how Smiling Friends does it. They air on Adult Swim and then the next day it's on HBO Max.
Yeah, Disney Plus is weird with how they release.
They
or I guess
are a
Disney
little bit,
Channel stuff is weird with it.
Yeah.
It's like because like Wizards is weird too, because what they'll do is like they'll drop all the episodes on Disney Plus first, and then they'll air
that's
them
weird.
live.
Then you can just binge it and then that's weird.
It's
okay.
like why not just do them
Just
at
do
the same time?
Yeah, do them at the same time. Drop it on like the next morning or like right after it airs or something like that. That's weird.
Yeah, because it I think it cuts off like conversation. Like people are watching it at different times of the year, so you're not having that like
that makes it weird.
talk, and
that's why I like it when they drop like weekly on the service or on the TV or whatever, because that's like that allows conversation to flow and keep going. That's what I liked about Peacemaker. That's what I like about things like She-Hulk and like Daredevil Born Again and things like that. Like the conversation gets to continue because it keeps coming out. Yeah.
Agreed. Okay, final two questions here.
Okay.
A Disney movie that you would like to see get a sequel.
Ooh, a sequel.
I know there's a lot of like reboots and stuff like that. But if you could give a sequel, an actual big budget sequel to any Disney movie, what would it be?
I gotta think about that. Trying to think of like which ones don't have sequels. Oh, you know what? Are we counting Pixar?
Sure, go ahead.
I want a Monsters Inc. 2. I know they have Monsters University, but I want a second Monsters Inc.
An actual sequel.
See what happens. Yeah, like Monsters at Work was fine. But I want like a proper like like a proper Monsters Inc. 2. That's been one of my favorites for a long time.
That'd be fun. I think it'll happen. I think Pixar's in their sequel era right now.
Oh yeah, no, they're totally gonna do it at some point, especially with like because like the Monsters Inc. is gonna be really relevant pretty soon because they're doing the new land at Disney at Hollywood Studios.
Yeah.
Which I'm very excited for, but also very upset about because Muppets are gone.
Yeah.
It really hurt, but then also Mike Wazowski's my goat, so it's like it's hard to like be too upset.
Mm.
Plus, there's a place they could easily put Muppet Vision again if they want to, but that's a whole different conversation. But so I feel like they're gonna probably make a sequel somewhat soon, like how they have that new Zootopia attraction at Animal Kingdom coming out, and Zootopia 2 is coming out like in 2 weeks.
Crazy to me.
So yeah.
I think that's a good answer. I do think Pixar right now is realizing that they do need to be pushing those sequels. Unfortunately, I know it's a hot topic, but like I think when you
I
have
really liked like Elio, and I think
liked
that
yeah.
I think that Hopper's one looks really promising. So I hope that
not
they
marketing
can...
them. It's like,
yeah, they're not
market
marketing
your
their original films enough.
It's like, when like Elio doesn't make as much as they want it to, and Lightyear doesn't, but then like Inside Out 2 makes what, $1 billion? What is it?
It was
2
like
billion?
the highest grossing animated film for a while. I don't know if it still is.
I think now it's replaced by the one that came out.
That I had never heard of until it came out and started making billions.
But still, it's like I do think that's going to be like, okay, it's like shortly after they
they're going to be like, oh, now we got
Coco 2 and Toy Story 5. That's going to make $1 billion.
I am looking forward to Incredibles 3 though.
Incredibles 3, and I think shortly, I think in a couple years' time, we're going to hear about a Cars 4 and a Monsters Inc. 2.
Okay, I would actually be down for both of those.
Finding Nemo 3. I think they're just
gotta find somebody else this time.
Gotta find Merlin this time. I don't know.
Merlin.
No, I think that's
Finding
a good answer.
Crush, dude.
Love it. I think I would go. This is a weird pick. I think I would go with Christopher Robin.
Oh, I totally go with that one too. That one was really good. I loved Christopher Robin. Ewan McGregor, and then Pooh Bear was so cute.
It's such a guilty pleasure movie for me. Like,
I'm not even guilty. That's just a pleasure movie. I love that movie.
So fun. It's so cool. It's so it's such a wholesome movie.
It is. It gives kind of Paddington vibes.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. And as our transition question here, would you rather be bit by a radioactive spider or become the God of War?
The God of War, not the God of Thunder?
Sorry, the God of Thunder.
Oh, okay, or the God of Thunder. Ooh.
God of Thunder.
See, that's a hard one. Because like I don't exactly live in. Oh, they're watching the next Star Wars. Sorry, I got distracted. I could hear Imperial March, and like that doesn't happen until Empire. That's the whole. They don't even. Nobody watching this even knows about that conversation.
That's an off-screen talk.
Yeah, I just heard Imperial March. So like, oh, that's the second one. Anyway, but just like you see, God of Thunder doesn't really come with any like pain because it's like, oh, you're just all powerful now. But and I don't exactly live in like the best Spider-Man environment. Plus Universal would probably sue if I'm seen at Disney World as Spider-Man. But also like, I don't know, there's something about Spider-Man that like I want to be that guy. I feel like my review on Letterboxd for Spider-Man Homecoming was Peter Parker is literally me. So it's like I want to be Spider-Man, but I also like the God of Thunder thing would probably be easier. But then with great power, there must also come great responsibility. And I have arachnophobia, but I'm gonna go with the spider. I think I want to be Spider-Man. I want to stick to the walls. I want to flip around.
Yeah.
And I want to shoot web. Though actually, I want Tobey Maguire's spider because I'm not smart enough to build the web shooters. So I want Tobey Maguire's spider specifically.
Yeah,
give me that one. Like Tom Holland and Andrew Garfield are the goats, but Tobey Maguire's spider, I don't have to build anything.
Agreed.
I can just focus on making the costume. I can learn to sew. I can learn to sew easier than I can learn engineering.
I agree. Yeah. No, I think. I guess my logic at first was like Thor has less pain than Spider-Man, but I'm like, no, I guess he doesn't. Like he lost his father and his brother and his girlfriend and his whole planet, and like he's had it rough as well. Like
he has. That's the thing. Superheroes are constantly suffering, so it's like, as much as I would want the powers, I don't think I want all the responsibility.
I think I might just go. I might go God of Thunder still, just because it feels like a lot less I guess, work. I feel like I
Yeah,
just,
you
like,
kind of just like shoot lightning at people, and then
yeah,
you're
I
good.
feel
Like
like
defend the
I'm
9
much more
realms.
powerful, I guess, in the
Yeah.
sense I can fly. That's
Yeah,
nice.
but then again, you have to defend 9 realms, while Spider-Man only has 1 city.
That is true. I think Thor has a lot more responsibility. Maybe I'll just pull
Yeah,
a
which is kind of
Thor and
funny
just
with
be like,
Spider-Man's whole thing is responsibility, but
yeah, I'm gonna just be
but
like,
yeah.
deuces. I'm gonna go chill down on Earth, have fun here.
Yeah, leave it to the other Asgardians. They've got the 9 realms. You got the 1 realm. You're good. Earth does need a lot of saving, though.
Yeah, and somehow no one's ever around when we need them
Yeah.
for anything.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, with that being said, I think we're going to be jumping into our main topic here today, which again, a pretty, I think, nice transition into these topics here.
Yeah.
These retrospectives. So 2017, I think, was definitely a very on. I'm getting Ronan on. I'm getting Draven on, and I waited to like the last.
Hey, I'm a big procrastinator, so I understand. I mean,
Yeah.
just look at my YouTube channel. It's a graveyard right now, pretty much. So I understand. So it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you, buddy. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you very much. No, I mean, obviously, Elephant in the Room, people don't know, like, we work together over on Council of Creators, our friend Jordan podcast, the insanity that pursues over there.
Yeah.
But I've had a lot of fun this year, kind of like stealing all of his people and making them my own.
I mean, it's what council was used for a while. So yeah.
No,
Why not?
I know, like, jokes aside, but like, I do really like, and I've talked to him about this. It almost works as this nice kind of like extension of that show, because Council is a crazy show. There's always like at least 5 to 10 people talking at once. There's not a lot of that like one-on-one solo conversations. So people might not know like the Johnny, like the solo Johnny experience, if you will. And I've had fun being like, oh wait, you like this thing, and like people I've talked to for months now, we're like, wait, I had no idea anything about this. So it's cool to have that one-on-one conversation. Johnny, how have you been? How's it been going? What's been going on?
Yeah, I mean, well, first, yeah, I agree. It is nice to kind of just be one-on-one every once in a while. I know I do, I do streams with Chainsaw or Jordan one-on-one a lot, and I've done streams with, Ronan before one-on-one and just other people from Council, so it is nice. And in a way, I feel like I almost play a character on Council that I don't usually play otherwhere. I feel like I'm at my raunchiest and most unhinged on Council. I just feed off the energy, so people might watch this big, oh, he's actually not a complete degenerate, he's only a slight degenerate.
Doesn't come in his socks? That's crazy.
Yeah. Sometimes I like the Council ends. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I can't believe some of this shit I said. But yeah, I'm doing good, man. I've been very, very busy in my personal life.
Sure.
For those that do not know, I'm a new barber, so building that career up has been very time consuming, and it just kind of consumes everything, honestly. So, and I have a great relationship going right now. I have a lot of family stuff going on right now. My life is lifing right now, and unfortunately a lot of content has kind of taken a break because of that, but I'm just big into not really forcing myself to do things and stuff. Like, if I want to do something, I'm going to do it. And I'm kind of just taking it as it comes, but stressed but doing good. I guess is the shorter version of that.
No, that I think you actually kind of nailed that. Like, I know it might not seem it, but I think that is almost the healthiest thing you could do, to be like, okay, I need to upload every day and I need to have the weekly thing. It's like, hey, if you're not feeling it, don't push it. Like, just don't push yourself to do more than you want to. I think especially people around kind of our channel length, where it's like, is it a job? It's not, then don't do more than you want to. Don't push it outside of the hobby level if you're not getting the benefits of it not being a hobby. I guess, if that makes sense. So
yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. As kind of, not to get kind of like, I guess, like unmotivational for a second, but that's why I kind of became a barber, because I was like, like, it's a great hobby. I love talking about movies and pop culture and stuff. Everyone in my job is so shocked by how much I know about pop culture. It's kind of hilarious. I'm like the trivia guy there because I just can name actors and stuff in movies because it's just, I've been consumed by it. I've been a huge YouTube watcher and fan forever and Twitch and all that. And, after a while, I was like, I enjoy doing it as a hobby, but the idea of sitting down and editing videos every day and making TikToks and stuff like that, it started really just kind of draining me a little bit. So I was like, all right, I'm going to do it as a hobby. I'll basically just stream because there's no editing required and stuff like that. And that's kind of where I'm at. And I've been having a lot of fun of just hopping on other people's channels and stuff, like doing streams and podcasts and stuff with other people. And then, when there's a stream or something that I want to do, I'll do it. But yeah, I don't know. I felt the pressure to edit videos and make reviews of everything I was watching after a while. And I kind of started taking the fun of watching stuff away from me and putting pressure on myself. And then, get to the numbers game of like, oh, I spent all this time making this video. It's not performing well. Is it worth it? All that. And I was like, I made the tough choice of like, I'm going to start my like actual career that'll, pay the bills. And if anything ever happens from content down the road, cool. I guess my biggest regret is I didn't start sooner. If I would have started sooner, then maybe, who knows where I'd be at now. But, not to be depressing, like I said, but that's kind of why I stepped away from content a little bit because I was like, right now, this isn't my job. I'm not making enough money to pay bills and stuff. So I was like, if something ever comes of it, awesome. For now, I'm just going to treat it like a hobby and have fun. And I'm having a lot of fun with it.
No, I think that's incredible. Like, I remember you posting that kind of career update, like, hey, this is where I've been video. And at the time, I didn't really know you yet. Like, we had worked together somewhat on council, but it was more so just like, hey, it's that guy that I see sometime, whatever.
This is more I'm making dick jokes and shit jokes. And,
It's the cum sock guy, whatever.
Yeah, it's the cum sock guy.
But like, I do remember watching that video and being like, that's fucking awesome. I loved, I found it like really like motivating of just like, oh, like you chose a direction. And I think that's something people really struggle with, especially nowadays. It feels like that's something everyone's kind of really stuck within. It's like, okay, not only finding a job is hard for people, of course, and what the world is right now, of course, won't get into that, but also just like not only finding a job, but finding a job that you seemingly enjoy and are passionate about. It feels like every time you're coming on the stream, you're talking about how much you're loving it or your stories about it. And like, what was that kind of journey getting there to be like, oh, wait, I like this thing. Can I do it professionally? Was there like a leap of faith moment of just like, well, let's jump in and see?
Yeah, I guess I had a Miles Morales moment. It was a big leap of faith. I was very, very stagnant for a very long time. Like I feel like most people out there, they graduated high school, it was like, oh fuck, what do I do now? Structure has been taken away from me, and now I don't know what to do. So I went to school for a little bit for communications and media. I was like, I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to kind of go the filmmaker route. I want to be the next, Tarantino, Nolan, whatever. I'm going to be that guy. And then I had the unfortunate passing of my grandfather or papa when I was in the end of my first year, and I took like a year off. And then the pandemic happened, and I was like, fuck online classes, I'm not doing that. So it just kind of, I was lost for a very long time. I was in a very bad spot for a very long time. I mean, the pandemic in a way was good because that's when I started my streaming and everything like that. And that was awesome, just kind of showing myself that I could build something like that. I had Twitch affiliate. I had people that were coming in and tuning in and watching and subscribing and stuff. It was awesome from all over the world too. It was crazy.
That's awesome.
And then, I kind of hit a wall with that where I was like, all right, I'm kind of capping out at these viewers. I'm capping out. Like, I'm not gaining followers like I used to. Posting videos are kind of capping out a certain amount of views. Every now and then they'll kind of, I guess, overperform for me. But I was like, I either can really hunker down and just go all in on streaming and YouTube and all that, or I have to figure something else out.
Right.
And I worked at Foot Locker for like 7 years. I was like, I don't want to work retail for the rest of my life. I fucking know that for sure. Great job, but I was like, I just can't deal with people like that. Even though I'm still dealing with people, but I guess in a different sense. But yeah, I was just like, I was like, dude, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what to do. I'm in such a weird spot right now. And then I was like, well, I don't have the drive to edit and post like I do to make it my job. I was like, so I gotta figure something else out. And I was kind of thinking, and barbering was always something I liked. Going back to my papa, like one of my favorite, like, just, I guess, childhood memories is like going to the barber shop with him. He would take me to the barber shop and go get a haircut. There's McDonald's right next to the barber shop. We go get lunch and then we go, go back. And that was like our thing. And I just always liked that experience. I like going to the barber shop to get my haircut. Just, the stereotypical, like, bullshitting around with your barber about stuff. My barber's a nerd, so we'd always talk about Marvel and Star Wars together. And when I get my haircut, I would never let my barber do my beard. I would always do my own beard and it would piss him off. So I would start watching tutorials and videos on how to do my beard better, how to style my beard better, whatever. And after a while, I was like, even though I piss myself off if I fuck up my beard sometimes, I was like, it would be kind of cool to just learn how to do the whole thing pretty much.
Right.
And give like other people that experience. Because, a big part of barbering is like you want to make people feel good. The joke is that like barbers are like men's like unofficial therapists and stuff like that. I was like, just the whole experience about it is really cool. And just the setting and atmosphere. And I was like, I'm gonna try it. So I went to a local like barber school by me, which, mixed experience. I didn't really get a lot of experience actually cutting hair. But I just learned some history of barbering and stuff and basic techniques. It's basically just cutting mannequins. So it was like basically just cutting like Barbie dolls all day, which was kind of, not great, but, it got me ready basically to take my state test and get my license so I could go and work in any shop that I want pretty much in the state.
That's cool.
So when I told my barber that I was thinking about becoming a barber, we just stayed in touch. He wanted me in the shop. So I was lucky enough that when I graduated my barber school, he was just willing to take me with open arms, knowing that I was going to be a work in progress and all that. So it's been kind of interesting. I've gone to my boss for 10 years as like a client. So then working for him over the past about year now, in like a few weeks, it's going to be a year. It's been crazy. It's been crazy. And just,
incredible.
It's really, it's also a very mentally challenging job because it's very hard on yourself if you fuck something up. Like even today was the busiest day I've ever had. I did 16 haircuts today in one day. And one of them was one of the worst haircuts I ever gave in my life. And but it was just like the other ones today were good. I just had this one kid who had long ass hair. I fucked it up a little bit, and it's just you got to kind of keep trying to push through and learn from your mistakes and just build yourself up. So it's been a lot. It's been very challenging, just mentally and actually doing it. But I am very happy with the decision I made. At the end of the day, I did find something that I am passionate about. Very difficult. I beat the shit out of myself up mentally, like I'm very hard on myself. I'm a perfectionist. I definitely have OCD, like, or at least like the moderate OCD my therapist says. So, so it's been the most challenging, but also, I guess, rewarding thing I've done. And it was just kind of a leap of faith. I was like, fuck it, I'm going to go to school. I'm going to see what happens. Hopefully it works out. If it doesn't, fuck me. I don't know what I'm going to do. And then if it does, then cool. So yeah, it's been a crazy journey over the year for sure. Well, over like the year and a half, but yeah, it's been nuts.
No, that's incredible. No, I think like, I do imagine it's probably in this kind of weird spot where it's like, it is an important job. Like everyone needs a haircut, everyone needs to do that. But I do bet there is that pressure to be like, well, they're gonna be stuck like that if I, if I mess it up.
Oh yeah. When I first started, I was terrified to even touch someone's head. I was like, dude, better not fuck up, because then they're gonna just look like shit for a while, and it's because of you. And you know, part of learning for me is fucking up, and you know, I even fucked up today. It's just, you know, you gotta push through it, and you know, the only way to get better is to fail and learn. So it was terrifying at first, for sure, but I'm at least in a space now where I'm comfortable with most haircuts that come in, or you know, most people that sit in my chair. There's just every now and then where, you know, maybe someone's hair is a little weird, or they have crazy long hair. They haven't got a haircut in 2 years, and of course, I come in to sit in my chair, and I have to, you know, try to give them a haircut. So it's just a constant learning experience. That's one of the things with barbering too. Like you said, it's like everyone needs a haircut. It's a solid, you know. That's why I was like, there's always going to be a need for barbers, so it's a good industry to get into. And it's also a tough one because it's just, you know, every day's a learning experience. You never stop learning, really. So it's just an ongoing experience, pretty much, just to try to be the best that I can be.
That's awesome. No, I think that's very inspiring, and I bet, you know, if anyone was listening to this, they I think anyone can kind of take something out of it. Like, even if you already have your profession, just that idea of like, hey, you gotta try. And like, it sounds like the most like simple, like high school, graduation speech ever, but it's like, yeah, you do just kind of gotta give it a shot, and you might fail, but also it's like, you know, maybe you'll cut it. I don't know. That was stupid. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, it's true. I mean, you know, we're getting cornier. Like, you gotta show up every day. You gotta put the time in, and you know, if it works out, it works out.
By the way, what year did you graduate? Because you talked about COVID. Were you a COVID graduate, or is that before?
No? So I graduated high school in 2018. So I was a couple years before, and then I did like the 1 year in college, and then took the year off. And then when I was kind of getting ready to go back, the pandemic started, and I was like, I'm going to school for filmmaking. I could watch YouTube videos and stuff, like how to make. I already do. I was like, I already watched videos on how to make movies and stuff. I'm in school to use cameras and equipment and stuff, so I don't want to pay thousands of dollars to sit on my ass and just, like, you know, be like my friend and we'll just fucking play GTA while we're in class together or something, you know, like, that's not what I wanted. So I kind of put a big halt on everything, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair. We were 2021. So we got the kind of kick in the nuts with it, where it's like, all right, well, back half of junior year's gone, first half of senior year's gone. We'll try and have you back by April. It's like, we're here a month, guys. So it was a weird thing. But like, I've definitely talked about a lot of people on here about just like that COVID era, and just how, like, I do think it's kind of fucked people's like perception of time. And I think like around that era, I talked about so many people where it's just like, I think people just stopped thinking that. I think people just assumed time moved during that era. Like, it felt like everyone was just like, well, it's fine because this is a COVID little bubble, and then that bubble pops. It's like, wait, it's been 5 years. What the fuck? I wasted 5 years. What do I do career-wise, school-wise, family-wise? And so like that, I think I really messed up at least my generation. And I think we're same generation relatively. And now I'm just waiting for the like next generation down. Like, okay, well, I assume that fucked them up even more, because that was a more crucial part of their growing up experience. So how are they going to deal with that come 5 years from now? It's
odd, and it's weirdly nostalgic now too, which is also kind of weird. Like, it's just such a weird time period, weird just era. That's why that movie Eddington this year, I was like, dude, this is nuts. Great movie, but yeah, I was like, this is just crazy how, like, we look back on the pandemic now, like, wow, that was 5 years ago, and it doesn't feel like it was 5 years ago. It's crazy. Very, very crazy.
It is crazy, yeah. And like, I do look back at that now and be like, I kind of wish I had what I had now in COVID. Like, I do think about that a lot, like, especially our like little podcast community now. Like, if I had that in 2020, I would have been so much happier. And like, I wish, like, we could have got so much content made if I was doing it then.
It would have been crazy. It would have been crazy.
So I could have done daily videos. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know.
That's when I was actually like active and streaming like almost every day and posting on YouTube. And I mean, you know, it is nostalgic for me now too. I was like, yeah, that's when I was actually like a content creator and like streamer.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a couple of kind of sillier questions to lighten the mood just a little bit.
Mhm.
Okay, first two questions. I ask these to everybody. Favorite movie of all time?
Oof. I mean, shit. I mean, favorite horror movie of all time is Scream.
Okay, good.
Favorite superhero movie is The Batman. And then just like regular movie, I mean, gotta have Empire Strikes Back up there for my Star Wars love. I gotta have Django Unchained up there too. Love me some Tarantino. Uh, yeah, I'll just stick with those before I start rambling like a million movies
You
off.
go down the just your
Yeah,
whole.
I already cheated
yeah.
name 4, so I'm not gonna keep going.
I know favorite TV show of all time.
Breaking Bad. I'm a basic bitch. Yeah.
Have you seen the new Player Bush yet?
No, I haven't. I keep seeing the little like teasers for it. I don't have Apple TV. I really want to get Apple TV because I wanted to watch with a Studio with Seth Rogen, and then
Studio's good.
I heard Severance is great.
Severance is
And
great.
then yeah, now that my man Vince is over there, I don't know. I gotta think about getting Apple TV. I had it for a little bit, so I gotta.
I think that's the show's biggest downfall right now because it is good. It is
Yeah.
like I heard most people say is like this is one of the greatest pilots I've ever seen. I'm like, no, it's not. I watched it. I was like, it's not far off. It's
Wow.
up there.
Okay.
But yeah, like everyone I talked to was like, I really love Vince, but I don't have Apple TV. It's like, why'd you have to go to Apple? Why couldn't you have gone to
I know, go to
Amazon
HBO or something.
Yeah, like I want more people to watch it. It's such a good it's such a good like water cooler talk, but no one's
Mhm.
watching it. No.
I
But no,
know.
it's great. It's great.
Okay.
Johnny, you die tomorrow. What's your death row meal?
Ooh. I mean, shit. If I know I'm gonna die tomorrow, I'm probably going crazy. I'm probably gonna get like, some. I'll probably have like a Chick-fil-A sandwich thrown in there. I'll probably have like. I'm a big milkshake guy. I don't know. Just give me like a mint chocolate chip milkshake or something. Give me some French fries. Give me maybe like a margarita pizza or something. You know, my Italianness will come through in that. Cannoli for dessert. Just more Italian things. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a big chicken guy. I like my milkshakes, my fries, my pizza. Maybe I was gonna say ice cream. I remember having a milkshake. That'd be disgusting. That's too much.
Too much. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess like a chicken sandwich, fries, a milkshake, dessert. You know, Brian. Maybe because it's the fall season right now. Good apple pie sounds good
Ooh.
for like a dessert. You know.
Okay.
I think I'd be happy with that. I'm a simple man.
Yeah. That's good.
Mhm.
I think I'm going to. Do you guys have a CC's by you guys?
No, I've heard a lot of people love CC's though. I heard they have like a mac and cheese pizza that people love.
It is the greatest thing I've ever tasted.
I was gonna say I love mac and cheese,
Oh.
so that might make an appearance in there too.
Mhm.
Mac and cheese pizza.
No,
I've had a mac and cheese pizza before, and it's great. I've heard CC specifically makes a great mac and cheese pizza though.
It's good. It's it's like a buffet, but just
The pizza, right? Yeah.
just pizza.
That sounds great.
It is. It's dangerous though, because you'll get like 8 pieces of pizza. It's like God, I gotta get out of here. I gotta.
Before I just start crushing every pie they have out. Yeah.
Oh my God, no, it's crazy. Okay, this is a silly question.
Mhm.
And for the sake of for legal reasons, this
Mhm.
is a bit joke.
Mhm.
Fuck, marry, kill 3 council members right now.
Oh wow. Fuck,
One I
marry,
think
kill.
will be easy for you.
Well, yeah,
One,
I already
yeah.
married Phil, so I
Yeah.
guess he's kind of a shoo-in for that.
Yeah.
And I joke about fucking Ronan all the time, so I'll fuck Ronan.
Okay, fuck around.
And then
Oh, here's a
kill?
fun one.
Oh shit, this is where it's gonna start drama again. I mean, a name came into my mind. Fuck it, I'll piss him off again. Let's go Traven. Let's just keep pissing him off. Too. I'm sorry, Draven. I love you. I'm only killing you for a bit.
I thought Jake was coming. I thought we were getting a kill the racist joke up in here.
But he's such an easy target for me to make fun of every stream. I kind of need him to be there. Like, I kind of need to just feed off that bit. I feel like half the jokes I make every stream are just something to do with Jake, so I kind of need to have him there. No, I wouldn't kill anybody, but I'll kill Jaren for the bit.
Kill him before he can watch the season of Stranger Things.
Yeah, just to torture him before another Inside Out movie comes out.
Okay, I'm gonna speed run a couple of news stories that came out this week, and you tell me if you're into it or you're not into it.
Yeah.
Toy Story 5 trailer came out today.
I'm into it. I didn't see it, but I'm into it.
Okay.
I want to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. It was like, hey, look at the characters. Don't they look cool? And then it went away. I was like, okay. Sure.
Yeah.
So I'm into it. I'm into it more than most people, but I gotta wait and see. I guess.
The one thing that I did hear, even though I didn't watch it, I saw a couple screenshots of it on Twitter, I guess, is that Woody's kind of just back with everyone after.
He's in the play. He's in the bedroom. It's like, what you doing there, buddy?
Yeah, that was my biggest thing when they announced Toy Story 5. I was like, I'm one of the few people that actually enjoyed Toy Story 4. I've seen a lot of people really not like that movie. I liked it. Me and my mom were in the back of the theater crying as the only two adults in the theater watching it. So to kind of just see him back there, I was like, wait, what the fuck are we doing? Why is he here? I don't know. Toy Story, they're my favorite animated movies of all time, but you gotta lay him to rest at some point, man. I don't know. I think they had 2 good endings with 3 and 4.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd feel better if he wasn't there. I'd be really into if it was this continuous rotating cast where every movie you slowly say goodbye, but you introduce more characters, and there's a point where it's a whole new cast of characters. Toy Story has potential for millions of movies if you just do it.
Always gonna be toys.
Yeah, no, for sure. We're getting a Jimmy Olsen TV show. Yay or nay on that?
I don't see the point. I like Superman. He's kind of funny, but his whole plot line also sometimes gets a little
I didn't like him in that movie.
Yeah, I don't know, the whole thing with Lex Luthor's girlfriend, just wanting a date with him, and
I didn't like it. Yeah,
I was like, this is really just stupid, goofy, just really when I rewatched it, I was like, wow, this part of the movie's bad. I still like the movie, but I was like, that whole plot line is just kind of insufferable. So the idea of him getting it, why does he need a show? He's just a writer at the Daily Planet. I don't know. Granted, I'm not the most steeped in DC lore. I'm just a Batman guy, really. But that's giving. I don't know. I don't understand. Not even Lois. If you want a reporter or something.
Right.
And you also have Rachel Brosnahan as Lois too, so it's I don't know, a weird choice, very very weird choice.
I'm into it a little bit if you really lean into the Daily Planet. I think the DC universe from the POV of the Daily Planet's a cool idea. I just disliked Jimmy so much in that first movie that you have to do a lot of legwork for me to give a shit right now.
Yeah, I like the dude from SNL that had the mustache. I forget that guy's name. He's funny, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Alien Earth has just been picked up for a season 2 as of an hour or 2 ago. You watched season 1? Were you a fan of that?
I didn't watch season 1, but it's on my ever-growing list of TV shows to watch because I'm the worst person at watching TV shows, and I haven't seen a lot of the Alien movies either. I've really only seen Alien Romulus, to be honest, but I like that movie so much that I kind of want to deep dive into the franchise. So I heard the show was great. I want to give it a shot. Hopefully I'll watch it before season 2 comes out.
Very nice. Jessica Rabbit is getting her very own movie.
Fuck it. Why not?
Hell yeah. Super Mario Galaxy trailer comes out tomorrow. Are you a Mario guy?
I am a Mario guy. I played the games as a kid, very casually. I owned Super Mario Galaxy, but I never beat it. Okay. I started it and I remember liking it. Haven't seen the first Mario movie either, but I just think the whole idea of doing a Mario Galaxy movie is pretty cool. and I saw some of the leaks of like
The Yoshi,
Yoshi and stuff, and the Yoshi cookies that you put in the Discord. So I always loved Yoshi, so I'm into it.
Yeah. I know there's those like internet sources that have all the scoops. They're like, oh, they're actually working on a Yoshi movie as well. And I'm like, all right, if you do a Yoshi movie, I'm there day one.
Yeah, fuck, why not? I'll there. I'll watch them lay some eggs. I don't know.
Yeah. Did you cast as Yoshi? Do you get?
I was thinking that with the cast they have already, I don't know, because it's like it's got to be something kind of dumb, but like in a funny way. I think I saw someone say like Kevin Hart or something as Yoshi.
I've seen the like Danny Trejo's or the like Pedro Pascal's or the Danny DeVito's. It's just like, oh my.
I mean, I'm a big proponent of Pedro Pascal and anything, but I think Yoshi wouldn't really. I don't see that as Pedro really, but yeah, Yoshi.
Character where I'm just kind of like, keep the game. I don't know. Like, I don't need Yoshi to talk. Like, I don't know. I guess it depends if they want to give him movies, and I guess he kind of would have to talk. But like, I'm a component of just like Yoshi. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're gonna make him talk, even though I kind of felt the same way. They kind of treat him like a Groot character, where he just kind of like says Yoshi, and that's pretty much it. But I feel like they're gonna kind of just make him talk. So I don't know, like, who would be a good voice for Yoshi? I mean, there's a lot of angles you can go.
No.
I don't know. I don't know. I get the Kevin Hart casting because he's kind of got the high pitched voice, but
yeah,
I don't know. Danny Trejo would be funny if you do the opposite and just go like.
Sure, it's like you're expecting a little
kind of like in Dora, like kind of that thing. I feel like it'd be kind of be doing that same kind of thing again, but it'd be kind of funny if they got like Ving Rhames or something. Yoshi doesn't even deeper voice. Like, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know who, because like the thing with the Mario stuff is like, I just think of the video game and like, yeah, I only think of Yoshi just saying Yoshi, and that's kind of it. Like, I can't think of another voice coming out of him. Like,
right.
It's not like when I heard Jack Black as Bowser, I was like, oh yeah, that's perfect. Or like even Seth Rogen's Donkey Kong, that's kind of stupid but kind of funny.
Right.
I don't know. Fuck it. Maybe make Jordan Peele be Yoshi, so then you can have Key and Peele again. Do Toy Story 4 again. have Toad and Yoshi. I don't know.
Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And my last update here: Marvel's Werewolf by Night is officially getting a sequel as of today. Did you watch the first one? Or
no? I'm behind on that too. I've seen bits and pieces of it. I'm happy for Michael Giacchino. I saw that he's coming back to direct that quick when I was on Twitter again. Cool. It seemed like one of the few Disney Plus things they did that was kind of, for the most part, universally liked from what I can see. So, if they have another story to tell, which I heard like things about how it ended, it seems like there probably is something they can do.
Very open.
Sure. I'll probably, when the second one is about to come out, I'll watch the first one, just binge watch. I'm happy for Michael Giacchino. So cool.
No, it's exciting. I think what's just more exciting to me is just the prospect of more special presentations, and I think Marvel may be leaning heavily into that. Like, there has not been a live action Disney Plus show announced since Vision Quest, which is done filming. It's out. So I'm thinking like they're going to lean very hard into their animated shows, which they've said they're focusing a lot on, and the special presentations. And I'm actually totally okay with that for now, outside of like the Daredevil, which you can keep doing, or you're maybe Jessica Jones maybe coming back, you can do that too. Like, that's fine, whatever.
Right.
But for the yearly new stuff, have it just be like these little 45 to 50-minute specials or whatever.
I think that's a good angle for them to do, just because, like, again, after a while, I stopped watching the Disney Plus shows because I was just like, they weren't really hitting for me. And I feel like I had the same critique with really most of them, except for like Loki. And granted, Loki was my favorite, and I haven't even watched season 2 of Loki yet. I'm a fake fan for that. But like, I felt like every show they put out had filler in it where they would just like run out of steam and they would kind of try to keep chugging it along for a couple more episodes. So like, if you don't want to make a movie out of it, make a special, cut the fat.
Right.
Just give me the story, no filler needed. Just get to it. Cause like I think Falcon and the Winter Soldier or Captain America and the Winter Soldier, that would have been a much better first Captain America movie for Sam than Brave New World, because I really felt like a Hulk movie, or a Hulk sequel. But you know, I don't know, and I think WandaVision also, at the end of the day, would have probably worked better as a movie too, because I feel like it kind of had some pacing issues throughout. And Moon Knight also, I think Moon Knight was the same thing. Moon Knight was great, and then it kind of started stumbling a little bit towards the end for me. I was like, okay, like we don't, like I don't know, like it just they linger a little too much.
Yeah, they all have the exact opposite issues, where it's either not enough is there, which I've been struggling with the latest ones. I'm like, I needed another like 3 episodes, or the middle is just like anything, because they didn't know how to, because they didn't bring over TV people, they brought over their movie people. They didn't know how to make TV. So it's like, okay, we'll make the movie and then we'll just add like 40 to 50 minutes of extra whatever in the middle to make it work. So
the structuring was not good. That's not paced well either way. Like you said, and then there's some shows too where they're just trying to cram stuff into it. You're like, dude, wow. Like, no. It's just So if they want to do more specials, cool. I mean, I don't know. I just think in general, Marvel needs to, I don't want to keep being that dude, but they need to slow down a little bit and just kind of take their time. I'm fine with only getting 1 or 2 things a year. As long as they're good. That's really it. And I feel like this year at least has been a pretty good, course correction, I think, for them so far. So hopefully they keep that going forward.
I think Captain America was the only thing this year that most people were like, hey, I don't love that. But even then, I think that's your worst. Like,
that's
okay. It's an okay year, I'd argue.
Yeah, like, I didn't hate Captain America. I thought it was very just mediocre. There's fun to be had in it, but like, definitely not great. But I think Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four were two of the more solid Marvel projects we've gotten in a long time. Mainly Fantastic Four, but Thunderbolts was very surprising for me in a lot of ways. So overall, I would count the year as a win, even though Captain America was a little bit of a misfire, but not like
just talk about this kind of stuff.
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, by the way. We are recording this. It doesn't feel like it because this is coming out like what we're recording this like the 12th. So it's still like the beginning of holiday season. But like, how are you getting into it? Are you like a big Christmas guy? Are you kind of a more casual Christmas guy? Are you like one of the crazies where it's like everything Christmas?
Maybe when I was younger, I was pretty much way into it. I think now it's kind of like slowed down. I'm more than I used to be, I feel like. But I have family that's really into it. Like my mom will like decorate and, like already all that stuff in the house. But for me, I'm like, I love the movies. I love the, the movies we could watch around the time, and like everyone, all the lights they put like around the neighborhoods and stuff. I guess I'm fairly like a person that likes Christmas, but I will admit though, my favorite holiday is still Halloween, but
Okay. So are we a like Nightmare Before Christmas fan then? Is that like our favorite vibe for like the Christmas, the like spooky Christmas era kind of thing?
I think probably when I used to be my go-to, but I think lately it's just been kind of like finding more niche things, or not even niche. I've been trying to like get into more horror Christmas things, you know what I mean? So like the Krampus movie, some slashers. I think there's one called like Christmas Evil and Dead Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Yeah, like I feel like that crossover is becoming more and more apparent. Like you have these like what you had like it's not horror, but you had like Violent Night that came out like a couple years ago.
Yeah,
that was my dog there. I feel like a lot of those movies are becoming more like Five Nights at Freddy's just came out for Christmas time. Welcome to Derry is currently airing like in the middle of Christmas, so it's like
that's true.
Oh,
yeah, so
okay.
It seems like there's a bit of a kind of aim towards a little horror now, and this like more recently. So yeah, I agree with. I also remembered there's this one that came out on Shudder. If you're familiar with there was this movie called "It's a Wonderful Knife." So like a twist on "It's a Wonderful Life," but slasher vibe and a really cool LGBTQ sort of like relationship in there. I like. Yeah.
That's really cool. That's I mean, and what, like last year they did like Terrifier 2 or 3, which was like a Christmas
Oh,
movie.
3.
3.
Yeah. Yeah, that was actually no, you're right. It just came out. Yeah, it just came out like last year or whatever. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Do have
So
that vibe going on.
But yeah, no, I think that crossover is definitely very interesting. We've slowly seen over these last couple years. But as we kind of just jump in today, like I said at the front, I don't really know you that well, so I do want to give you the floor really quickly to just kind of what's kind of been your journey within this over these last couple years into this kind of content creation era. Is this something you've always kind of wanted to do? How long have you been doing it? What's kind of your story on like that side of things?
Yeah, actually, yeah, for a long time I was a YouTube watcher, growing up, and for a while I think I wanted to do YouTube, like I hobby, but also, I was thinking potentially as a career, but I figured when I got into college, the YouTube reaction content. So I had my own channel called and I reacted to trailers, other YouTubers like sort of skits, and I remember some like I think it was like some reality shows sometimes, but yeah, I did that for a while. Get burnt out sometimes with content, and especially with reaction content for me, it just kind of it wasn't as like fulfilling or wasn't as like fun for me after a while. So I did take a once TikTok became kind of big, that's when I started to do more short form. And since then, I've mental health or sort of like content and just like daily like whatever content like sort of I mean, my main channel or my main page on TikTok is the movies one. So I some comic book days hauls and movie hauls and rankings and all that. So it's kind of just doing what I like now because I don't feel like with the movie reviewing content I'm doing, I don't ever feel like I did with reaction stuff. I think it just kind of like after a while just but I'm glad where I am now with it. So.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. I there's definitely a lot more into that like reaction world. I think especially now, like I don't know when you were doing it, but especially nowadays, there is so much like competition in that field. It's such a competitive genre on YouTube, and I think you really have to stick out and you really have to make your mark. And I think that is kind of the wonderful thing about this new kind of short form content era is like oh, anyone can do it, and it fits so easily into their schedule, into your life. You could just hop on for 2 minutes and make it, and it's out. You don't have to spend 7 hours in like an editing bay and copyright and stuff like that. Like it is, I feel it 100%.
No, yeah, your stuff came up a little bit sometimes, but I think I also try to be a little niche with. I used to do like specifically YouTubers would have some reality shows or something like that. Anyway, some skits. I remember some of them would acknowledge my reactions, which was kind of cool. Like when they would like but I only garnered like maybe 1,000 for that channel when I had it. And I thought the views were okay, for such a small channel. But again, like you said, it's competitive and it can be you could burn out pretty quickly, I feel like, especially with me doing like 2 to 3 a day almost like with things to react to. So it was my own fault, but at the same time I just taste with it for wanting to do it anymore. So but like I said, now I found what I enjoy and watching movies is what I love to do. So now I just love making those kind of videos, review them and let people know if they're good or not based on my objective, my subjective opinion.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome. I think if you can, I think that's that sweet medium. Is I think everyone wants to like, oh, I need it as a job. I need this as a job. But I think if you can keep it in this space, like obviously that's great if you can make it as a job. But like, I think it is ultimately meant for just like, hey, is this fun to do? Like, do I actually enjoy doing it, or am I doing it because I'm supposed to do it and it's what I've told myself I have to do? So I think if you found that area where it's like, oh, this is just a fun thing, like a fun little hobby, then that's awesome.
I think that's the whole thing. I always hear from other YouTubers too. You always want to go into it as a hobby or something you I like for me it's obviously not my full time, of course. It's just something I like to do. I'm an accountant now. I'm just, doing videos on the side. But yeah, especially in college, so you kind of feel like, oh, I could just do a bunch of stuff, but regardless, it just, it gets times too, even if it is a hobby. So I think at that point, it's not a good hobby if it's doing that to you. So balance it and manage it.
100%, 100%. That is incredible. That is incredible. I did want to talk about a thing. I have some like Christmas themed questions here today that I'm going to be going over. Some fun little things. But I did want to really quickly talk about the Supergirl trailer that has recently come out. We are recording this on the 12th, which I guess spoils the like immersion a little bit. But we got the trailer yesterday as we are doing this. What was your kind of experience with it yesterday? Because I feel like that was like the major. Actually, yesterday was crazy in general because we had the Supergirl trailer and the Game Awards, so that kind of took over the talking points yesterday. But how are you feeling now that we kind of got that Supergirl trailer? Is that a movie that you're excited for?
Yeah, no, I mean, say that like when things don't have the trailer out yet, I'm like, I'm not sure if I really care enough, and then once bits of footage come out, I'm just like, okay, I'm back in, and especially for this one, seeing Jason Momoa's Lobo, that was really, really cool. And actually, I think her costume, if I'm not mistaken, looked a little different than what it was in Superman. So I really I just like the attitude of that character now, I just like her a lot. The trailer just really got me hyped up again, so I'm back in. What was your thoughts on it?
I really liked it. I wasn't really sure how to feel going into this one because I was very excited. Like, I've been kind of 50-50 on like the DCU so far. Like, I liked Superman, I liked Peacemaker, I liked Creature Commandos, but I haven't been like blown away with anything. Like, I want to be like, oh, this is my thing. I'm loving this thing. And Woman of Tomorrow is such a beloved comic. I still have not read. I need to get on that. I know. But like, there's also a lot of pressure with that, where it's like, oh, this is one of the most like beloved comics of the last several years. Like everyone seems to really, really adore this comic book. But yeah, no, I think it looks really good. I know everyone's like, it looks like Guardians. I'm like, does it? Though I don't know. It's in space, I guess. I don't really get that comparison.
Don't think that's even a bad comparison though, because like I mean, people say like it's a bad thing, but I'm like, no. So it doesn't bother me very much, even if there is some similarity. I just that works for me. I know not everyone's a big fan of James's like style, so it really depends on you as a person. So I mean.
Yeah, I just don't even see the like okay, I can get it like to an extent because it's like, okay, it is like a cosmic superhero space movie. But like, I don't know. I think like it's just because there hasn't really been another movie within that genre outside of Guardians. Like that's the only one that's really done it up until this point. So yeah, there's that comparison. But it doesn't feel like James Gunn to me. It doesn't feel like his style of like directing and editing and even humor. Like it feels very different in tone to me personally. I don't know. I think people just know that he's like a producer on it, so they're like, oh, it's James Gunn. It's James Gunn style. It's like, is it? I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's the thing. Producers is like people. I don't know if you've always noticed too when movies come out with the producer of You know what I mean? And I'm like, that doesn't mean anything really in the grand scheme of things. So, too, I don't think it's like fully James Gunn. It's definitely its own thing. It looks like it. The style looks different than Man or like you said, like Peacemaker or whatever you want to, whatever you want to point at. But I don't care. I mean, it looks cool. It looks exciting. I mean, I was already excited when I saw her at the end of the Superman movie, so I was just like, oh, I want more of this character. I want to see all of it, And just hearing Jason Momoa's Lobo, that was really cool. Even though some people are kind of already complaining about his design and look. Some of people. What did you think about that?
I mean, I will say I was hoping for a slightly better look. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of it being like this super behind, kind of blurry, everyone zooming in, and I think like everyone zooming in kind of makes it look bad, and I kind of think that was a mistake.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to the Superman first poster we got last year, where it's like, okay, maybe not the greatest first introduction. Like, I think there should have been a shot where it's clearly like, oh, that's Jason Momoa, because I've seen a lot of the reaction channels being not even notice it's Jason because they don't know who was cast. And I was like, I think they should have made it very clear this is Jason as Lobo, 4K photo, 4K video shot, whatever. But I am excited for him. That's something I'm very hyped for. I've been waiting for another Lobo in live action for a minute now.
Yeah. I mean, forever I've been wanting Lobo. I remember they had those it was in limbo for a while. I remember they were just talking about a Lobo movie for the DCEU with the never made. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I know
I mean,
I've never actually seen it, but they did Lobo for Krypton, the prequel series, and he was meant to get his own show. It was meant to be it was supposed to be a spin-off. We had photos of it and everything, and it never picked up. It never went anywhere because sci-fi's weird and they cancel everything they own.
Yeah, no, I was about to say it was such an odd to put it on with sci-fi for me. I actually never saw it. I saw clips of it when it came out, but I didn't actually get to watch it. Did you end up watching the full series or?
I never.
No?
I watched a lot of those CW DC shows. Krypton was never. I watched all the other DC shows of that era, and there's a few Krypton, Pennyworth. Sorry, that just slipped through the cracks. That I was I didn't have time for. I didn't make my way through it, but maybe someday I'll have to be all right, let's give this thing a shot. But would have been cool to have a Lobo show.
I mean, yeah.
Cool.
That would be cool. Hunter, so you could see so many different possibilities and sort of adventures he could go on with that. He could go on as that character. But yeah, no, it's pretty. You could be pretty preoccupied. Arrowverse watcher, I think back in the day.
There were.
So I wouldn't expect you to also be on something else too.
No. And to be fair, I do think there's a good possibility that this movie will spin off into some kind of Lobo kind of thing. I could see
I think so.
Jason I don't think he's in this movie much. I'm assuming just a couple of minutes to please Jason, and then it's oh, this movie does well, okay, give Lobo a movie or a TV show or special or something. Because I think Jason would do anything with this character at this point.
Oh, yeah, I mean, right away. I remember when they gave the reins to James and Peter, it was I think right away he just messaged saying, I want to be Lobo. So if you can make me Lobo, I want to be Lobo. So I'd imagine he's trying to anything to do with that character. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, even in the old Aquaman days, when he went into audition, he thought oh, this is for Lobo. There's no way I'm playing a hero.
Yeah,
they have to be bringing me on for Lobo. It's nope, Aquaman is all right, I guess. He's been dying for this thing for years.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I liked his character, but it was kind of missed opportunity to not have done that sooner with Lobo, maybe with but I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, if the reception's good, we'll probably get a bunch of stuff with him. We just have to make sure this one does well. Again, I know you're very what did you say? You're pest or you don't know for sure if you're into every project coming out. so far, but I'm pretty much like excited for everything. Clayface specifically is something I'm looking forward to a lot.
Yeah. I think this year is the like make or break for me for this universe, because so far it's been, and like I like James Gunn. I think he makes some great stuff, but I'm getting a little weary of that style for everything we've had so far. So I'm very excited to see what the DCU looks like at its original pitch, where like these filmmakers coming in and giving their own spin and style and direction on these projects. I'm very excited for that. I can't wait for Lanterns. I can't wait for Supergirl. Clayface, I'm on the fence of, but I do think Clayface is going to be good. I think the way they pitched that project was like they pitched it and they were immediately like, "Yes, go film it right now. Give it a date."
which is a good sign. I like when they're confident in that. And I'm in agreement with you. Lanterns. I'm so excited for Lanterns. I think we got that HBO like special look for everything. Lanterns came out. That was pretty cool.
Rumors we're supposed to be getting a trailer for Lanterns today. That's the current rumor. It's like we're getting full trailers for like all of the HBO Max shows this year. Like I think we got like again, this is coming out and we'll probably already have it. But but yeah, like I think like Euphoria's getting a thing today and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, that'll be. It's interesting to release Supergirl and Lanterns back to back though. Like I would have maybe spread that out. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think they delayed Lanterns till a little long. Like, wasn't it delayed or?
That's
I
the
don't
rumor.
remember.
I don't know how set in stone. It's now rumored to be like late summer, which concerns me. I hope that's not the case, because then you have like Supergirl in June, maybe Lanterns in August, and then Clayface in September. Like they're all on top of each other. That sucks. I don't like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what people had an issue with Marvel having back-to-back projects so consistently. You know, you get fatigue and you also just can't keep up. No, I agree with you. Yeah, I hope it's spread out more. I hope so. Like maybe those rumors are, I don't know.
I'm hoping so. I mean, listen, like we're getting marketing. That's a good sign. That's a good sign of faith. Hopefully, they're like, it's February. We're like, oh, awesome, oh, great.
Yeah.
Although the like February, the like March thing does scare me a little bit, because currently, as it stands, we have like Daredevil, Born Again, Invincible, and The Boys. I think so. If you add them to March too, it's like, oh god.
I know. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I forgot. Yeah, all in the same month. I keep forgetting about that because I always see the memes on Twitter where it's like don't talk to me, don't look at me like during that March month for all those projects coming out. Oh man. 2026 is going to be a stacked year, I think, for a lot of projects. Marvel, DC, everything pretty much.
Especially within the like comic book kind of realm. Like there's something coming out every month. I think Marvel has like 8 or so projects coming out, and then DC has 3, and then like Spider-Man Noir and Invincible and The Boys and all the video game. It's like we're not going to sleep.
Yeah, no. It's going to be nonstop content, and especially for everyone that wants to content on it too. So
No,
I mean, I think this about Mortal Kombat fans, so I'm pretty excited for that, but I was still on their placement of that movie's release, so I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Bay's pretty stupid for them, but I hope they do well. I hope they, especially if they're wanting to do a third one. Like I wish them luck.
I know. Hopefully, but we'll see. We'll wait.
I will say before we move on from the Supergirl of it all, because I have a couple things I want to go over here, but I got a little deja vu as we're having this conversation, because the Christmas episode I filmed last year, we also talked about the Superman trailer. Like they got their first teaser that time of the year, and I was like, how cool is that? Like, how cool is it that they can stay on track like this? Like, when was the last time in like a cinematic universe that like a character is introduced in a thing, and then like 6 months later we're getting the trailer for their project. Like that's awesome. Like it's been like 5 years since we had like a Shang-Chi anything. Like, you know, like Marvel's really struggled. Like when's the last like Black Panther thing we had? You know what I mean? So it's like that's really cool that they get to have that like consistency with just kind of right off the bat. I think it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, no, it is pretty cool. I mean, it does too, starting this new universe, so they're just trying to keep it sort of that, you know, each other, but keeping that consistency. Because yeah, with the issue with Marvel is just kind of like character, they may come back, maybe they don't. We don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where's our Young Avengers? Where's our Shang-Chi's? Where's our Kate Bishops? It's like,
I wish I knew. Love those characters.
Same. Okay, we have a series of fun little Christmas questions. Christmas question speed round, if you will. Starting now. Greatest Christmas song of all time.
Oh, I mean, I have my go-to, really. Surprisingly, it's Last Christmas.
Ooh,
Like mine. That's
like
mine though. I hear a lot of discourse though, people saying that a Christmas song just because it's like a heartbreak or it's like a love song, but I'm like, it says Christmas in it. I don't see why it's
It's
such a big
very much
deal.
a Christmas song. Yeah, no, I think I like anything that's come out this century, to be honest with you. Like I know so
Yeah.
many people are so like, oh, this new gen Christmas music, but it's like, yeah, but everything else came out like 100 years ago. Like we need some
Yeah.
new Christmas songs. We need something fresh.
There's a lot of no, I agree with you. I do like I think I heard recently there's a remix from Sabrina Carpenter for a like she has a song called Nonsense. And I'm like, this is really good.
It's incredible. Greatest Christmas movie of all time.
Man, I know, especially after rewatching 2 movies, I'm like rethinking my answer.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I used to have like a yearly Christmas movie I'd always go to because I grew up with like Polar Express, the Home Alone movies, the Peanuts special, the Christmas special, and then you remember those claymation ones or the stop motion ones you don't care for, but but I don't know. I think if I had to pick one, I mean, I guess probably I think that would be my pick for Elf.
Elf is good. Elf is fun. I didn't.
Yeah, because I think. Sorry.
Go ahead. That's fine.
No, I was just saying that. No, it's just it's like a mix of very funny. It's still kind of whimsical. It has that Christmas spirit. It just it's all the boxes for that kind of neat, feel good holiday movie.
Yeah, I think it's one of them that really changed the genre. I think like for the time, right? Because I think we were getting a lot of the same kind of Christmassy movies. And I think that one was like, oh, we're going to meta with it. Like we're going to be very silly and really like change what like a Christmas movie can be. And I think after that, everyone was like, okay, now we need to fix what Christmas movies are and like really change the genre. I loved ever since I watched it a couple years back. Klaus has been my favorite Christmas movie. I just adore Klaus. It is
Klaus.
I fell in love. Like I think I always had this kind of like neutral with Christmas movies. I was like, oh, I love these movies, but like none of them were like one that like stood like above the crowd for me. And that's changed since then. Like I have people now that I'm like, oh, I really love this. But I think at the time I was like, oh no, that's my Christmas movie now. Like I watch it every year. It's so beautiful. Like it's so insane what they're able to accomplish. But like yeah, since then, Home Alone I think actually really rose this year after like revisiting these. We'll talk about those soon. The original Miracle on 34th Street is I think a gorgeous movie. That's probably my favorite take on Santa Claus. That's such a brilliant movie. But yeah, no, those are some very good choices.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you brought up Klaus because that's recognition as one of the Christmas movies of all time. I just voice acting just has that great. I love it too. So
I think it's the only like modern classic Christmas movie, to be honest. Like I feel like it's been a long time since there's been a Christmas movie that like really stood the test of time that people talk about every year. Like like the early 2000s had a bunch, and like the 90s had some, but like since then it's been a minute. Like there's not ones that really stick out. I feel like. I guess Violent Night right now. Like, I feel like that one gets a lot of talk now, but yeah, there's not a lot.
yeah, they come and go now. I feel like nowadays, like you said, I think some like you said, they're blending horror now a little bit, so you get some of those, but none of those are like very memorable. And then that Red One movie that came out, I didn't like it that much. Trying to make an action-packed Christmas film, didn't work for me. I mean, unless it's bad or so bad it's good movie going forward, maybe I don't know. But you also got like the right to get on like streaming services, like I think Disney Plus had like Noel.
Yeah.
Had like a Christmas Chronicles or something like that, and like
those are pretty fun, but yeah, they don't like have like a nostalgic. I don't know. Like I don't see anyone still talking about those. They tried to do the like Home Alone thing for like Disney Plus a couple years back. Which I haven't touched the sequels. I haven't dared to touch the sequels. Maybe I should someday.
Don't worry. A little bit of my thoughts on those, but we'll leave that for later.
Yeah, no, those are great choices. Have you ever returned a gift that you didn't like? Have you ever like gotten it for Christmas and was like, "Thanks, Grandma. Is there a receipt?" And just
I know. Growing up, it's kind of like that. Where you're always like, don't don't like, take the gift. Later maybe you could go. I think if it's ever happened, a lot of the times it's always been like maybe just something I already had, and I just had to go take back because I already have it. You know what I mean? Like a double of something. But I mean, I didn't care for it. It was probably like something like I don't know, like just been like a shirt or like something that I didn't have any use for that I. I mean, I wouldn't tell them, but I would be like, yeah, no, I love it, and then go. I can't give it exact.
Yeah,
I can't give an exact example.
Yeah,
but I will. It was always like a double of a present. So
fair. You ever you have Grandma come back the like following year being like, "Oh, where's the hat I bought you, Sonny?" It's like
I forgot it at home. Don't worry about it. I wear it all the time though, so don't.
Yeah.
It's getting a lot of use out of it. Just not for the time you get to see it though. That's the only thing.
Favorite Christmas present you ever got?
Ooh, question. I think I've always thought about it too. Oh man, younger. I mean, I think I got a Lego set when I was younger, and it was this like specifically this like one of those boats that actually floats in the water, and it had like just whatever I forget like theme set. Yeah, and that was like one of my first Lego sets, and from I'm still a collector, so that kind of changed my a little bit of my like youth and now my adulthood where I'm still collecting. So it kind of changed my life in a way. That kind of sounds dramatic, but
No, it's awesome. That's great.
Yeah, because if I didn't get that set, I don't know if I would have been as because it was also a cool thing to build with my dad. I built it with him. Necessarily, but I think they just figured it would be something I like, and then it just became that I just collect Lego all the time. So
awesome. That's great. I think I think presents like that are important. Those like little milestone ones that are like, oh yeah, like I do this with my dad every Saturday, or I do this with the whatever. Like I think that's I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
If you had to live in one holiday movie, what would it be and why?
Wow. Man. It's like, do you want to go whimsical or do you just want to go what? It's funny to pick like a movie that's just based in a like if you're like, let me pick
It's just like a Hallmark movie that's in
because actually you bring up Hallmark. There was this one movie I watched with my friends called like Hats Off or something, like this weird plot of like this Christmas hat store that's open like but it's so funny because the corporation's just like thriving because they're like make it money and we have to stay open all year. It's like the most unrealistic thing about that movie is just that the fact buying Christmas hats all year round to keep them afloat. But like
Live in that
those worlds are
economy.
funny to live in. I know it's like it must be really nice. I don't know. I think if I had to pick a movie, I mean, I guess I would try to pick a fun one. Somewhere there's one where Santa Claus exists, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah.
Because
Elf's
like
not bad.
yeah, it's just the fact that you're like, okay, well, it has those elements of like, obviously, there's that magic side of it. Majority of it spends time in the city, so you're like, am I just gonna be in New York City? Kind of thing. Okay. You know, yeah, that's a good question. I guess I wouldn't mind the Santa Claus universe just because I like their North Pole, you know?
Yeah. It'd be fun to
Yeah,
live.
because
Yeah, like their North Pole looks pretty awesome. That one looks pretty cool.
Because I've watched all three of the movies, but they had that short like series that just for a bit. And I don't think the quality was quite there. The set pieces and all the North Pole world they have. So I mean, I would pick the universe would be kind of neat.
Okay, hell yeah.
Like,
I think and I know this is a bit I don't like it, but I would legitimately I think Whoville would be kind of cool. Like I would like to spend a day there. Maybe not the whole holiday season, but like a day in Whoville does kind of sound fun.
no, I know the bit that you're like, I don't like the Grinch, huh? No, but you know what? I agree with you. That one's also a neat world to live into. You do got all the Whoville people that are just kind of odd characters, but so fun to live in their weird, wacky, in their little neighborhood. That would be pretty fun. I think you're right.
Okay, I have final two. I have two last ones here. When do you start celebrating Christmas? Now, I know this is a very controversial topic. Are we a Halloween celebrator? Are we an after Thanksgiving celebrator? Are we a first of the month? I know some people are like the like week of. When's our kind of vibe with it?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, it's probably like close, but it's like I can't avoid it because my mom, again, I told you, likes to celebrate or decorate by July. So it feels like for me, I'm already celebrating since July.
Oh my god.
But I don't. My headspace isn't there. My Christmas whimsy and all that isn't until like maybe towards the closer to Thanksgiving. Because again, I like to spend my time. October is my Halloween day, my month.
Sure.
So yeah. What about you?
Yeah, I think I'm in spirit. It's after Thanksgiving. I think I think that's my official take on it. But I would be lying if I said a couple weeks before I wasn't like tinkering in. I wasn't like, I'll play a Christmas song or two, and then that's it. Stop at one, and then you have to wait. But I think my official stance is after Thanksgiving, Christmas time, and then it stops after New Year's. In my opinion, I like
Yeah.
that extra week of just like living in it a little bit. I'm not ready to give it up yet. Maybe a couple weeks into January, I'm fine sticking the tree up a little longer.
Just let it marinate for a bit, and then you just like, okay, I'm good. We can take it all down. Yeah. So, yeah, no, I mean, again, yeah, I think I'm closer to what you're saying. Yeah, like around Thanksgiving, probably where I prefer to start celebrating really hardcore. Otherwise, it's like, dude, that his wife, July, starts watching Hallmark movies, listening to Christmas music. Some decorations come up.
My grandma just watches them all year. Not because it's
Man.
Christmas time, just because it's like she likes the movies. Like those are the kind of movies she likes, so she just watches them all year, and it's like, this is a lot. I don't like seeing it in like August. It's like, no.
Me neither. For movies specifically, I'm never like a person like, we could watch this around like you said, July or something. It's like, no, I can't do that on like close to Christmas. I can't have that vibe that early. You know what I mean?
100%. Okay, my final fun, silly little question here. And if there are children watching up until this point, I want to request maybe you go do something else for the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
How old were you when you maybe stopped believing in the old man?
Oh man, the old man. That's right.
The old man. I'll say the old man for just potential ears
the
listening.
old man. Actually, that's a good question too, because I think I've thought about it recently too. I was like, when did I stop? It probably was about maybe like the beginning of like maybe before middle school, maybe around fifth grade, something like that. Just because like at some point you're feeling like, I realize that the presents are somewhere else, and I don't get my dad eating those cookies, but I can't. Hey, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. What was yours?
Here's the thing, I didn't really ever. Like, my mom was really
Okay.
bad lying. She was a really, really bad liar, so she tried, but she just couldn't do the lying. She was like, I can't keep doing this. So I was like in like maybe kindergarten, and she's like, here's the thing.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I think it's
guys.
sorry. Oh, I was just saying that's the thing though, is that yeah, I guess it depends on your upbringing. It's like for me too, it's like I think I still had I still had those thoughts, you're like grow up in elementary school. I'm like, I don't know, this is like I feel like that's like something my parents are doing, but technically, but
right.
I mean, it could have even been before fifth grade. It definitely was in elementary school. I was like, yeah, it's my parents, I think.
That's fun. No, it was such a weird kind of upbringing too, because like I had to then do the lying myself, right? Because then I had to be like,
yeah.
my cousins don't know and my friends at school don't know, so there had to be this serious like, don't say anything. You cannot say anything. And it was almost like living in this like undercover like world where I'm like, I know something that they don't. Like, such a wild
Got to keep up the charade for everyone around you, got to keep them happy. That's what you mean though.
Like,
that's funny.
My brother, he just turned 11, and so like last year was his last like Santa year, and like
okay.
me and my dad were talking about it, and we're like, I'm shocked he didn't learn sooner. Like, kids have iPhones now. They have like, they can just like look up like, is Santa real, and Google would tell them like, nope. Like, you know what I mean?
I know,
like,
just like
it's such
an AI bot.
Yeah, like it must be so much harder to keep that secret up now, when at like the like tip of your fingertips you can find out anything you want. Just like, not even about that, just like in general, like kids can find out whatever they want now, and that's kind of a scary thought, to be honest.
Yeah, they have a lot of internet than we used to have, at least growing up. It's like crazy. They're like, look up anything, like you said, on Google, or find anything like that maybe they shouldn't. It's just scary too. I mean, especially with also AI and all that, which we've talked about in the past and stuff, but it's just the fact too is that stuff like that is like developing young minds. Maybe we could go back to a less super involved technological childhood sort of thing, you know what I mean?
It does, not to get off on a tangent because I do want to get into the main thing here, but like it does scare me when I'm seeing like 2-year-olds with their own smartphones. It's like, but what about the toys? Like, what about like?
I know.
What about the the action figures and the cars and I don't know. It does scare me, and like long term, what does it do? Like I know, like I think our generation, I think we're the same generation, but like we had it at like a certain age. We were doing like the iPods, and we had stuff at a certain point. But I think like
oh yeah,
it took a while. Like phones, at least again, this is such a boomer sounding conversations, but like I don't know, kids didn't have phones, and if they did, it was like a flip phone, and like like I remember it was like, oh, like when you turn 16 or 15 you get a phone, and kind of like that was kind of the vibe. And now it's like, oh no, it's instant.
No, I no, you're right, because my first phone was one of the like the flip keyboard phones, and that was like in high school when I got mine, just make sure I'm all right, or got on the bus, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
like
I also had an iPod, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely and which like I'm grateful for it too. Like I'm grateful that like they waited. Like I do remember having a tablet at like maybe 14, 15, but I think it's like a limited kind of experience too. I think it's a different dynamic than just like having the phone on you constantly all the time.
I mean, yeah, there's that whole meme about iPad kids now, and just kind of giving them that instead of trying to like maybe experiences off of it, just I mean, I know it's hard sometimes for people to have all the time in the world to do things, but maybe just kind of limit that a little bit, you know what I mean?
It's tough because even then, like I'm trying to be like, okay, like I had to buy a present for my stepbrother, and I was like, okay, what do I get you? Because you have a phone, you don't really play with toys. I can't really get you a toy. And it's like, well, you can get him like a Fortnite card. It's like, I don't want to do that. That's
yeah.
I don't want to. And like, I ultimately ended up buying him like a Fortnite book. I was like, okay, this is kind of a compromise. I'm buying you a thing that you like, but also it's like an actual physical thing you can unwrap and look at and use. Will he use it? Probably not. But at least there's that effort put in there.
No, that's a good example though, because like it's like, oh dude, it's like I get him V-Bucks. It's like that's not really like it's not really like a present,
It's gonna be gone
It's
tomorrow.
like
Yeah.
because like Lego was something I got when I was growing up, and it would be nice if people, some kids were still in the Lego. I think they are, but not as much probably.
No, and like Legos are cool too, because like you have that memory of like physically building it. Like you have the like hour or two it spent to make it, and then it gets to like sit on your shelves, or you can undo it all and make something different with it, with without the instructions. Like there is that element there too.
Yeah, there's that creativity, and like with it and everything. Just so like, it's like kind of sucks now. Sometimes kids are just like, oh, I want V-Bucks, or I want a gift card for something,
Yeah. Yeah, it's about that moderation, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, but like you said, you come to that compromise. Like the book, that's cool.
Yeah, agreed. But speaking of children, I guess we are going to transition into our main topic here today. So I was kind of brainstorming. I mean, the last couple years I did kind of Christmas episodes. They were more kind of broad. Last year we just like a general like favorite Christmas movies of all time. The year previously we ranked just like comic book Christmas projects was kind of the main vibe. And this year I was like, what can I possibly do to up those? And I was like, I wanted to shrink down a little bit and talk about some very specific Christmas movies. And I was like, which one do I start with for this being the first year of this? And I thought, I feel like I have to do one of, if not the more iconic Christmas movies of all time, at least with the